everybody!
Hi!
Welcome to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. I am your host, Sammy Soros, and I have two of the most... Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. I'm very unprofessional. Again. You know, we gotta keep you guys on your toes. We gotta keep everybody on the toes.
Absolutely.
Disregard the echo.
Just in case.
Maybe there's two of me.
What
Maybe I've
echo?
cloned myself.
Is there an
And
echo?
I'm
Are you a
echoing.
ghost?
Maybe. It is Halloween time. You cannot be too sure. But yeah, I'm so happy to be here with two of my genuinely favorite people in the entire world. And that's a big world.
We love
There
you.
are a lot of people in this world. And I really love both of you guys so very much.
We love you too.
We love you so much.
Yay! I'm so glad there's so much love in the room, and you guys are a part of this love also. See, look, Krista. Krista loves me also. This is fantastic.
Right? There's so much to love about Sammy.
It's true.
She's the best.
Oh,
The best.
thanks. But you guys are also the best, so we can all share the title for best for various different reasons.
Fair.
Man, you guys are two of the most talented and creative people that I have the pleasure to know, and you guys are fucking problem solvers like a motherfucker. I love it. But before we get into all of their amazing skills and such, give you a little bit of backstory on how I met these guys. So, thankfully, they have been staying with us for the past few days, and it has been so nice because since COVID, we have not seen each other. It has been a long time,
It's
and
been
I've
too
really,
long.
really missed you guys. And it was so nice that you have a job, just a random few day job that's
gig.
5 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
gig.
gig 5 minutes
Stuck
up the road. And Sammy was like, you can stay with us? I was like, oh my God.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It worked out amazingly. We've had so much fun. And we started late tonight because she cooked us dinner. And sorry we're late, but I'm not sorry because shit was delicious. It was so good. It was so good. But yeah, I'm really happy to have you guys here. And also, speaking of happy to have you here, Murdered Monk is back.
Yeah.
Freaking awesome. I am so glad that you came back to hang out with us. That's so awesome. Hooray.
Welcome to here.
Yes, welcome to the podcast. So, backstory. Me and Corey, we were both working in Ballard, which is a little neighborhood north of Seattle. And it's a cool little kind of like quirky, there's an old area of Ballard that's like all brick buildings and stuff like that. But generally speaking, Ballard is a little bit more yuppie.
Well, we moved there during the transition from old crusty sailor to yuppie trophy wives with triple wide strollers and
Yeah, they used to say, like, keep Ballard weird.
Yeah.
There was stickers everywhere, keep Ballard weird, and it didn't necessarily stay.
It
Oh,
didn't
shit!
stay.
Hold the phones.
Whoa!
Pause it.
whoa,
We got a
whoa.
Chris Reject raid.
Hi.
What's up? Chris, I'm so glad that you are here, and you rated us with all of your lovely followers.
Thank you so much.
You guys should check out Chris's channel. If you guys do not know who Chris Reject is, that is the lovely husband of Gunshot Roxy, my fantastic mod, and they are the musicians of the Roxy Gun Project who stream right here on Twitch. So you guys should, definitely check out Roxy Gun Project because they're fucking fantastic, but also Chris does a gaming stream. And Chris is super fun. So if you guys are interested, check out both of those and give them a follow. And Chris is just a fantastic fucking human and he deserves your support. So support him.
Yay! Thank you for being awesome, Chris.
Yay! Chris is the coolest. He's so fun. So yes, any new raiders coming in, welcome. We actually just started, which is fantastic timing for you guys. And these are my friends, Corey and Cody. And we're just doing a little bit of backstory on how me and Corey met in Ballard, which used to be funky and quirky.
And now it's not.
No.
Now
The
it's
prices-
just expensive.
I was going to say the prices went up so much that like the regular weird quirky people were really struggling to be able to stay.
Yeah.
So a lot of like you said, like kind of bougie housewives. It's not like super high end. It's not Mercer Island status, but it's definitely a little bit more snooty. So you've got me with my rainbow dreadlocks and all that, and I was working at a cupcake shop. It was right when I first moved here. When I had come out here to visit before I lived here, this cupcake shop was just so awesome. And I was like, I would love to work there until I find like my real job. So it was neither here nor there. It was fine. But the best thing that came out of me working there was meeting Corey.
Sammy's Cupcake Shop was right smack dab between both the storefronts that I worked at. So I worked at a frame shop, framing fine art, doing all that. And then immediately on the other side of the Cupcake Shop was an art supply store that I also worked at full time. You work a lot when you're just out of college and trying to pay rent.
And working at like retail establishments that aren't really paying you that much. So you were there
nothing.
A lot. And I remember the first day that you came in, actually. Your hair was bright orange.
I miss that
at
hair.
that time.
Yeah,
yes.
It was so fun.
It's okay. We can redye it anytime if you want. You can do it. I'll do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Don't even test me.
All right.
Do it.
We're going to have a hair dyeing
We'll
party
do
after
it.
this?
Yeah, let's totally do I'm down. If you stay up, I'm into it. But yeah, so everybody was a little bit more muted tones, you could say. And then there's me, crazy person. And then she comes in with her bright colors. And you were like, oh my God, hi, I really like your hair. You look so fun. And you were so fun and exuberant, like right out the gate. I was like, oh my God, you're so fun too. And I love your hair and I love your earrings. And you look so fun. And we're like, who are you? We're surrounded by a sea of like yoga moms.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, I see you.
My people.
I see you. So I gave you a free coffee or something like that. I'm like, you're my people. Come back and we'll,
Why not?
continue our little relationship. And you came in so often, we'd sit and chat on your breaks, and then we decided we were going to take lunch breaks at the same time together. And so Ballard's sister city is Bergen, Norway.
Yes.
I don't know how these sister cities work, but it's a thing. So there's a square right across the street from the Cupcake Shop that says like Norway, and there's like Norwegian stuff, which is so cool. So we would say we're going to Norway for lunch. You'd be like, okay, 12:30, you want to meet at Norway for lunch? And she's like, hell yeah. So we would like plan out our times, and sometimes you would go pick up food. Sometimes I would pick up. Sometimes we'd bring our own. But I'm like, oh, I'm going to get pizzas. Do you want a pizza?
Yeah.
And we like meet there, and we would sit and we would have our lunch breaks together. And it was so awesome because that's when we forged our friendship.
We did.
And it was like so special. It was really awesome, like getting that time and feeling like I wasn't all alone in this city of puffy coats and whatever.
And yoga pants.
Like, yeah. We're like, okay, we're on a team. We are on a team. And you're like, I work at an art store. If you want discounts on art things and paints,
you're a
and
local
everything,
now, and we had a local discount that was 10% off of your art supplies. So I was like, guess what? You're a local. You totally get to come in and do all this stuff.
Local. Which I felt so cool being a Seattle local because I was living in Colorado, which was not so fun for us.
A little different.
It was a little different. And we get here and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad to be a local here. It felt really good. So that was really fun. So I got to get a bunch of fun stuff from you, and we just became good buds, and we started sharing our art with each other. And we come to realize upon all these chit chats over lunches that we had, how much shit that we had in common.
Truth.
We are both like huge into astronomy, and we do astronomy art, which I don't know very many people that do galaxies and nebula and
exoplanets,
neutron star art. Like I really don't, and it's kind of good in a way because it would be an oversaturated market if everybody did that shit, Yeah. But we both were like, wait, you paint space shit too? Like, what the fuck? We're like, this is awesome. It never was like a competition like, oh, you paint it too? It was like, yay, we both love the same shit.
We can
this
nerd
so
out
awesome.
about this together.
Yes. And we totally did. And my art gallery, the Happy Time Apocalypse Gallery, I invited Corey to be a part of it. So she has her space art up in the art gallery. So if any of you guys are interested, Happy Time Apocalypse Gallery, there's a Facebook. We don't really use them.
Even if you're not interested in space art, you should totally check out Happy Time because there's so many amazing artists and there's so many different styles of art and medias, and everybody does a million different things, and it's so cool.
It really is. There's a lot of really creative people as part of it, and it's very special. Like I feel like all the people that we have there, they have all been handpicked to make sure that they are
that Greenwood stays weird.
Yeah, we're keeping it weird. We're definitely the punk gallery and like the rogue people. Like everybody has their different aesthetics and styles in their own gallery, and it's so cool because it's like personal to them.
Yeah.
But our gallery, it's super bright colors. It's like a fucking carnival of fun.
It is.
And that's us. That's totally us. Like, sure, we could put our stuff in a nicer gallery on a white wall, but like it wouldn't be as fun. Like, our shit's fun as fuck. And we hear all the time, people are like, your gallery is the most comfortable to me. Like, I always come back into here and I feel like I can just like hang out comfortably.
Oh, that's so good.
I hear that a lot. It makes me feel
Yay.
really, really, really good.
It's my favorite place to be.
Yeah.
Right?
I just kind of hang out.
It's so fun. So I look forward to you coming back to Art Walk.
I'm going to be
you've
back
been
next
absent
month. I'm
for a
so
little bit.
stoked. I've been so far away and I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You've been far away, but it's because you have been working on some epic shit that is taking priority at this present moment. So right now, the main project that you guys have been working on is you're completely redoing a fucking sailboat.
We
you
are.
guys
Yeah.
bought a sailboat.
We did.
And you are changing out all this shit, painting everything fucking orange, and making it badass. So I would love for you guys to tell me a little bit about this incredible project that you guys are doing.
Well, it's, I want to say it's funny, but it's not funny. It's so much work. Oh my God. But we both absolutely love being on the water. We love sailing. When we met, Cody was like, "Hi, I'm a pirate." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." But he made good on that. He's actually a space pirate. So I kind of had to marry him. He's so cool.
Yar.
Oh, that's so great.
And so we moved to Port Townsend. I got a job in Port Townsend, and we were lucky enough to get to move out there. And it's absolutely gorgeous, and everything is boat. Boat, 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 boat. Wooden boats, sailboats, power boats. It's a boat town. They love boats. And we moved out there, and we're like, oh, it'd be really fun to get a little boat and just go on little day sails. It'd be so fun. And then we were talking about it, and we're like, okay, well, maybe something a little bit bigger that we can take out for like a weekend. It'd be fun.
You know, something that we can sleep over on and be comfortable.
Yeah.
And like something that we can go on real adventures with and get out further.
But we've got to get something that's big enough for Cody to stand up in, because the man's a giant, right? So we're
6'5"
like, okay.
and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the half, 6'5"
You got
and
the
a half.
half.
So like, you can't just get like any like willy-nilly boat. You need like
Yeah.
tall
Yeah.
pirate
Yeah.
man's boat.
Yeah.
Or I need to lay down the whole time.
The whole time.
There's just like a gurney, and you just like
Yeah.
roll him in and shit.
Just slide in, like those.
All right,
like the little
Cody, you're in.
capsule hotels.
Totally, dude. Oh, but I'm glad that you did find something that you can actually stand comfortably
We
up.
did, but we couldn't get a boat that was over 35 feet, because then moorage gets really expensive. And we're like, oh, okay, so we need a boat under 35 feet with 7 feet of headroom, and there's only one manufacturer who has ever made a boat like that, and it was only in the early 70s. So then we had to find one.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
To put an addendum on that, there are new ones now, but
Yes.
our budget was we can't afford to buy a house, so maybe we'll get
We'll buy a boat?
That's fair.
Because we did try and buy a house out in Port Townsend, and it was insanity. So it went for twice the asking price, all cash, right out the door in a week. So we're like, okay, well, can't touch that. All right, great. Boat. So we found this really amazing Columbia 34-foot Mark II. It's a great, great boat. So much work. We got it off of Craigslist. Which, if you're ever going to buy a boat, never buy a boat from Craigslist. Always get it appraised.
Buy a boat from Craigslist.
Always get it appraised first. Like, go have somebody come, take a look at it, make sure that there's not, a big ass crack in the hull before you buy it.
Because
make sure
there's a crack.
there's a big ass
in the
crack in the hull.
Oh.
I think that you will find with boats, everything is easy. There is no risk. They're cheap. They are the perfect hobby because there's never any stress. You barely work on them.
So
Yeah, sounds so easy.
So our boat is up on blocks, and we've sanded it down to gel coat. We've gutted it. We've reglassed the port side bow. We're reseating the keel. Like, we're completely rebuilding this boat, and she is going to be done up in Louis XIV Rococo.
I cannot wait to see it when it's done. Oh my God.
I'm very excited.
Like, get past all the mechanical shit and all the technical shit
man.
so we can get to the decorating.
we
Because I
didn't
want to
even
see it so fucking
we didn't even
bad.
tell you about the engine that we have to rip out. That's the Marinized tractor engine that's been making
Oh,
our
yeah.
boat go. That's gas powered.
It's a 1940s designed International Harvester engine that they threw a water jacket on and called it marine grade. And it's been working for the
And
last
it's huge.
since 71.
71.
And it's amazing. I love that engine, but I think at this point it's more Stockholm syndrome than actual affection that I have for it.
Every time we want to go sailing, as soon as we go to leave the dock, it's just like, and we're fixing the motor.
like, all right,
Again.
I'll spend the day doing that instead.
Yeah.
Man. But you know what I have to say? You guys are so crafty and so mechanically minded, and you're problem solvers to the like millionth degree.
Aw,
So if
thanks.
anybody out there was to have a boat that has cracks and the engine's fucking stupid and all this crap, like it's you guys, because I would just be like, it's broken. It's for the trash. Like I have no idea where to go from here. So you guys are like, no, we're going to figure this out. This is what we need to do. Like, you don't have to start from scratch imagining what you need to do. You already have a baseline of understanding, which helps you a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we thought we'd slap a coat of paint on it and then redo the inside, and then we sailed it from Tacoma back up to Port Townsend, and everything broke, including our jib. Like our jib just shredded
Started
itself.
ripping itself as we're sailing and just opening up. We're like, the last day we were looking at it, and there's just this little line where you can see the sky in the sail as it's like out and full
And then
this beautiful
starting to just go. And then we got the boat on the hard, and we're like, woo, we did it. We almost look like we know what we're doing. And we got the boat on the hard, and there was this horrible windstorm. We had 80 knot winds. It was insane. We had a gale, and the waves out there were 8 foot, and they were going over the buildings.
That was
It was
insane.
awesome. They were
waves.
so
Wow.
cool.
Holy shit balls.
But it ripped our jib off the boat in the middle of the night. And almost pulled our boat off of its blocks and destroyed the whole thing.
Okay, so let's just be grateful. Let's have a moment of silence for the jib, but be grateful that that did not happen.
We had
Could've
some
been
really
worse.
awesome brand new boat neighbors who'd just gotten hauled in, and they stayed the night on the boat because it was so late by the time they got done, and they're like, fuck it, we'll just stay the night on the boat. And that was the night everything happened, and so they were there and were able to get our jib under control before it destroyed our boat.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just hopped
They were
up.
heroes.
Best neighbors
They were
ever.
absolute heroes.
They did that for you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we
wow.
weren't there. We were at our apartment.
Holy
We're
shit.
so grateful
We're
they were
so
there.
Did you bake them
grateful.
cookies or something?
Oh, yeah, we took them out for
Okay.
beers. I have to make them tamales next week.
That's hard work. So
It is
that's
hard
a good
work.
trade. Good
So
trade.
excited for tamales.
I know. I know. Shit, that sounds amazing. But that's really cool. I'm glad that they were able to help you guys out and that you were able to like talk to
Our
them.
whole boat was luffing. It's true.
Yeah.
What is luffing?
Luffing is when your sail is out and you start to lose the wind, and it's just like
Yeah, it's like it runs along the sail, and so it just flaps in the breeze.
Gosh, yeah. Okay, yeah. The whole boat sounds like
Yeah.
that.
But we
Oh my
tried
goodness.
sailing up without the motor, and we got stuck in a storm that came up like
that was-
immediately. It was supposed to be beautiful sailing all the way, and we were wing on wing going up the sound, and we're like,
This
this
is
is
perfect.
perfect.
How
This
could
is
life
so
get any better
romantic.
than
This is the
this?"
best. And then nature went, fuck you, and ate our face.
Oh,
So
Oh, Joe, thank you so
so
much for
cool.
gifting that sub to I Love Uncle Scar. You're the best. Thank you. I'm glad you're here, Joe. But yeah, wow, what a crazy experience that you thought everything was so magical and perfect, and then all of a sudden everything goes straight to shit.
So the cool thing about the Puget Sound is it's really similar to a fjord. It's just kind of like a wide fjord. And so you get a lot of varying weather patterns. So
you
I guess
can
it's
go
not.
around a corner and it totally changes.
Yeah, totally different
Like,
weather.
We had like what upper 60s and wind behind us.
Oh yeah,
all
10
the way
knots of
through
wind
this
straight
one
behind
little section.
us.
And then we got into the main channel and it was exactly the opposite. It's like the wind was just hitting itself, and so we went straight into a headwind.
Got it right in the face.
Big
It
ol'
started
rollers.
raining,
It was
huge waves.
incredible.
And we're trying to get up to Bainbridge to just find a dock. Any dock, we'll pay. We don't care. Our motor's shot. Our sails are ripping. We just want to get to safe harbor. And every once in a while, a gust would come up and just push our boat sideways. And we'd be like, no! And then have to get back into it. And we're like, we're a salmon swimming upstream. And the wind would be like, no. And because our boat's so tall, we have a lot of freeboard, so it acts like another sail.
Okay, so we're learning about boats at this point. It's like,
Sorry.
let's get no. I just mean you like dealing with this. You're having to learn about all this shit because you're like, we're gonna get this boat and it's gonna be awesome, and we're just gonna fix it up and put some paint, and it's gonna be this like magical thing.
great.
And then you're like, okay, well, there's a lot more to this that we did not expect. But how fun is that you get to learn as you go? I mean, obviously, you wish there was like none of this bullshit happening, but the fact that you get to work out a lot of these kinks now, you
That's
know,
something we wanted from this boat too, is to learn all the systems by rebuilding some of it anyway.
Because we
have to
both-
do the electrical,
pushing
we
you
have
into
to do
doing
a lot
it.
of the plumbing.
so this shit's gonna be done, and it's gonna be so much better. And then later on down the line, if something happens, you've already gone through it. It's gonna be easier. It's not gonna be as fucked up. I hope.
We're hoping that this is the one major push, and then it'll just be little things along the way. Cody has been a rock star and is designing an entire electric motor system for this boat that will work in the sound. And we
that'd be
just got
awesome.
all of our solar panels and everything, and we're figuring out what our load capacity is going to be and how many lithium iron phosphate batteries we need to run how many objects we have, and can we get low wattage LEDs to run through the boat. And so we just kind of bought some tap lights and stuck them to the top, and we're like, sweet, there's light.
Good for now. It's fine.
A
It's
week
fine.
or so, we ripped out all the hardwired lighting because it was super
It was
sketchy.
so
It
bad.
was, like,
Oh my god.
one of the wires that came out from the boat was like bright green, like it had the corrosion that you get on car batteries, that like weird green corrosion. It was like both ends of it were just bright green corrosion and just hanging in the air. It's like, okay, this is done.
The
Not good,
light
not
that was
good.
in the galley had been drilled through the decking and was just leaking into the light. It
Okay.
was so bad.
Choices were made. Probably on a sunny day.
You know, the cool thing is it's going to be so much more yours.
Yes,
In the
it
end,
is.
because all of these little things, you've had to fix things that normally you wouldn't even think you'd have to fix,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the fucking
No.
light. But you get to put whatever
Like
kind of light
all the lights.
you want. Yeah, you guys get to do it. So,
putting
you know,
in a
like
chandelier.
us buying this
Boat
house,
is short
man,
for bust out another 1,000, by the way. They're really, really great, but they're a labor of love. Anyway, sorry.
No, I'm just saying that, like, you know, us getting this house, like, we got a house that was not turnkey. We didn't want turnkey. We wanted something old and fucked up as far as, like, not structurally, but, like, visually, where I'm like, I don't want to come into a house that has brand new hardwood floors because we're ripping them out. I want checkerboard tile. I don't
Hell
want
yeah.
that. You know, like, as much as, yes, look at this fantastic floor that we put in, don't want it. So old linoleum and carpet that's been here for 1,000,000 years, and
Yeah.
there's been 1,000 children
Yeah.
like vomiting on it or whatever. Great, good, because that's got to go. We got a better deal on it. We rip all that shit the fuck out, and now it's ours. Like, I prefer things that are rough around the edges because it really pushes you into like that state of mind where you're like, no, I'm gonna have to change this shit out. Actually, just recently, these lights in here, we changed
so
them out. We've been
nice.
here for 6.5
You can't
years.
see
and we
these
just,
awesome little like disco ball
pretty
crystal chandelier things, but they're
dope.
wicked cool.
They're so cool.
And up until this past year, they were those like 70s like square plates or
Yeah.
whatever. And you know, we've done so much work in this house and changed so much shit. And every time I'd sit here, I'd be like, "You're not mine. Like, I don't like them. They're ugly. And this was here before. Like, it's not mine." And it's like those little things that we trade out.
Yeah.
And now it's like, I look up, I'm like, I did that. It's not just been
Really
sitting here
cool.
for the past like 40 fucking years, collecting a bunch of dead bugs in it with like air, what do you call it? Sandblasted flowers on it. Like, it was like, gotta go. So, you know, equating it to that, you get to make it your own from the bottom up. And I think that's really special.
They were acid etched.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
sandblasted. I'm sorry.
You would know.
Actually.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Ugly,
Actually.
plastic.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. No, you know, I didn't even know that you could etch with acid. So, like, we're learning today.
And we're in the same boat too. We wanted.
I need
something that we
pre-vomit
could-
carpet.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to keep looking. Yes.
I told Dusty before we even got a house, I was like, listen, I'm down for various different levels of like, you know, project house or whatever. But I was like, I'm telling you right now, I'm getting this fucking tile. Doing black and white checkered tile
So
with
cool.
glitter grout. So I'm telling you, if there's hardwoods, we're ripping them up. We're selling them on Craigslist. You know, like whatever it is. Like, you know, like you should get what you want.
Yeah.
So with this, it's really neat that you guys get to work together as a team. And thankfully your style is so similar.
Yes.
That you guys want the same aesthetics, because it would be really tough if someone's like, I am a minimalist and I want white with maybe accents of...
He started that
Brown.
way.
I want like
did you?
a room that's minimalist, just so I have like one calm room that I can just go work in. But then I want the rest of the house to be zany. Like I want salon style paintings on the walls. Like I want it to be all the way covered. I want to
Awesome.
like with the boat we're going full Louis the 14th.
We
It's
are.
gonna be rococo as fuck.
We were going to
It's gonna
do
be cool.
we were going to do punch tin ceiling so we could hide all the insulation, because we have to insulate that thing. It gets so cold in the winter. And we're like, okay, cool, we'll do this punch tin. It's going to look so neat. And then we were at the Monet exhibit last weekend, and I was just like, fuck it, no, I want to do a fresco, and I want to
Oh,
frame
yeah.
the bubble top of the
Ooh,
boat. So it's going to be
Oh,
it's
that's
going to be
awesome.
a painting of Neptune holding the chandelier that we're putting in the dinette
Hell
because
yes.
I'm a child.
Oh, and there's gonna be a chandelier.
Oh, and there's going to be a
because
chandelier.
There's
Yeah,
a
you were
dinette
telling me you were
table.
looking for like boat chandeliers. They
Yeah.
don't make small
No,
enough ones.
they don't.
Yeah, we need like a child's
need, like,
room chandelier, like the silly ones that look like a princess castle.
Yes.
But
And
we need it to be
like
brass.
11 inches.
But it has to be okay. Because I have a black one. It's like black. It's plastic, whatever. It's got like little beads and stuff like that, and it has a little flicker bulb or something that goes in it. It's not like a
okay.
whole thing.
Yeah.
But if for the meanwhile, if that helps you get the aesthetic down, it makes you feel better. You
Thank
can
you,
totally
Sammy.
use it until you find the right
be
thing.
cool.
I was
if you want.
I was going to make a tiny one out of like tentacles that had little LEDs in
yeah.
it.
Like
But
the Archie McPhee finger tentacles.
yeah, and then just
Yes.
wind them and then put little LEDs in the
Oh
little
my
suckers.
God.
But
That'd be really cool.
That's so cool.
it's
That's a great idea.
completely outside of the aesthetic. I know.
What if the tentacles have oak leaves that they're holding?
And what if they're just
That's
brushed in
rococo.
gold?
Yeah.
If you
that's-
paint
I am not
anything
gold leafing plastic. I'm not doing it.
Just
you
spray
get
it
the
with spray
plastic
paint.
spray.
No. Marine environment. I
No,
love
the
you.
plastic spray works fine.
It's going to flake off in a month.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will.
It'll take way longer than a
Nuh-uh.
month. It'll be like 2
God.
months.
Saltwater environments are a
one winter.
completely different beast.
I guess.
Yeah, see,
Just
they
saying.
get it.
Just
Just spray paint
saying.
it brass color.
Benasia.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that Benasia?
it's Jesse.
Oh.
So yeah,
Oh!
Beans,
Beanja.
yeah.
Beanja!
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Jesse
wait,
made it.
we need to say specifically whose amazing jewelry we are wearing right now.
Dun, dun.
This is Miss Beans.
Yep.
Thank you.
Jesse Beans makes
We
the coolest jewelry,
love
and we are
your stuff.
representing you today.
Hello.
We love you.
We love you so much. Mwah,
And
mwah.
she has very fluffy bunnies. If anybody needs a bunny hug, just hit her up. She's got you.
She does. She's the best.
Yes.
She's also the best.
So okay, so we're working on that.
So
That's been a
sailboat.
big,
Sailboat is a huge part of our life right
It's
now.
been a big point of contention, but also a really cool thing for you guys to do together, which I think is really, really super cool. So now we have learned that you guys are very handy and savvy with things. So let's talk a little bit about what it is individually that you guys do
Okay.
that makes you so fucking handy. Who wants to start?
I feel like we need to bring in that Weird Al music video. Handy.
Sing it. Damn it.
No.
I don't remember what's the tune. What's this bass song?
I don't.
Oh, I actually don't remember what the bass song
Okay.
for that one
Doesn't
was.
matter. I don't actually know what the bass
Okay.
song for that is.
That's too bad because we would have just bursted into song.
I'm
Would've been great.
sorry.
That's okay. Next time. Queen Bee James,
We missed
welcome.
our musical moment.
Welcome
did.
to the
Oh!
podcast.
Oh, I think I know who that is.
Who is that?
It's Bethany. Hi, Bethany.
Hello, Bethany.
We're talking about boots and stuff. Anyway. Yeah, so like Sammy said, I am a fabricator. I do welding, woodworking, fiberglassing, mold making, casting, you name it. I've probably put my hands in it at some point. Jewelry, stuff like that. I work primarily with museums as a material specialist. I do mount making and artifact handling, and when shit goes really south, they're like, "Oh my god, Corey, can you come in?" And then I show up and help out where I can. So
You put out fires left and right.
I do.
do
I
that.
put out a lot
Sometimes
of fires.
literally.
Sometimes they're actual fires. Only twice.
Only twice.
Only twice.
Okay. But, you know, figuratively and literally, you're saving the day. Like you're like,
I don't know
Captain
about
Corey
saving
to
the day.
No,
I'm
you-
bringing a different perspective to
that.
be able to
You save the day.
assist with problems that might be a little bit outside of normality.
Would you say that this gig that you just did, that is undisclosed,
Oh, this
did you
was
save the
some
day?
Hot shit.
You saved the day. Just admit it.
I saved
The day.
some stuff.
The day.
Okay, all right.
Just a project, just like a major project for a major building that is a public works that people will go see.
Yeah.
Don't look at the furniture. Oh, God.
It was big deal. But the thing is, when people need shit done and they need it done right, they fucking call you. And that is a huge honor to be known as the person
Thanks, friend.
who will fucking come and do shit right. You're
It's
badass.
been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. I've been very lucky to work on some really epic projects. The Bowfin Submarine Museum at Pearl Harbor. I got to do all the artifact mounts for that. That was really fun. Got to work with the curator and the designer who really did not like each other. I was like, "Hi, why don't we go do karaoke and we can talk about this
I'm
there?"
Switzerland over here.
I don't know. I'm just here to put it in place. No, but we did a bunch of. Oh man, there was supposed to be an exhibit that, because it's on a submarine, so it's very small, and we were supposed to have this vertical display case that was going to have all these pamphlets, but it was going to be directly across from a portal, so it was going to get really hot, so we had to figure out how we were going to mitigate temperature and humidity, because Hawaii, but then also how much UV is this going to get, because, oh my god, these pamphlets are artifacts. So how do we preserve them? What do we make this out of? What materials? So that was fun.
So every job has so much troubleshooting that you don't even know. They're like,
What
we,
you're going
we,
in.
we need these things, A, B, C, D, E. And then
Yeah.
you're like, oh my God, we need to Z right now. So
Yeah.
it's like you have to see the problem, figure out what is the most efficient way to handle this problem, and then kind of switch gears and go this other direction and make sure that it is done properly because this is artifacts.
This is the best
At
way to
hand.
say we need to find a back door right now I've ever heard. So,
You know?
yeah, that's what I do. I build shit for museums, and it's always fascinating, and it's always fun, and I love it so much. But with COVID, everything shut down. Everything. It just, no more museums. A third of the museums in the United States are never reopening.
Are you
Ever.
serious?
Ever. And now all of their artifacts are just kind of sitting in storehouses, and so there's a lot of discussion in the museum world of, hey, how do we care for these artifacts when it's dissolved?
Why are they not reopening? They
There's
just
no
lost
more-
so
they
much
lost
funding
everything.
and everything.
Yeah, they
couldn't
lost all their
afford the
funding,
rent
they
or
lost
whatever?
all their people, they couldn't afford their leases, they couldn't afford electricity because all the budget for humanities was cut.
So what you're saying is we need a very rich investor to open a gigantic, massive museum somewhere.
No,
with
that
all
is
of
not
this
what I'm
stuff?
saying. We do not need a massive museum.
We don't?
We need many small museums with
Okay.
people who care so much about that particular little nugget. Because every museum has its own
fair.
nugget that it focuses on. And it's like, nope, this is our thing. And in doing that, you can get people who are very centered. We don't want a mega Smithsonian. As cool as that would be,
I mean,
it'd be so fucking cool.
how else will
But-
we beat the Decepticons if we don't have Mega Museum?
Oh my god. This is why I married him. Straight up.
Roxy wants to know what is the coolest thing you've ever seen up close.
Ooh, that's no fair.
Okay, top 3.
Oh, I once got to crawl inside of a T-Rex head. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
That's awesome.
The new Burke was opening up, and they were
I
like,
just wrote it too.
okay.
That was Cody's favorite is also touching the T-Rex skull. Badass.
But it was
T-Rex
one of
for
those
the win.
things where they're like, okay, don't touch anything, but crawl in there and clean all this up because the press is going to be here in an hour. And we had just gotten it mounted behind glass, and it was like trying to play Operation with your body to clean stuff out. And then there was a bunch of construction going on outside the building, and there were all these like little teeny tiny movements that we couldn't feel. But there was a saber-toothed tiger that was like jumping, yeah, like that. And so I'm sitting there like inside of this awesome artifact. He's like this. It's
I
the
love
best.
it. It's the best.
And I'm just like, okay, I gotta clean all this stuff up and not touch anything and don't fuck it up. And I just feel that. And I look up and I realize that the vibrations from outside are causing the one pivot that the saber-toothed tiger skeleton is on to do this.
And it booped you in the
And
head?
it fucking booped me in the head. And I was like, oh my god, I gotta go get somebody who makes way more money than me.
Can you imagine if it just fell? Like, you
Right.
would have got, like, stabbed in the head by a
I
saber-toothed tiger
still get anxiety about that.
Fucking A.
Not like, oh my god, I would get
scary.
stabbed, but oh my god, this artifact that's absolutely priceless is about to fall
Yeah,
apart.
also that.
So
But getting
that
stabbed
was
in the
really
head,
cool. I
not
really liked that.
Wow, that's
That
awesome.
one was really fun.
The last time I chopped off all my hair, we were doing
The Nordic Heritage.
the Nordic
Museum.
Heritage Museum, actually, also in Ballard.
Oh, no shit.
It's the one that looks like a giant storage container.
Yeah, it
because that's
does.
what they made it out of.
It looks real
Oh,
ugly.
I've never
But
been in one.
inside, it's pretty cool. The architecture looks like a fjord as it comes down, and there's a great big window on the end with all these glass bridges, and so it looks like the light coming through an iceberg, which is really
Ooh,
cool.
I wanna go there
And then
sometime.
the
That sounds
walls are
really
slanted,
fun.
and so the saber-toothed tigers.
Yeah.
And the walls are really slanted, and it's super cool. But we were doing the install for all the exhibits because this brand new museum just opening, everything in, go. So Cody and I
Go for it.
were putting it all in, and we're like, get it in there. And I'm working on this case, and I'm on my back, and I've got the bottom of the case because safety cases are a thing, and so you can only access them through certain points. So I'm on my back, and I'm sitting there, and I'm trying to put these, 3,000-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were
the Viking
3,000-year-old gold objects from
Like little bracelets and
and like big brooches.
pieces that they had
and
found in the big mounds when they've excavated the mounds of the
they
dead.
were awesome.
that's
It was
so
so cool. And so
cool.
we're putting those in, and I went to scoot back so I could get the last screw, and I realized I was on my hair and I couldn't move, and I was holding these artifacts that were solid gold, and it's like, if I drop this right now, I will lose not only my job, but my whole career. So thankfully Cody was there. I was like, Cody, come put in this screw right now. So he crawled over and like put in this screw, and I was like, I'm chopping off all my hair right now. We're going. Let's go. So we got off
Hand me
work.
the sword.
Really?
Yeah. I got off work and I went over. I was like, I don't know, but so I can't lean on it.
Wow.
That's when you got the crazy like.
Easy.
Oh yeah, the
crazy
Muppet
mullet,
hair.
yeah.
Yeah. I walked in and I was like, I don't know what I want, but I want like Joan Jett meets the Muppets, and I don't want bangs. And she was like, I got you.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah. Best haircut ever.
Awesome.
That was the supercuts that burned down up on next
Yeah,
to
it
Isla.
fucking burned down
Like a month afterwards.
a month afterwards. I did not put that fire out. I was not
I
not
didn't-
successful.
We didn't start
It
the
burned
fire.
down. We did not start the fire.
It was always burning since the world's been turning.
We
Word.
should have put it out early.
Yeah. But wow, that's so cool that you got to have these like magical Viking things in your
Right.
fucking
It was
hand.
really cool until I realized I couldn't move.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're like, yeah, this is awesome. Not awesome. It's not awesome. Chop my fucking hair off right now. Wow, those are cool.
So those
What
were
about
fun.
what about you? What is the coolest things that you've
Yeah,
ever
Cody.
held in your hand?
Mine
What have you
was
done?
like on that same exhibit. We both were working in that room, and so we were working on like just cleaning the top of these cases. And I had helped build a bunch
Which
of these
exhibit?
cases. For the Burt Museum, the dinosaur ones. So I'm climbing around like right next to a bunch of dinosaur skeletons, and like little kid me is like screaming, goes like, "That's a Stegosaurus! Look at it, it's like right here." I was like, I'm being a professional right now.
Yeah,
and
but
inside, is like,
inside you're dying. That's so fucking cool.
And the Nordic Heritage Museum was it was kind of funny because some of the parts of the exhibit were like Viking age and who were the indigenous people of Scandinavia and how did people get from there to coming to Washington, because we have a huge Scandinavian population that moved in for the forestry and fishing industries. And
because again, fjord learning.
Yeah, fjords. Fjord.
Yeah, fjord.
So they were going through this exhibit and putting things in, and some of it's like a Viking sword and like a remnant of a spearhead. It's like this is super cool. And where we built like a room that had fake stones, so it would look like a river and a fjord, and we used
actual trees that are suspended from the ceiling.
So it would look like a forest, and like these
that was
beautiful
hot
shops
garbage.
on one wall.
What?
And then on the other side, it was like, here's the story of people coming here. And it's like everything at Corey's parents' place, but put on pedestals because it's like fishing boots.
Because they're
and,
artifacts
like,
now. So the entryway of my parents' house is now a simulated exhibit at a heritage museum, and I'm just like, if only they knew.
Because it's like all the forestry
that's
stuff. It's
so
the boots with the spikes and things
And
the
the
side to climb the
saws,
trees.
and like
And they just have it like just
hard
inside their door.
hats.
It's just like, yeah, we didn't wear, we stopped wearing them, but we never moved them. So.
yeah, they're just here now.
Huh. Interesting.
That was fun.
That
I saw
sounds
like
like a strange
dolls that my grandparents had.
What was your favorite thing that you got to handle? Like what were
Those-
you just like?
Those were probably my favorites. My favorite thing, I mean, the T-Rex skull. I definitely touched it
Did you lick
because it was
it?
a real
No,
T-Rex skull.
absolutely
'Cause usually
not.
Usually they make replicas and
Yeah.
put those up, but this one was a real T-Rex
the
skull. It was
real deal.
behind
Yes.
glass, but I had to climb underneath it to clean it. So I was like,
It was
petting
the
it.
most complete T-Rex skull in the United States.
No.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's super cool. It was.
What's
so
its
cool.
name? Because I know they usually name a lot of them, right? Did this one have a name?
I didn't get to ask because it was go 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 go.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And then I wound up working nights to get all of the animals up in the natural history department. So that was mostly me on a scissor lift making fun faces with dead animals, which is pretty cool.
That sounds pretty fantastic.
There's this giant taxidermied albatross there that's going like, ah! And so I have a picture of me with this albatross making that face.
I want to see this photo. This sounds amazing.
And then we had to make all these little...
It says his name was Ralph. From here on out, he will be referred to only as Ralph. Ralph the T-Rex.
Ralph the Rex.
Ralph Rex.
Ralph Rex.
Also,
Although
it
Theodore
is,
Rex is
Bethany, it is so much more difficult to enjoy museums. But, okay, I won't say that. I enjoy different things about museums, especially being a mount maker or doing framework or anything like that. It's like, oh yeah, but look at this fucking cool thing that nobody's gonna notice. And it's so well done that nobody notices and I have to find it now. So...
Where you see mistakes now.
Oh,
That's
man.
what I was gonna say. So
I
you just see mistakes
so
and you're
many
like,
mistakes.
I
So
see,
I'm
like,
like, that's a
crooked
holiday.
things.
That's a holiday.
You know, it sucks. That's the downside of becoming really proficient in certain things because you can't help but see and pick apart little things when sometimes I don't want to.
Yeah,
I just want to go to a
absolutely.
restaurant
Yeah.
and go to a restaurant like a
enjoy it.
regular person and enjoy it. But a lot of times I'm like,
You're
the
sitting there.
server's doing this and they should have done this and their menu looks like garbage because of this and it should be arranged differently. Like, I wish I
Yeah.
could just like look at a fucking menu and not think about what it's like for the servers having to navigate through this
Right.
fucking menu or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of get tainted a little bit when
A
you
little
get
bit.
too into things. But like you said, there's other cool things that you notice that other people wouldn't even notice
Mm-hmm.
at all. They're just kind of scanning. They're like, yeah, okay, cool stuff. But you're like, but
And
did
you're
you
just
see
sitting
this
there
one?
like
Did you
rolling
see this?
rolling silverware into napkins as you're like waiting for your soup to show up.
Roxy, I am not
Exactly.
part of the bad taxidermy
I have
group,
helped
but I
people.
really want to be now because I didn't know that was a
Oh
thing.
my god, I apologize for not inviting you. You should have been in this all along.
She has good pictures
It's
of
a
bad
fucking
taxidermy.
fun-
I love taking pictures of bad taxidermy.
you're
That's
gonna
one of my
love this.
favorite things to do when I go to museums.
This is the best group. I found it a few months ago and I immediately invited Roxy and she's like, thank you so much. This is the best group ever. And it just is like every day there's more laughs that come from this fucking taxidermy group.
I found
my God,
the
it's so
best.
good.
We were in Lyon, and there was this tattoo parlor that just had bad taxidermy in the window, and then they stuck all of the jewelry they had for sale on this bad taxidermy.
Oh my God.
And one of them was a little white stoat on a stick that had this crown and these huge fucking earrings, and I was like, Cody, look, it's me!
Oh my God, speaking of bad taxidermy, it's not that bad, but I'm going to show you what I have, which is, it's quite ridiculous.
I want to see.
I don't think it's bad, but it's, you know, it's questionable in nature.
Oh no!
It's okay,
Put it
we're not getting
down.
everything, it's fine.
Wait.
What?
Okay, I got
Oh
him
my
more
God, he's
recently.
adorable!
He,
That's fantastic.
He's
he's
so
a soldier, and he's on a G.I. Joe stand with a G.I. Joe
Isn't it?
jacket.
Oh my God, he's so awful. I love him.
It's G.I. Squirrel.
G.I. Squirrel. With a fucking gun. Oh my God, he's so fucking funny. So, yeah, just, you know, while we were on the topic, I had to pull him out. He's so awesome. And he has a name on his dog tag. He has a G.I. Joe dog
What?
tag.
Oh, and he's
I can't
got like a
remember
little
what it is.
bandage on his arm. Oh my God, this is amazing.
Rock and roll. Craig S. McConnell, Sergeant Major.
Okay, Roxy, I have to know what the display was that got the mention. What was it
Oh,
of?
yeah.
What animal?
What
Code
was
name
it?
that.
I want to know. Yes. Oh, man.
I really love going to museums with Corey. And Bethany actually called it out. There was a frame on Sunday because we went to that Monet exhibit. And getting to watch Corey like take it apart with her brain, just like, and this is wrong. And like you can see that this was actually added in later because this doesn't really fit. And it's so much fun going to art galleries, especially because Corey also used to do museum framing. That's what she was doing when she met you. And so getting to see her like take that apart and the mounts, like,
Wrong.
how'd they do that mount?
Wrong. Somebody left a hair under this glass.
Yeah, that drives me nuts.
Totally, dude. Good night, Walt.
Night.
Thank you
Walt.
for coming in, my friend. We'll see you again soon. Stay true.
Oh my gosh, bad coyote taxidermy. They have so much character already
Oh
that
my God,
if you don't
yes.
do it right, they just look like their faces just crooked.
Just.
I love the bad taxidermy. It's so funny because, like, you don't have to do fantastic taxidermy to, like, do it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't, there's no rules. Like,
Yeah.
there's, like, the goal. Like, sure, I want to preserve this animal in all of its glory, but, like, I think it's way better when they're wonky looking and they've got these just, like, funny looks on their face. Or I think it's so much more entertaining. We went to the, it wasn't the Mutter Museum in Philly. It was the other one. It was the Royal College of Surgeons in Philly.
Whoa.
And this was, are you familiar with it?
No,
a
but it
little
sounds
bit.
cool.
Okay.
Only because a very dear friend of mine who taught in Scotland is from Philadelphia and has told me about this.
Oh, dude, you would love it. So this is like stuff from the mid 1800s that they used to teach all of the scientists and the doctors and everybody, like anatomy, and then there's a gem section, and there's all this like a zoology, all of it. So you walk around and there's just so many different exhibits. But this shit is fucking old, and all the tags are handwritten out. Like you can tell they're in like the old penmanship and stuff. It's so fucking cool. But the best part was the fucking taxidermy.
Yeah?
Dusty's profile picture for like a long time on Facebook. I don't even know what the creature was. I don't even know. Maybe like a badger or something. You couldn't even really tell because it's all like it was the worst. We were dying laughing. It was so funny. We're like, well, these guys didn't do a great job, but it's making my life more entertaining
Yes.
right now because it's fucking
Yes.
awesome. It's so good. So yeah, if you ever go out that way, I would definitely recommend it. I mean, obviously the Mutter is like, that's like the crown
Holy
jewel
grail,
of Philly.
yeah.
And that was so fucking fantastic. But as far as like for the real sciencey dorks like us, you know, you don't have to like go have this like, you know, big fancy experience at this like highfalutin place. Like this was the real nitty gritty.
Yeah.
It was really
Cool.
fucking cool.
That sounds amazing.
Yep. And I actually also went to the Royal College of Surgeons in London, which was vastly beyond anything that I thought I would ever see
Yeah.
in my life. It was just cases and cases and cases and rows and jars of mainly wet specimens. Everything
Cool.
from fetuses that big all the way up, animal fetuses. there was an entire dick collection. All different dicks in jars. Like 40 dicks in jars. And they're all different. You're like, there's a lot of dicks. There was a face. They took somebody's fucking face skin off, and it was just like suspended in this liquid. It was like the coolest shit. And then they had anomalous skeletons and stuff. People that had like bizarre like deformations.
Yeah.
So they had these crazy spines and stuff on display. It was so fucking awesome.
That sounds amazing.
Absolutely was one of the coolest museums I've ever been to. And it was really small too, but they had the research library there as well.
Oh,
So it was like
cool.
back in the day when
Yeah.
people would come, they would like go read in the fancy old-timey London library. And then you'd go and you'd, reference and look at the specimens. It was so fucking cool.
So, little side note, something that a lot of people don't really realize, but is totally a thing, is most historical societies, museums, everything like that, big libraries, have an adjacent research center that you can access as a human being.
It's fucking great.
So if you have a question, COVID has changed a lot of stuff, but if you have a question that you want to research and you know that this museum specifically does, like, okay, this is the county of Zimbabwe and they have a history museum, and if you want to research something about that, you can contact them and say, where is your research center? How can I get an appointment? And they will hook you up. They'll put you in contact with the archivist.
That's amazing.
And you can go and they'll walk you through how to access things
I
like
love
old
that.
documents so you can scan them and have that information if you're looking for a photograph or if you're doing research on, oh my gosh, we had one when I was at the Historical Society that was somebody researching pins of Girl Scouts since the Girl Scouts were started.
That's super random, but cool.
Right?
Okay. All
That's
right.
exactly the kind of stuff you'd have there too.
And we did. We had the whole collection
That's
because there
nuts.
was a lady who lived in
Wow.
Port Townsend who had been collecting this stuff her whole life because she was just fascinated by Girl Scout uniforms. And so she had all of them and they were all labeled, and she dropped them off at the museum and was like, you seem like you could use this. Here you go. And so
And you needed it.
oh man, it was so many boxes, and unfortunately our poor collections manager, she was out of the office, and so she didn't get to say like, yes, this is part of our mission, or no, I'm sorry, we can't take this. And it was just kind of like, okay. And then she came in and they're like, by the way, you now have to put accession numbers on all of these. Good luck.
Thanks. Thank you.
Because every single object that goes into a museum has to be cataloged. If it gets accepted, it has to be cataloged. It has to get a number. It has to have a report done on it to say what kind of condition it's in and what materials it's made out of. What is the provenance? Who gave this to us? Why? What is it about? How does it fit the mission? And so it's files and files and files and files on shit that's like a memorabilia pin or a coin.
Goodness. And
And-
whose job is it to do that?
That would be generally, so museums are always structured a little bit differently, but generally that's the collections manager. They manage the collection. So they oversee like, okay, I know what's here. I have a catalog of these 500,000 items that I know, and I have them in these sections, and this is how they're going to be preserved based on materials mostly. So you'll have a section that's like natural fibers, and you'll have a section that's things like seashells and bad taxidermy, and because they all take different humidity and temperature ranges. There was a room that we used to call Rusty Dusty that was just fucking old farm equipment. People would be like, I found this in my grandpappy's barn back in 1992 here. We'd have to take those statements down, man. And so there's just these racks and racks and racks, and we have to figure out like, okay, what materials are going to interact with these over the long term? How can we best preserve these in situ? Everything has to be quarantined before it can go with the rest of the collection, because the last thing you want is for case-bearing moths or beetles or something like that to get into your collection, because then next thing you know, you have no artifacts.
Right. So you have to make
So-
sure that it's all cleared. How long is the quarantine for that?
It depends on the method that's being used. So if you're freezing something, it goes into the freezer for 2 weeks, which is the easiest, fastest, The Burke had a freezer room that a truck could back up to, and they could just offload boxes into the freezer room.
Neat.
And then they'd be like, okay, great, here's the receipt, here's the contents, slap it on there. Do not open till Christmas date.
Gotcha.
And so that way they can ensure that, hey, this stuff will be without insects. Some things need to be heated, especially wooden items coming from super hot places like Africa and stuff like that. They have to be brought back down to a normal temperature, but that heat has to be increased a little bit to kill anything that might be inside of it, so long as it doesn't have something like tempera paint, which would just burn right off. So you really, really have to be careful about it. And that's where my specialty comes in, is I'm a materials specialist. So chemistry is my jam.
That's awesome.
I
So
love
you know
materials and stuff.
what process that specific thing needs based on what materials it's made out of.
That's what I've
That's a
been
big
going
job.
back to school for, and it's so much work.
Knowing all about all of the different angles.
What
that
kind
you
of
need to pay
steel? When
attention
was
to.
it made? Is it heated? Is it raw? Was it rolled? Because that changes everything.
So what is the degree specifically that you're going for?
I mean,
Badass.
degree.
Yeah.
Badassery.
Yeah, badassery.
Yeah.
To what degree are you going for this degree?
I'm working on my Master's of Museology.
It's fucking badass.
It's so
you
much
see
work.
why I love her? Fucking A.
Right.
Masters of Museology.
It's like, oh, I'm just doing this thing.
It's unfortunately one of the lamest degrees to get. Because there's no
Goodness, what are you talking about?
work.
There's so
There's
much cool
no work.
stuff.
There's so much cool stuff, and I love it, and I super love to geek out about it, but there's no work in it. And so you have all these people who are like, yes, this is so cool, and they wind up being docents because there's just not the work. Because think about how many museums there are. They each get one person like that. So ideally, in a perfect world, I would either become a collections manager or I would become a conservator, and that's 8 more years of schooling.
On top of what you've already done.
Because not only do you have to know all the materials and how they interact and how they're made, you have to know exactly how to apply a reversible way to fix them if they're fucked up.
Gotcha. That's a lot.
Yo, dog, I heard you like chemistry, so I put some chemistry in your chemistry. Will you chemistry?
Wow.
Not to completely derail this, but I also want to know. Gypsy Danger asked if the dicks were packed in like pickles.
Oh, that would be the best!
Crystal,
Pickle
of course
dicks.
you want to know about the pickle dicks. They were individual.
What were the pickle dicks
They
like?
were individual jars per
They were
dick.
individually wrapped
Yes.
pickle dicks?
One
Oh.
jar.
Like a big gherkin?
One dick. That's it. But in a lovely array. It was very
All
lovely
shapes
array.
and sizes.
And a follow-up.
Crystal.
What would you do as a basic way of bringing that artifact in? If you have like a jarred dick that
Oh god, I thought you were
someone
about to ask
says,
about the anchor, and I was going to punch you.
No, we don't have to talk
I love
about
you.
that. I won't do that to you.
Cool.
I want to know
Okay,
if you
pickle
were
dick.
to have someone come in and say, "My grandpa had
My
this pickle
grandpappy
dick
had
since
this pickle dick."
1952."
In the back of his garage since 1952. First
I
of
think
all,
it's historically important for this town.
I would say, okay, what kind of museum are we in? Are we in a dick museum? Sweet, we'll take that. Are we in a natural history museum?
Yeah, it's
We might take that.
Yeah.
Are
okay,
we
yeah.
in a historical society? We
There's
may
some
take that.
historical
But anatomy.
things of it.
Let's say it's an anatomy themed exhibit
Okay.
that you have.
Exhibits are subsidiaries of museums. So an exhibit will travel through stuff, but it's not the property of the museum that it's at.
Okay. So what would you call just like a section of the museum dedicated to said thing that is the actual museum's property?
That would be a permanent installation.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense.
I know there's so much words and
No, it's
stuff.
great.
They're
I'm
hard.
learning shit, man. I don't want to use the wrong words. I want to know the truth.
There's so much vocabulary.
You're inspired by the mystery.
I'm
of it.
inspired by the mystery of
Fair.
what these things
Of
are
these
called.
dicks
I
in
love
a
it.
jar, and
I
how do
love
they
it.
get into a museum? So, the collections manager would, in order to acquire said dick, would give the thumbs up and say, "Yes, we want your dick, sir." And it's a family heirloom. You're not wrong. So then they would say, "Okay, person, you are the donor. how did you acquire this? What is the provenance? And the provenance is the history of this dick in a jar. So, not only was this my grandpappy's dick in a jar, permanent vertical installation. So, not only is this my grandpappy's dick in a jar, but it belonged to his lifelong blood feud partner who had the farm across the valley, and they used to shoot the shit out of each other for fun on Tuesdays, uphill both ways. So you would get that story, you would write it all down, or nowadays they just verbally record it and it becomes part of the oral history. Today
Hey kids, today we'll be digging into the mystery of dicks in jars.
How did they get there tonight at 5?
And where'd they go?
Oh, this is great.
So all of that would be recorded and they'd be like, okay, we now have this dick in a jar. And we've gotten the story from the donor. And they either say, yes, put my name as the donor of that dick in a jar. Or they say, I wish to remain anonymous, please. I don't want anybody to know that my grandpappy cut this guy's dick off 3 generations ago. Only I like him with dick in a box. Very possibly. And then the real work happens. So the collections manager would say, right, so we've got this dick in a jar. We have to really look at this dick now. Okay. What is it? It is a male membrane pickled in a glass jar with a metal lid that has some corrosion on the lower lip on the right side of the L on the ball inscription, and then the dick itself seems to be in this kind of condition. This is the color of the liquid as of this date. Here's the temperature. Here is every bit of information we know about it coming in. Here's just a visual identification. If you're looking at this dick in the jar, you're like, oh man, we've got 30 dick in the jars, but I know that this one is that one.
Awesome.
And then
That's an important job.
it is an important job.
The dick seems to have a mole on this side.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to note that shit.
72 pubic hairs.
But you have to note that shit, because if you
My man
don't,
called it.
Tattoo on there.
there's a ball inscription. On the jar, yes, it's a ball jar. It was 1952. They only had ball jars. Come on.
It's not just a ball jar. You can put dicks in this one.
Yeah, you can put dicks in. It's not just for balls. And so then, after all of this paperwork is recorded, this object would get what's called an accession number. And an accession number is a numbering system that's individual to every museum. Most museums are just like, right, what year did it come in? What number of donation was it? And what number of that donation was it? So it'll be like
Okay.
number dot number dot number. But some do it differently. They'll have it like each section is cataloged by a letter. So it'll be like G45, and you'll know that that's the 45th rack in here. So all museums do it differently, but most of them are like, what year did it come in? What number donation was it? What number was it from that donation? And that way you can kind of get a sense of how many things came in that year, how many things are you about to go wade through to find it. It also kind of gives you a little bit better sense of who was there and cataloged it in case there's some vague description like dick in jar. Boom. Because sometimes that happens. And then if you're trying to find this dick in a jar and the number's rubbed off, you're like, we've got 30 dicks in jars. I don't know which one it is.
I hate when my dicks and jars get rubbed off.
So now, if this accession number is now the catalog number for this object, it is this object's name. It is the thing that distinguishes this object goes with this story, which is why we have this dick in a jar. It is important because of blank. So
Okay.
then the object will somehow have the number attached to it in a way that it can't be separated but is reversible.
What do you mean?
In the 70s, they
yeah.
used to just paint whiteout on shit and then write the number in Sharpie on top of it.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
it was so bad. Like a conservator.
No, that's horrible.
Do you know how many jars of dicks we have?
We need details, people.
So
Our chat's the best.
it's so
fucking
good.
best,
This
dude.
is so great. Cracking up over here. So it's a very serious subject, you guys.
Yes.
So once it has its accession number, it gets photographed, it gets tagged, it gets a home, it gets put in a climate-controlled environment that is good for whatever that object is, and then it waits. And it waits, and it waits, and it waits, and it waits, and it waits. And then somebody comes along, they say, you know what I want to do? I want to do an exhibit of dicks in jars about grandpappies.
And then you're like, I got just the
I
thing.
got your thing, man.
I need only provenance sticks, otherwise they're just sparkling Johnson.
No, if that
Wait,
that
what?
person writes a
doc?
4-page description about a dick in a jar, I love that person. They're making my life so much easier 50 years down the line.
Yes.
Thank you, human being.
Yes.
Because
Which one?
I want. Sorry.
Dick dog.
Dick Doc. All the rich.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, Chidley, Michael? That green is hard to read.
Yes, you can call him Chid. That's his
Okay,
nickname.
Chid. Yes, so Chid asked, but should I also be worried if a museum worker writes a 4-page description of a dick in a jar? No, we want descriptions. But this is where it gets kind of weird. There is a thesaurus of acceptable museum terminology that you have to know to indicate the correct words to use for reference in the computer program that all museums use to catalog their artifacts, which is circa 1995. And now you have to have classes in how to use this computer program from 1995.
Are you fucking serious?
Absolutely.
What the fuck is that?
Because a lot of museums don't have the money to upgrade, and so it's just been the same
That's the
program.
standard. Oh my goodness.
And it has become the standard, and when you go to school for museology, they're like, right, so here's how to use this. Good luck, fuckers.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Available in the gift shop. Thank you, Scott.
Oh, dude. No, I think that, it's interesting. That's a really good point about the thesaurus. So there's very specific terms that everybody needs to know, because sometimes things get lost in translation. Somebody might say one thing that somebody interprets as different, and
another.
you cannot have anything misinterpreted. It has
Yep.
to be very specific terminology. That's a really good point.
Because otherwise you're like, material, paper, what is it? A letter. Okay, so we have an archive of 37 million letters. What fucking paper letter are you looking for? Are you talking about papyrus? Are you talking about lambskin? Or like, what paper do you mean?
And the
paper?
different environments that they need to be in, like climate controlled or whatever,
Absolutely.
because something, might be more susceptible to humidity, which would cause it to degrade faster.
Yep.
So you're right, very detailed stuff. How do you find out, like, okay, for example, you get paper, you get some kind of old timey letter or whatever. How do you determine what that material is?
This is the best. This is the best. Oh my god. So,
I'm so ready. I'm so glad you're so
We're
excited
in.
about this. This is awesome.
so usually you will have an expert that you can call and say, what the fuck is this? Which is great. If you have that expert, sweet. Once you know what material it is, which sometimes is difficult. I have definitely been called of like, hey, can you come over here? We have a thing, and we have 3 different people who say it's 3 different things, and I don't fucking know. And so then we've got like our loops, we've got our light, right? Because spectral data is important. So if you have a spectrometer, you can tell what kind of chemical makeup it has, and then that can lead you to like, oh, this is washi paper. Oh, this is papyrus. Oh, this is just a long grain wool paper from England that some monk made and his shitter. I don't know. So color is very, very important, and you can use raking light, you can use different types of spectral data. They have these really cool things now. You can get a spectrometer that is handheld, and you're just like, boop, because we live in the fucking future.
No way.
It's
There's
so
an app for
cool.
that.
Does it actually decipher the data for you, or is it up to the person to decipher it?
It tells you what the spectral signatures are. So it's got X amount of percent carbon. It's got X amount of percent of this.
That's
It's got-
amazing.
yeah. And so
it
it'll
just
tell you
tells
exactly what
you.
it's made of.
Oh my god, that's so fucking
It's
cool.
so fucking
well, I
cool.
want to get one. Are they affordable?
They're
or are they
about
crazy?
$2,500 for the handheld one. But I really, really want one.
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yes!
Get Corey a spectrometer.
Ah, I would lose my shit.
That would
So
make it so much easier to identify the materials that the boat's made of.
yes, it would make it so much easier to identify everything. But you'd have to, of course, then have like an OBD2 sensor reader book for like, this is what this code means. So once you have determined what it's made out of, you can kind of go, okay, well, this is how we're going to take care of it. But sometimes, this is the really fucked up part, Artists like to make stuff look like what it's not. They
True.
love to.
Yes.
They love to do that.
So you can't trust your eyes.
You can't.
Completely.
So you get your loop and you get in there and you're like, okay, what kind of ink am I seeing? What kind of refraction am I getting from this surface treatment? Is this oh man, we had one that came in. So the one that I was talking about in particular that they were like, we don't fucking know, was a lithograph of a block print that had been reproduced on fabric to look like paper. Yeah.
What?
And this guy was like some local hero. Handheld.
Lube.
Loop. With a P.
With a P. With a big P.
With a big P.
Oh, this is so fun.
So once it has been decided this is what this object is, this is how it was made, this is where it came from, then it can be cataloged and put away, and we can say, hey everybody, we've got these new acquisitions, and then the archivist can take a bunch of cool pictures of it and put it up on the website, and then you can go and just scroll for hours. You're like, I want pictures of tiny chubby boys with curly hair and fun hats, and just like and you can just scroll through. It's the best. You just make some shit up and it's like, here's all the keywords that match that.
I want to scroll through those. Am I allowed?
Yeah, you get in touch with your local research center and say, hey, I want to come do this thing.
Okay.
And then you can just go through the catalog.
Can we have a date? Can we go?
Most of them
that
aren't
someday.
open anymore. Right now, specifically.
Yeah.
Because I've never been to the Burke. And I really would love to go.
Most of the
100%.
people I know who work there no longer work there because everything closed down because COVID.
Son
But I can see what I can do.
Are they open again?
Okay.
I'm going to totally check if they're open again, because that would be super fun. I would love to go see it now that it's done.
In a jar, of course.
Okay, Roxy said she sent the photo. So we're going to...
Send the photo?
It's a bobcat.
Oh my
This
crap.
was
Oh my god, it's so
Las
good!
Vegas.
Look at his little walleyes. He's
Okay,
so
you guys
cute.
don't get to see too.
He's so wall-eyed. Oh my god, that's the best.
I'm glad you found that,
Can
Roxy.
you-
That's really fucking funny.
That's
Can
so
you
good.
make this bobcat? Yes, I know what a cat looks like.
Dude, his
It's like
face,
a
he looks very
fish,
shocked
right?
too. He's like,
Oh! Oh man,
that's really awesome. I love
So
it. It's
bad.
so much
Love
more fun.
it is.
It's so much
it really
more fun.
is.
Oh my
jeez.
goodness gracious. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh,
Okay.
bad taxidermy.
So as far as in your case, museum work, what is your favorite thing to do involving this whole scene? All the things. What gets you the most amped up? And then I want to know Cody's response. So you
Okay.
think about this.
Okay.
Okay, acquiring new
interesting.
acquisitions every time.
Because it's like treasure.
Oh my god,
You're
it's like
getting a box
treasure.
of
It's like
treasure.
the biggest Christmas present ever. Somebody just brings you a box of old shit and they're like, figure it out. And you're like,
So fun.
and you're a lot of times you're getting to see stuff that no human has seen for a century, and they're just like, oh, I found this thing. Meh. And so you've got your cotton gloves on, right? You've got your lights, but you have to be really careful about your lumens and your UV and all that thing. So one of the things that we do is we'll take buffered paper, which is acid free, and you wrap it around your LEDs, which already have a UV protective sleeve on them, and then you can use that bounced light so it's not direct, so you don't damage anything.
Cool.
And then you get to
Okay.
open the boxes. We once got a seashell that had been in a box for 120 years, and it still had fucking water in it. When you poured it
What?
upside down, water came out.
How is that even possible?
I don't even know. It was the craziest thing.
That's so fucking
It was so
cool,
fucking
dude.
cool. And then the person I was working with was like, okay, I want you to go through the rest of that box because this is weird and I don't want to touch it. And I was like, yeah! Actually, I was like, okay, let's see what we've got. How heavy is this? Very measured. Okay.
Meanwhile, in her brain,
So you were mentioning before about like getting some of these boxes with the most random shit of all time in
Oh,
it.
yeah.
What the fuck?
Some
Cody seemed like that was one of the favorite things that he experiences from your stories is the stuff that gets brought to you that's random. You were like, this is so awesome.
My favorite's just the way that it, especially at a
it totally
smaller
smelled like
research
swamp
center.
ass.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
Since it's a smaller research center, they always seem to get a bunch of weird stuff. And it's like, a lot of times it's like grandma's quilt collection, but it's like the quilt collection for the last 200 years, but it's like everyone in town's quilt. So it's like actually the history in fiber works of this town and the styles as they progress. Like they could do an entire exhibit just on that. So it seems weird at first, and then you can dig into it. It's like there's a story here. There's like always a story to the stuff that's coming in.
That's so cool.
Including the like 15 organs or whatever it was.
Oh my god. They had 12 like big church organs.
And no space for them.
No
So
space, but they
given
kept
to them.
getting these organs because there
Like
had been
pipe organs?
Yes, there had been an organ maker in town. And so every church, which there's one every block there, and they're all Victorian and they're all in the historical registry, so they can't be torn down. And they're like, fuck it, we're going to renovate. We're a B&B now. Take this organ. Do you know how many organs I have moved twice?
Whoa. That's cool, though. Did you play the organs?
No, absolutely not.
What? It's not as
You
fun.
can't
if you
play
can
with them.
Well, you
They're
can't play with them
artifacts.
because they're going to fall apart. I had to move one, and the top, like, very carefully, we got it on glidey casters so there would be no vibrations, and we brought it across the floor and we put it in its final place. We've got our gloves on, we're being very careful, and I turn around to walk away and I just hear pop, crack, 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 and a piece had like popped off the top and just went whee, because the humidity in the building was different than the humidity where it came from. And as we moved it into the new location, it was colder and cooler, and so it shrank, and the rabbit skin glue that had been holding it together for 2 years popped.
Fuck. That's
It sucks so bad.
Dude. But you know, you guys can do your best. All you can do is do your best.
Absolutely. But every time something like that happens, you have to write an incident report. You have to write a report and
Yeah,
be like,
yeah,
this is when this thing happened. It did not come to us in this state. And then you have to put it with that big ass sheet of like, this is exactly what this object is.
So what's the funnest shit that you've gotten given to you that's been like a treasure hunt digging through?
Oh, it was pretty sad, but it was really amazing.
We just went through a whole range of emotions there real quick. I'm really wondering where we're going. That was really cute. I love you so much.
Well, I was really excited, and I was like, oh, but it's so sad. Oh, but it's really beautiful.
What is it?
So
I need to know.
this lady who had lived in town was an artist, and she was really poor off, and there was a building in town that would let her pay her rent in paintings. And so they'd be like, no, it's cool, just paint us something, you can stay another month. And so she had this huge prolific body of work, and she would give art away and spend it like money. And everybody in town like knew of her, and she was getting kind of up there, and her art was still trying to be these really beautiful, well-rendered little landscapes, but they started being made out of like corners of postcards that were gouache together and then drawn on and then had splashes of paint on them because she was starting to lose her eyesight, and she was running out of money for materials. And so she was just using whatever she could find to keep making. And we get this box, and the collections manager was like, all right, so we have this art from this really notable artist in town who has passed away, and we don't get to keep it all because her family is going to come and choose what they want. But this was everything that was removed from her apartment, and they brought it to us first because they didn't want anything to happen to it. And so I'm just like, okay! And so I open up the box, and there's this little handwritten and beautiful script note that says, Port Townsend, the last perfect place.
Aww.
And underneath was all of these, like, decades of her work, of landscapes, of local caricatures. She used to sit in and be the illustrator for the town court and stuff, and so she would do all the doodles and stuff, and then she would go home and do really scribbly ones of what she really thought. And so you would have the, like, interpreter who was there capturing the moment, writing what happened, and then her like, oh, he's fucking lying. And it was It was really amazing, and we got to see these works that had never been given out, that were just really personal, and it was like this journal of her life living in this place at the end of the world, and it was so beautiful. And we were just, we were crying, but like standing back here and being like, okay, what else is in here? And it was so beautiful and so touching and so amazing.
It's
and
so
just
special that you got the
so
honor of going through
special.
all of that.
And it felt like this human being was just exuding their essence right there in this box. And then her family came and took all the best ones.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. But they would have been really great to stay in the museum collection and go on exhibit. So everybody can enjoy them.
That's true. That is true.
It was...
That's pretty neat, though.
It was one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to experience as a new acquisition. Because usually you get sometimes some weird things that you have to figure out. Sometimes some really cool things. We're like, oh, wow, this is fucking cool. But that one was really special.
That is.
It was really special.
So I'm curious, what is the oldest things that each of you guys have handled?
Well, that T-Rex skull is a pretty big one.
Beyond that, though, like as far as like handmade human artifact, what have you, Cody? Can you think of what is the oldest?
Well,
I
wait, but
haven't gotten
first
to
we have
handle a
to
lot.
ask him what his favorite thing that he's gotten to handle in the
You're
exhibits.
gonna make me follow that?
Yeah,
You see
go
this?
for it. Go for it. Follow it.
Yes.
It's hard because I didn't touch a lot of artifacts, but I built a lot of stuff for the museums. Or I was working in the same industry for 2 years, and I would build the exhibits and install them. And my favorite one, like the one I'm most proud of, is under the arch in St. Louis. There are 2 tables that I built, and one of them is a mock version of the other, because one of them had to be an actual table that was in the style of the time, and it was just a little side table that they needed a replica of. And so I got to do that one, and it's the first thing I 3D printed too, because I didn't like how they had drawn the thing, so I redrew my own in our modeling program and then 3D printed it.
Cool. That's
So
so
it was
fun.
just like this little, it looked like one of the little table things for the pizza boxes.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah,
I
yeah, for sure.
Took that and built a
Barbie
tiny
tables,
crate
yeah.
for it,
them.
and then stapled it inside of one of our crates going to the show so that my boss would find that crate.
So there was a miniature table of that table that he had built that was
Inside
just
of a
like, this
miniature
is
crate
corrected.
that I made that matched the crate
my
that it
God,
was shipped inside of.
And so it was a table in a crate and a
So
table in a crate.
fun.
It was so cute.
That's awesome.
That was my favorite. I'm frustrated, so I'm gonna make you
love that.
laugh so you can see my frustration.
Oh, I think that's great.
I built this beautiful little table, and then I knocked up a crappy version that could be painted to look right. Because it was just like, we just need one that's going to be where people can touch it and be like stout, and then like the really pretty one. And that was probably my favorite because it was in a style I really liked. It's a Federalist style table. So it was like this little half table with a bunch of what should have had a bunch of marquetry, but we didn't have the time to install that, so we just made it as similar as possible, and then they painted a bunch of the detailing.
Fake it till you make it, folks.
10-foot rule.
It's so fun.
It was a lot of fun. As far as my favorite artifacts, one of my favorites from not even when I was working there, but going to see the research center, was seeing the Starrett tools.
Oh, yeah.
Like we're both makers. We really appreciate tools, and we were getting a little tour of the research center, and they had these 2 really
Beautiful
utilitarian boxes.
They were gorgeous.
And they were intended to come to a work site and be set up as like a wood shop table that could be set up anywhere they were.
This
But
is
the
from
tools-
the 1800s, by the way, so there are
Hold on.
nothing electric.
Oh yeah. And so you open it up, and it's like tools that you could have on little sliding things, and it was all Legoed out so that you could
Cool.
reach into the bottom of the box without having to pull everything out. And that's neat anyway. But then we got the story of it, and it was the Starrett Mansion in Port Townsend. If you look up Port Townsend, usually they show a picture of this mansion. And the Starrett Mansion was built by Starrett, and then he was also a really famous
Staircase
maker.
Yeah.
And isn't that where the tool company comes from? Mm-hmm. So this wicked high-end tool company. If you have a Starrett measuring device, you're probably really, really into it.
Yeah.
And like it's a super nerd niche thing. But,
But they are such good
they're
tools.
such good tools. And to see the the things that made this town what it is, like the things that made the sweeping staircases in all the Victorian houses and made like everything what's really beautiful about this town.
We should totally drop a link to the Starrett Mansion so people can
should.
see the
That'd be really
staircase.
cool.
It's insanity. By the way, if anybody's interested, the Starrett Mansion is for sale in Port Townsend in Uptown on the fucking hill, and it's
you
painted
and 6 families
orange.
could live there and not talk to
And
each
it's
other.
a 10
huge.
bath, 10 bedroom Victorian mansion, all wood.
What the fuck?
it's
How much is this house?
1.5
see.
million.
That's it?
That's it.
I got you,
I mean,
Dusty.
that's so much
No.
money, but that's
Oh,
it.
okay. Yeah, let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's ridiculous. It's $1.5 million. But considering that my house is worth about $700,000
Yeah.
right now, that's not that much
Yeah.
for a 10-bedroom, 10-bath
Yeah.
Victorian mansion that's
Yeah.
in
Right.
reasonable.
It's in gorgeous
Condition.
condition. Yeah. So if anybody wants to go in on a house,
We only
I
need 2
do
bedrooms.
want to.
yeah,
sweet.
good
That
job,
is-
Dusty.
Yay, Dusty.
beat me to
It
it.
is currently, even though it's for sale, it is a B&B. So you can just go stay there. You can give somebody
Yeah.
money and go stay in this amazing mansion.
Check
It's
out Port Townsend.
so
check out
cool.
the amazing Victorian houses. They thought it was going to be Washington's. They thought
They
it
thought it
was
was
going
gonna
to
be
be what
Seattle.
Seattle is.
Yeah.
And so they had built this all up and got it ready for seaport action back in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this cute little seaside town with a bunch of beautiful Victorian buildings in it.
It
And
flopped. It
this-
flopped because the railroad never came out there
Aw.
because they were expecting everything to come down from Alaska during the gold rush and everything. I'm like, sweet, everybody has to come into the United States from right here. Sweet. So there are photographs of these huge windjammers just
yeah.
anchored out in Port Townsend Bay.
Giant ships.
And they straight up did like the Denny regrade where they just took the fire hoses and removed half of the hills
Sure.
to bring everything back down.
Yeah.
They did that in Port Townsend.
Really?
Yeah, so downtown is just
Oh,
all
man, I had no
carved
idea.
away rock. They took giant fire hoses and went, "We want this lower." Yeah. It's insane.
That's a big
And they were
deal.
like, "We're going to bring the train in here. It's going to be so cool." And the train came down what is now Water Street for about 20 years, and then everything went bust because nobody was coming through there. They were all going through Seattle because it was easier.
But it's for sale. This place is
Yeah.
for sale. I'm
Yeah.
still sticking on the.
Yeah.
And it's being used
Yeah.
as a B&B.
Yeah.
So there's money to be made from it.
Yeah,
Yo.
because Port Townsend is a tourist town.
Dude. Roxy's like, that's it. I'm moving. Good.
Right?
Fucking
Yeah.
We had her and Chris came out and we showed them all the mountains and everything. And like, we love it. I'm
Oh,
like, fucking A, come
You
on.
can stand in Uptown and see Mount Rainier and Mount Baker, the Cascades, and the Olympics.
Oh, from one
like
spot.
off in
that
one
shit.
spot.
Beat that shit.
You-
It's
every-
so
it's
good.
like
Beautiful
360
volcanoes
mountains.
And yeah, it
with
looks
glaciers.
With glaciers.
Glacier. I'm from Florida. Just a glacier, like glacier. That was like, oh yeah, like
Those
who
exist,
sees
I guess.
glaciers? That's like in like Antarctica. You know, like I didn't ever think that I would live in view of glaciers, and sadly, they're going away very fast.
They
so
are.
I'm glad that
They
I
are.
am getting to see them right now, and they
Right.
may or may not still be around.
They may not exist in 20 years.
but I appreciate the glaciers for right now.
I really appreciate the glaciers because they bring fresh water down to our towns.
Yeah, it's crazy how bald Rainier is now.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
yeah,
I've
it's
never
wicked.
seen it that empty.
No.
Ever.
Yay, Florida
None of
folks.
us have. It's crazy. When we drove out there, I think it might have been when Roxy and Chris were out here. We drove up, and seeing there's like one whole side
It's
that
just naked.
you couldn't see from like this angle that we normally see from here. But we were driving around, and I was like, "Oh my god! Like I've never seen that much rock. What the fuck?" And then I flew over. Actually, on the way to Vegas, I flew
Yay!
over it. And you can see the crater at the top. There is exposed rock ring around the
No,
top.
there's not.
I'll show you.
I've never
Oh
seen
my
that before.
god.
It was like seeing it from that angle. I was like, "Oh, we're fucked."
Yeah.
There's rock, exposed rock ring at the very top. It's
That
not good.
snowpack is supposed to be a cubic mile of glacier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Things
That
change.
sucks.
Things
Well, the world's
change.
burning down. but
Yeah.
Here we are.
But you know, that's why we have to appreciate what we have while we have it, because we
Mm-hmm.
can't always be like, "Oh, I'll go next time. Let's, maybe
Mm-hmm.
later I'll go see these glaciers." Like, go enjoy it and see everything, because shit's burning down left and right. Shit's melting. Everything's changing.
Yep.
You know, like you have to enjoy the moment the best that you can and see everything that you can, because nothing is forever.
Nope.
Nothing.
Nada. Not even taxes.
No.
All we have to do is eat the rich.
Yeah,
What?
Death and taxes.
We one billionaire.
But you
Don't
know what?
get the hint.
The only thing that is certain is that when you want a shake, the shake machine is down.
Yes. You are
Roxy
not wrong.
Wrote a song about it.
Yes.
Her and Chris's
That's awesome.
band, Crimson Riot, as their original band, and it's one of the best fucking songs. It's about.
That's amazing.
One of the lines is the only. I don't remember exactly. The only thing that's certain is death and taxes, and the shake machine is always down.
Yes.
And it's fucking true.
Truth.
That's great.
It's so true. Sad but true. Gosh darn right. But anyway, now that we went off on a rant, yay, good. I'm glad you put that link in for their new album. It is fucking awesome. Any of you guys that have not heard Crimson Riot's new album or even their old album, please check it out. It's fucking awesome.
I will certainly be checking that out.
It's so
Plug,
good.
plug,
It's
plug,
so
plug.
good. Yeah, it's legit good. It's so good. I love it.
How good is it? Sorry.
It's so good. And it's called It Took an Apocalypse, and they released it during this crazy
Shit,
fucking
yeah.
pandemic.
That's
dude. It's
awesome.
really good. It's really, really good. So, okay, so we know where your main study lies as far as this goes.
Yeah.
Cody, tell me about you and your incredible long list of accomplishments.
This man
What
does
is
everything.
your focus? What have you done? What are you doing? Lay it on me.
Okay, before we do that, I want to
do
preface this.
anything.
I want to preface this with when I met this guy, when he broke into my house and drank all my beer, he was like, "Yeah, I just moved here from Chicago. I'm going to go to Colorado and like run a snowplow. It's going to be great." And I was like, "Who the fuck are you? What?" What?
Well, not snowplow.
just
I wanted
does
to
that?
push the snow up the hill for the ski resorts because
Okay,
they're really
Sisyphus.
neat. Yeah, it's like the
really
perfect
neat. You're
nihilist
so cute,
task.
Cody. Jesus Christ.
Right? So since then, this man has had 4 different careers, traveled, like backpacked Europe with me,
I just sit around.
gone and done so much cool shit. When I met him, he was working in a costume shop and now he builds rocket ships. Like, could I get a better Buckaroo Banzai? No!
I mean,
You're perfect!
I think I figured out if you include gigs and like specific jobs that aren't just like
Yeah,
I think
you've
I've
done
had like
everything.
22 jobs.
What
Which
are
is,
the
like,
most
different
notable
retails and-
things? Tell me about some of your most notable jobs or career.
I
Choices.
spent a lot of time selling fun, which was really great.
What does this mean?
I sold fun.
How do you sell fun? I want to buy fun.
bicycles, and I sold costumes and holiday gear, and like I spent a lot of time in those 2 industries for retail. Like my retail time was thrift stores, and I worked for a costume shop in Northgate that's now closed. I worked for them for like 4 years
And that place
total.
is totally fun. So
They
you're
were so
definitely
fun.
selling
Yeah.
fun out there. Yes.
And then the bicycle shop, I literally just talked about people about bicycles every day. That was in Chicago. So when I lived there, that was my longest job while I was there. And I would go between 5 different shops. So one was like downtown, one's up next to Wrigleyville, one of them was out wherever. And then another one was in the South End. And the South End one, I was always there on Sunday. So you know in the Blues Brothers, when they go down to that giant market and they're trying to get Aretha Franklin to join them, and they do the respect song, it was like 2 blocks from where that was shot.
Really? Fun.
And so every Sunday I get to go to that market and get like amazing street food and then talk to people about bicycles all day.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah.
You're
It was-
right.
it
So
was really
fun.
nice.
So you were a proprietor of fun.
A proprietor
For
of fun.
quite
That's
some
going
time.
on my business card.
I love
Yes.
proprietor
Like
of
it.
fun.
Stolen.
Yes. Actually, it might say that on my Happy Time business card. Babe, what does it say on my business card? It says something to the effect of, maybe it's not proprietor, but it's, I don't remember, but it says
trying to
something
go-
about glitter and fun.
You are made of glitter and fun.
So, okay,
from
so
there-
you enjoyed that. That was obviously really enjoyable experience for you. But then,
Moved
what?
back to Washington, and I actually started working with Braden at the car shop. So they made.
Oh yeah, he made hot rods.
Yeah, I made. I was the assembler, and I would deliver stuff. So I would drive to all the powder coaters and pick up all the powder coated and ceramic
in a hot
coated stuff.
rod.
It was in a racing a Dodge truck that they had set up for racing, and he was always mad I took so long because I'd go the speed limit. It's like, yeah, but I have like delicate equipment in the back of the truck now. Like I'm gonna.
He's like, come on, it's a racer.
Roxy.
Come on.
Oh.
Oh,
Appreciate
thanks,
it.
Rox.
Thank you.
You're so sweet. I'm sure Corey appreciates
I
that.
do.
Mama.
Thank you. Anyway.
So we, I did that for a while, and then this lady that I had broken into the house of, and she was making beer, so I stayed. Offered to let me come work, or said I should come work with her, because I went
He
to
was
school.
really cute, and I didn't want him out of my sight.
I went to school for technical theater, so it was all of the backstage work. I like to say that I minored in
Corsetry.
corsets
Yeah.
because I'm really good at setting them up really quickly and like doing fast
Awesome.
changes
So
with them,
good at
because we did a
corsets.
bunch of shows where you had to like get someone out of a corset into a different style thing and then put it together.
That's
and get them
awesome.
out the
Yeah.
door.
I might need some
Yeah.
help with my corsets
It's
before
super
you
fun.
go,
He's
because
so
I need
good.
some like relacing.
He's so good.
Oh yeah,
Thank
totally.
Sick. Man, see, I didn't even
Right?
know this. We're learning so much right now. This is amazing.
But I did that. I ran. I did a bunch of lighting stuff. I did a bunch of audio stuff. Like, it's why we want to start a podcast, because Corey wants to do materials, which I think
do.
this is a great example of why you should.
I know.
We just have to like actually set up the system, and we also did makeup and all of the costume.
He taught me how to
making,
do makeup. I had no
it was
idea.
so fun. Like it was
That's
a great
awesome.
education. Yeah.
You did give her a makeover, and she was.
Sometimes
Sold?
we do some stuff.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
Mostly
You
I
do your
point-
own makeup?
Sometimes I need to do more makeup stuff.
Yeah, you do.
I'm trying to figure out a good wizard costume that still has like I want to do glitter makeup that shows off my cheekbones,
There's
so it's like
such good cheekbones.
Yes.
spacey glitter stuff that's still subtle enough that'll work with a wizard costume.
Yes.
I think
What
it'd be a
about
lot of
glitter
fun.
beard? Have you jumped on the glitter beard train? Because I think that looks so
that'd
fun.
be
Love it.
I should glitter beard.
Yes.
I could be glitter beard the warlock.
Can I get a hell yeah for a Cody with a glitter beard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glitter beard, Cody. Okay.
So
So,
I did that,
fucking badass makeup artist, corset guy.
Yeah.
And then
Fucking
I used the
fantastic.
knowledge of carpentry from that and just kind of growing up with carpenters to get this job at a wood shop. And so we made hardwood furniture for geeks and gamers.
We made custom heirloom hardwood furniture for geeks and gamers.
Like
played
the
with
big
my wood all
fancy
day.
tables,
Like the
right?
big fancy fucking tables that were like Decepticons, because you would open a drawer and there would be
Oh,
insets for your Xbox, and then the tabletop would come back and there would be space for your miniatures so you could set up your war and then make the table and then pull away the table when you were done and still have your whole thing set out. We
Wow.
did
Yeah.
tables
sounds
that
fancy.
would have like little bits that pulled out and then flipped up and would be your DM screen that were hardwood that were
I
laser
still
cut.
want that.
Yeah,
It's
we
like
did all kinds of
intrinsic
shit.
in the table. And like little
Wait,
little things that go down below.
Bethany, do you know Tall Drew? Like Stoner Drew? Do you know him?
I mean,
That would be so weird.
Because holy shit, that would be hilarious.
we'll call him Tall Drew.
We did call him Tall Drew, but he was always fucking stoned.
Was he taller than you?
I don't know. I don't
don't
remember.
think so.
He was about my height.
Yeah, he was about your height.
Dang.
But he was, oh yeah, he was just kind of this cool guy, you know? And he just came to
He
the
was
shop
super
to do
chill.
his job. And he was just real chill and super cool. And it'd be like, Drew, I need blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay. This one
and
time.
then just appear.
Yeah, and just
nice.
That was
appear.
great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I worked.
I don't know if it's the same guy.
No,
I threw wood through table saws for them for a couple years, and then we went on our backpacking trip through Europe and spent 3 months doing that. And
3.5.
about a year
Yeah.
afterwards, I went back and became their
No, it was 4
the
months.
department manager for the section of the shop that I was working in.
Oh, awesome.
So that was really great. It was nice to be able to go back because
Manager
it was a
Yeah.
special community. It was this.
It was a special community.
The people that worked there were really into it. They were kind of underpaid severely, so
Severely underpaid.
like I was making 16 an hour as a manager of a department in a wood shop,
Jesus.
and it's
Yeah.
way too little. And yeah, it was a beautiful community though, and so we got to
That's
spend time with good
good.
people. We met Lizzie and Nate through there,
did,
and
and
Greg, and like a bunch
Greg.
of these
We love
much more
Greg.
interesting people than me for sure.
That's not
And
true.
they are you and them are the reason that we want to have a house full of toys and
Yes.
fun a fun
Yay!
life, because they have a similar
Awesome.
aesthetic where they are toy collectors, and so they have like a huge board game area and a huge,
Yeah,
like,
they have a
every
board game
surface
room.
is, like,
Oh,
collectible toys.
awesome. Oh, I like these guys already.
Oh, I think you met them at our wedding, actually. Do you remember when we were like, no, you give the best hugs, and Lizzie gives the best hugs, and we want
Oh
to
my
see you
gosh.
guys have a hug
I'm pretty
because
sure
the
a war
universe will
ended when you
divide
did
by
that.
0. Do you remember that hug? Because I remember that hug. It was like the second best part about my wedding.
Oh my god. No.
We actually had the weddings just to make it happen.
Yeah,
And we don't
I'm
even
really
remember.
thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know. I was also the manager of your wedding.
You
so I
were.
was a little
You were
preoccupied.
on that shit, and I
Your wedding
appreciate
manager.
you to no end because I was just like, I'm doing my wedding from 3 time zones away while I build this museum, and I'm doing it by myself, and I don't know what to do, Sammy.
And I'm like, I got you. What do we need to do?
Super
We're getting shit done.
duper.
It's like, delegate to me, and we will make sure that shit is handled and done, and you are not going to stress. If you stress at all, you come to me. No more stress.
This woman saved my wedding.
Oh, it would have been just fine without me, but I think it was probably less stressful.
It would not
was
have
way
been just
smoother.
fine without you. You were like butter.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So if
Thank you
anybody
for
needs to
being-
hire somebody that can handle
She
shit
was the
and
ringleader
take
for
care
our
of a-
circus wedding.
It was circus themed, and I was the ringleader. How
It was pretty
cute
great.
is that? Yeah, that was the coolest fucking wedding. It was so
Aw,
cool.
thanks, friend.
Yes, it was so good. It was so fun.
Anyway,
It was really fun.
let's
I'm like,
continue.
yeah, and I'm like, we can talk about this forever, but no, Cody, I want you to continue.
I was there too. It was a pretty big day for me.
You were.
It's kind of cool.
And you looked so handsome.
Thank you.
Yo.
Did. Oh
My
my
mom
god, I
made
wish
my
you guys could
jacket.
see this coat that he wore.
Actually,
Oh, it's on the
I
street.
posted a photo.
splash page.
Yay.
Let me see. Hold on.
Anyway, so okay, aside from woodshop manager and
Oh, while I was doing that, I taught skiing up at Stevens Pass,
Yeah.
which was super fun. I got to teach a bunch of people how to like fall downhill like a year after I learned how to ski. So
Oh, that's
I
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
fooled them into thinking I could ski.
There's Cody's wedding outfit.
so sexy.
And he's wearing a clown nose.
He is. We had the best clown noses.
I love it. It's so fucking
It's
cute.
one of
So
my
great.
favorites.
It's so cute. It's great. Okay, so you taught
Skiing.
people skiing,
Yeah.
which is another totally like important, serious thing.
Yeah.
That's random. That's on your
Yeah.
fucking resume. I
right.
love it.
And then
Holy
while
shit.
I was doing that on the weekends, I did that for a season. And then once that season was over, I worked for our place as a bouncer. Because if I don't talk and I try not to smile, I can be intimidating for about 3 minutes, which is as long as you need a bouncer to be intimidating.
Yeah.
And that was also amazing because it was just karaoke night every time.
Oh,
so
man,
I
it was
like
so great.
hang out and listen to karaoke.
I used to go just to listen to the karaoke.
Yeah.
Because I was like, this is the fucking best. There were these amazing. Who was that guy who would get up and do like all the Disney songs with the great
right?
falsetto?
I have no idea.
Ah, so good.
Just on point every
yeah,
time.
every time. That bitch could hit
awesome.
the high notes.
That's awesome. I dig it.
And then
Yeah.
I'd like do that until whenever, and then wake up at 2 hours later and go to work at the wood shop.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Oh man. Yeah, that sucked.
It was rough.
Wow.
It was so rough. And
I
then
can be intimidating if I want to, once in a while.
You know,
It's
if
like
you
a
don't
long
open your
respawn
mouth,
time. Yeah.
like if you just said no words, because you're
If I-
so gigantic. Yeah. If you
It's
you
like-
had your eyebrows like yes. That
Except like in the shot, I look like Beaker.
See, as
it
soon
falls
as you
apart.
start talking, you're like, oh my god, he's just the sweetest person ever.
Right?
Same thing with
Right?
Baby J.
Oh, yeah,
no.
Baby
He
J's
looks
the same.
intimidating,
favorite.
and as soon as he opens his voice, he's
You're
like,
just like,
hello,
Oh,
I'm
you're
just
just
very
a nice
sweet.
person.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah.
you're totally not intimidating.
Come here and give me a hug,
So you can
motherfucker.
pull it off
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
just get the eyebrows
Oh my
going.
God.
Yeah.
Good. I can give good face.
Yeah. But literally, like, you can't hide how kind and sweet of a person
Right?
as soon as you open your fucking mouth, man. You're just one of the sweetest people that I've ever known in my whole life.
Oh,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Like a big teddy bear. Big teddy bear. Okay, so then after that,
In
What did
addition
you
to
do?
that,
yes.
Oh yeah,
Also-
I did burlesque for a while as well. And
Oh,
so the same
awesome.
thing is like
I was
stay up
waiting
till,
for you to
like,
bring
2
it
in
up,
the
but I was
morning.
going to talk about something else. Anyway,
Oh, okay.
he is amazing at
Okay.
burlesque. He is
I won a
such a good
shocking amount of,
performer.
like sex toys from competitions.
We do have a story about that.
I've never got to see you do burlesque, and I'm so sad I never
he's
got to come out and see it.
I only did it for a little while. When I went back to school for drafting and engineering, I cut it out because I just didn't have the time. There was
no time,
Because there's just like a solid 16 to 20 hours for each act just to sort it out, get the
Sure.
costume ready, and like.
Yeah.
So it was like my secret little passion for a while, and I just go do that and like make people listen to Portishead while I put on a dress.
Yep.
And
It was so sexy. Oh
was
my
so
god.
fun.
One of my favorite memories is coming home one day and it was my work boots and Cody's work boots and my high heels and Cody's high heels. And I was just like, yeah, I want to marry this man. He's the perfect human.
Fantastic.
They were 10-minute heels. So,
They
like,
were bitchin' stilettos with a really nice blue black fade.
They
made
How
him
cool.
bad
7
did
feet
your feet
tall.
hurt though
So
after
bad.
that? Like
So bad
so
after
bad.
like 15 minutes.
Swiss Army couple. Thank you,
Yeah.
Roxy.
I know, it's like a never-ending well of amazingness right here. Seriously.
He also taught me how to sew. I
Oh,
had
yeah.
no idea how to stitch a damn
Okay,
thing before I met
this
this
is what
guy.
Corey does. This is what Corey does when she's like, I want to learn something. She thinks like, okay, yeah, I'll just make the hardest possible thing using
not
the
true.
hardest possible materials to work with, and then it'll just be perfect.
I was like, I want to make that. These are pretty. Cody's like, Corey, those are curtains and bed sheets. I was like, I know, but they're so pretty, and I want to make that.
No, you can totally use like curtains and bed sheets. You should definitely use Goodwill curtains and bed sheets anytime you're sewing stuff. Like if you need a practice run on
Oh,
a
yeah.
pattern,
It's
I
way
love
cheaper
getting
than going to the
cheap
fabric
sheets
store.
and
Good
just
call.
making a
Yeah.
cheap sheet version.
That's actually a really good
It's
point.
super
I like
useful.
that. Okay.
And one of the things that Corey wanted to make when she learned how to sew.
We're talking about
was,
you right now.
17th century, like the French royal dresses, and so it's like the full bell style, accurate.
That's
and
amazing.
She chose, so it's a really difficult
screamed a
project. You have to
lot.
do boning, which is ridiculous. Like
I
boning is way too
screamed
complicated.
a lot.
And you had to do it out of a damask and a like tulle
Satin.
material and a satin material.
Yeah.
And none of them want to go the same direction. They all want to slide different directions because
shit.
their grains are different. And so she had to learn how to work around all that. And
you
totally
taught her, right?
busted
Because
it.
Yeah,
you
he
knew?
did. He taught me all
taught
of
you,
that.
You're a fucking badass.
Right? I
I
was
showed
just
her,
like,
this is how you do it. Here's the test version. Now let me see you do it. You're doing it right. I'm leaving.
no, it was.
Here's
Maybe
the metal.
let's learn about tension for a second.
yeah.
I was like, oh, stupid sewing machine is stuck again. And he's like, welcome to sewing. It's your angry time. I can go turn on
always
some
listen
metal.
to metal.
That's
I really
awesome.
like Viking metal, especially like the epic stuff
Fuck
that's
yeah.
like flowing and then has like a yelly section, so I get to yell along with it.
Yes.
It works real well.
It does.
That's awesome.
10
Yeah,
out
you
of
got to
10.
have the correct soundtrack.
Yeah.
For the moment
Oh,
at
yeah.
hand.
Exactly.
And that's the one right there. That's
Yep.
great.
Cleaning is ska and sewing is metal.
Dude, a lot of times with cleaning, I put on like cheesy, like early 90s dance stuff. Like
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
dance now. And like rhythm is a dancer and shit. And I'm like, oh, I'm cleaning. Like
you're
I'm
like,
having
"Get
such
into
a
it."
good
You're
time.
pumped.
And it's so cheesy. I know it's so fucking cheesy.
Everything's
but
better with a montage.
it pumps me up. It does. We need a montage.
Even Rocky had a montage.
Montage.
Welcome to karaoke night.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
there's a picture of the final product.
Well, it's not okay. So I don't have a picture of it finished. I have a picture of it almost finished. But on the dress mannequin and everything. Anyway, Cody
Oh.
continuing to be a badass.
While
so
she was doing that, I put together a fop costume using that wedding
in like
jacket.
2 days.
And I wanted really big crossover lapels in gold damask, and so I found some gold damask and made it fit onto an existing vest. So I just had to make the fake front piece.
Yeah.
And mine was like a 2-day project, and was like, I'm just gonna rip this together and we'll like use these things. I'm done. And Corey's
I
like,
love
I am building a giant fucking monster.
the panniers were insane.
The panniers were everything.
They were insane. So this is the dress before I got the
Closer.
last of the bottom stitched off. Stitched on.
Wow,
So you can kind of like
you made that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it,
that's beautiful.
It was a lot. It's got 13 bones in it.
Wow.
And then I made a tiny hat to go with it.
The tiny hat is everything.
The tiny hat is everything. I really love the tiny hat.
Oh my god.
So this is the
Right.
tiny
Little
little hat to go
fascinator.
with it. Little fascinator.
Oh, no shit. That is so fucking cute.
It was. And then it was like,
Love
oh shit, it's the pandemic, so I made a little matching mask.
Oh, with the tassels.
Right?
With little tassels.
Oh, that's amazing. Holy fuck.
I thought I was
It was
funny.
so fun.
You are so fun. For your wedding, you guys had little tiny hats too. And I came over and we decorated the tiny hats, and it was so fucking fun.
Everyone who was awesome enough to help me with my wedding, because Cody and I were like, well, shit, if we ask all the people we want to be in our wedding ceremony, we won't have any guests. We'll just have like a wedding ceremony. So
That's great.
we'll
Yay.
get people incorporated who we want to be part of our wedding and see what their strengths are, and we'll make a super fun event where all of our friends get to hang out and be awesome. And so anyone who was helping specifically with Cody's stuff don't you do that? Got a little boutonniere with a great big feather, and anyone who was helping with sort of my stuff got a little hat that they got to decorate. It was
So fucking cute.
amazing.
It was great.
It was the
was so
best
fun.
wedding. It was the best party. We just had a 3-day party.
Just
Yeah.
the
It
best
was great.
party.
Yeah, one
It
day
was so
I
good.
went to just the
the
best
best
party.
Okay, so what happens after your amazing sewing ability, which is also a very valuable
Right?
fucking skill?
He's
Well, it was the
amazing.
theater thing too. It was like we had to be able to upholster, and we had to be able to throw together something that will look like, it will at least look similar to the style of clothing within a day or two of for like when we're making costumes for shows, because they have to match a century, and the centuries have their own silhouettes, and as long as you match that, it works well enough.
Totally.
And it was
You're right,
community
that's
theater,
important
so
stuff.
it's like show up with pants and a shirt, and I'll make the jacket work. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. How fun.
Yeah.
So we did that for a while.
And then what about museums? How did you get into
Oh,
museums?
one time my wood shop closed down, and we're not going to go into that, Corey, but they closed.
closed.
It wasn't my fault. They didn't burn down, and so I took the summer off basically, or a couple months off.
Yeah, take a
and
couple months off.
got to relax for a minute because we had been doing all of that on top of itself. It was like the longest amount of time I had just not had to work for a minute. And then Corey was working at the museum
Pacific,
shop,
yeah.
and so I applied to them and did my interview, and that went really well. And I started up at their shop as a carpenter, and so I started
Awesome.
building. Like that's where I got to build a bunch of like actually the stands that we were cleaning. I built a couple of those at the Burke Museum.
Awesome.
I got to do an install in St. Louis and another one in where was all over Seattle. That was really
Yeah,
fun.
we did a
it was
lot in
nice doing the
Seattle.
ones in Seattle.
That's
and
neat.
I-
You got to travel with that too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We did California, Hawaii, St. Louis, the East Coast, like all
We
everywhere.
did the East
And how
Coast.
awesome you get to do it together. Like how
Sometimes,
special is that?
sometimes they would let us work together.
Really?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
didn't want you working with each other
No.
at certain times, or was it just you had different skills, so you were doing different shit?
A little bit of that,
little bit
but
of
we
that,
were
but
still
it's
technically
mostly-
the same groupings.
Yeah,
They
we were
worried
both
about,
journeyman carpenters.
They were worried about us ganging up on people because we would have.
Yeah,
Okay. Well,
did
maybe
that
they were onto something with it. Maybe a little bit.
no,
Okay.
no, I don't think so.
I mean,
I
you
think they
guys
were off of
obviously work
something, like, we
really,
work
really
really
well
good
together.
together.
We
Yeah.
do.
And you guys are like bonded in that kind of way. So that maybe they're worried about drama because they don't know how couples.
Oh,
operate
I'm
and,
enough
you know,
drama
whatever,
for
you know.
both of us.
One
But if there was drama, you know, people are like, oh, married couple, that could turn into a.
We weren't married at the
dramatic-
time.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're just dating.
oh, true.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
really funny though. For years, I would not build IKEA furniture with Corey
Nope.
because I've had too many bad experiences, like with a significant other building
Really?
IKEA furniture specifically, because there's always a fight, and I'm usually right. I mean, but I'm not allowed to be in a lot of those fights. You know how it goes. So for a long time, at one point we literally designed and built a kitchen,
A custom
for
bespoke
a friend of
kitchen
ours.
together.
and it went perfectly. Like it was the
was
least
great.
stressful part. Like our working relationship there was perfect.
Yeah.
Like
That
we
is
didn't have any
amazing.
fights.
I am so happy to hear that. That
And-
you guys like support each other and
you.
you're like on
He
that
is so
team.
great.
That's great.
I still wouldn't build it with her. It's like no
Oh,
IKEA.
after that,
No
you
IKEA.
still wanted IKEA after
Yeah.
you made an entire kitchen.
Yeah. Still no IKEA.
Trauma. You got trauma.
In fact, when we moved into our apartment in Northgate and we're like, holy shit, we have enough space to own furniture.
Mm-hmm.
What? We went to IKEA. and we bought furniture for our new space. And Cody was like, okay, you work in that room on those things, and I'll work in this room on these things. I was like, are you still on about the fucking IKEA thing? Jesus!
Yes. I'd probably be willing to try now.
Dusty says there's actually couples therapists that use
What?
IKEA furniture as bonding and teamwork
Oh
exercises.
my god. See, Cody, we could have been bonding.
It's a shame we never bond. I've been doing this wrong the whole time.
But you've passed the ultimate test doing a lot of these really hard jobs together and literally building a whole thing. So you know that you guys, you got that.
We can
You're
work
solid.
together.
Oh, yeah. We're
Before we
super
got married,
solid.
we were
Yes.
building things, working together. One thing, if you ever want relationship advice, don't ask us. It's terrible now.
It's the worst
Because
advice ever.
The advice is move across the country, throw your whole life to the side, and move into the house with the person you're going to marry. Just pick one, and it works. Additionally, if you have dated for 2 months, it's cool to decide to travel to Europe together and to work together.
Yeah.
Those are really good ideas.
Oh, and buy a car together.
And buy a car together.
While
'cause
you're
you gotta
living
get
together.
After 2 months?
It was like 2 or 3 months after we started dating.
No, it was 6 months after we started dating that I was like, this is bullshit. Do you just want to get rid of everything and go backpack Europe? And you were like, yeah, okay.
It was like that Christmas. Or no, it was our first Christmas together.
That was our first Christmas together.
And your parents are like, we won this trip, we want to give it to you, and it was a total scam, so we decided we're just gonna do it
We're
anyway.
just gonna go.
Oh, that sucks. It was a scam.
It
was a
did.
super
It sucked
scam.
real bad.
No, I love that. You know, like a lot of people jump the gun in relationships and it ends up backfiring terribly
Yeah.
in the majority of situations because you have your mind built up on what it is that you think this person is or what you want them to be, and then the
Yeah.
reality sets in, and a lot of times it's not that, but in your case it was. It
Well,
fucking was.
We
and
got
I
to
love
grow
that.
together. That was the whole thing, is we were both coming from really different places, and we got to grow together and be like, well, both of our lives are giant fucking flaming shit shows. Do you want to go build something new? Yeah, okay.
Let's go do
I
something cool.
love it.
So we got to go learn and grow and become best friends. It was pretty cool.
It was
the
wonderful.
cutest people ever.
That's not true. You and Dusty exist.
It's true.
I'll Rochambeau for it.
And Queen Bee is right. We are also now restoring a boat together, and I'm still wary about IKEA, but we did just dismantle a bunch of stuff that we're gonna now rebuild
Just
in
tear
a super complex way.
You gotta let the IKEA thing go. She
Yeah,
has
right?
proven
It's
her
my
You
one-
gotta
worth.
let
it's
it
my
go.
thing.
That and water chestnuts. Okay, so he worked with me at the museum shop, and then we both got laid off the week before Christmas.
It was like a month
Pandemic.
before COVID.
Yeah.
It was a month before the lockdown, so we would have been
We would have
gone
been-
anyway. So we just took like 3 months off.
Yeah, we just took 3 months off and got to spend time together and do weird projects. And we're like, okay, we've really got to do something now. And then we got kicked out of our house.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
little duplex apartment was. They decided not to keep the lease going during the pandemic
Yeah.
when we were all on lockdown and no one could find work.
And then they went, actually, we really, really want you out by June. Get the fuck out.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
In the pandemic.
In, like, height of the pandemic.
Oh,
So
man.
I had some really awesome humans who were like, oh, you're looking for work? Great. I need you. And that's how I got the job in Port Townsend, was because I got a phone call that was just like, how would you like to come do an impossible task? And I was like, I certainly seem to enjoy those. So we moved to Port Townsend and pronounce things that you're building on the boat. Yeah. So we moved to Port Townsend, and Cody had been going to school for drafting and taking some engineering courses, and was involved with the rocketry program, and was doing all of this stuff, and just
Oh yeah, that's while I was building
Everything.
museums.
yeah, he's doing all of this and performing while he's building museums. And I'm just like, I can't keep up. I can't do that. You're doing so much. And then pandemic, and we're like, okay, well, I guess we'll just be over here then.
So you started the rocketry training, schooling.
Yeah.
During
Kind of.
all of that stuff.
He joined a club.
While we were at the museum shop, I realized that I really wanted to get out of the. Yeah, if you want to join a rocket club.
Yeah,
they're
you can
available.
just go
If you
do
wanna
that. You
shoot
can
off
just go
giant
join
rockets,
rocket clubs.
They
Truth.
exist.
Yeah.
There's one at North Seattle College. It's a
So that's what
technically a
sparked your
community
interest?
one. Kind of. So there's a whole thing. Part of it was I applied in the aerospace industry when Corey was Let me back up further. Let's see. How do we... I'm trying
Welcome
think
to
of how
Cody
stage it.
Conversations. They start with, here, wait, no, back, wait,
We need more.
wait, back.
A little more. A little more. So I went back to school for drafting because we had a really cool drafting department at the museum shop, and I really wanted to start building the exhibits and like designing the exhibits because we
Cool.
were already doing our own stuff. And I got a 3D printer and got really into that. And I was learning a bunch of different programs for that. So I know like in the last 3 years, I've learned 7 different programs for drafting and 3D modeling and sculpting, and I know the basics.
Wow.
Like I learned just enough that I can do what needs to get done, and I can know the words to learn the thing to do a specific task.
Okay.
Like
cool.
last night, I was redesigning a binnacle pod that I want to have at the wheel on the boat so that we can have all of our controls and all of our information right there, but I can't find one I like, so we're just going to 3D print one.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be cool.
That's so fun.
And then we'll dip it in resin and then paint it with a UV protective paint. That way it won't break down.
And we can like take the basic shape and take it into a sculpting program and do a bunch
Make
of
it
Rococo
cool.
stuff on it, and then like if we wanted, we don't have to get into that now.
I'm so
Just, like,
excited about this.
Make a stamp in the program and just stamp Rococo all over it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So
more to
there's a
come.
conversation we'll have later.
So
Shit.
got really into all of that, and then we got laid off. And Corey had been saying I was her. Oh shoot, what's the show? The movie?
Buckaroo Banzai?
Yes.
He
This
is my
movie that
Buckaroo
is every
Banzai.
80s
It's
movie
my
mashed together, but
favorite
immediately before any of them were
movie.
made.
It's my favorite movie ever, and I love it. I fucking love Buckaroo Banzai Through the Eighth Dimension. Is the best. If you haven't seen Buckaroo Banzai, smoke a bowl, grab a beer, buckle up, motherfuckers. It's amazing.
Every 80s movie.
It is such a good movie. And I remember when I met Cody, I was like, why can't I just meet a guy like that? You know, a physicist.
They don't just fall into your lap. You have to go out and meet them.
Yeah. A physicist, rock star, amazing comic book hero / God, he does everything.
And so
Test pilot.
I'm trying
Why
to
can't I be
like,
that?
get the buckets. I'm too tall to be a test pilot. Otherwise, I would have joined the military because I really wanted to fly jets.
So glad you did.
And I probably might not be a comic book hero. I don't know. That's more to come.
We need to
if
get a hold of Braden.
We could definitely have a
It would be
comic
fun.
book made with you as the star, and you would be the fucking hero.
That would be super cute.
100%.
We'll have to do that for a holiday.
Okay.
That'd be
What?
super fun. What?
Yes.
You're all
that
in on
sounds
the
great.
secret.
Right? Thank you, Dusty. They don't
It's
just
not like
do
rocket scientists
that.
just break into your house and drink all your beer. You're right. They have to become rocket scientists after they do that.
Yeah.
The trick is not to call the cops on them when they do.
If
Yes.
someone breaks into your house
gotta
and
give
they
'em a
don't
chance.
seem super intimidating because they're incapable of it.
If they're wearing if they're wearing designer shoes and have a lawn gnome strapped to their back, pro tip, probably not going to murder you.
If you want to get married, wear flu vogs everywhere. That's
Oh,
it.
she says she feels like she needs to hear the significance of the breaking and entering
Oh.
and the beer.
So the very first time I met Cody, I was at home in my pajamas and I lived with a whole bunch of people. We all shared a house and I got up and nobody was there. And I was like, oh,
Rare
nobody's
day.
here. I finally get to make beer. I love making beer. I make beer
Oh, we make beer.
so often. I fucking
Also.
love beer. I love beer. I love making beer. I love beer. And
You love beer?
I love beer. And so I'm like, fuck yeah, I get the house to myself. That means I get to usurp the kitchen and use all the counter space, and I'm making beer. And it's getting later on in the afternoon and nobody's home still, and the front door opens and I'm like, oh, my roommates must be home. La 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 la. And I look over and there's just this pair of flu vogs and these legs that go all the way up and a leather jacket and a guitar and a lawn gnome. I was just
moving.
like,
I had to have all my stuff.
who the fuck are you? And why are you in my house? And I just get this shit-eating grin. And I was like, no, really, who the fuck are you? I'm going to call the cops. And he leaves. And then Braden
back
comes
outside.
in with an armload of stuff. She's like, oh, by the way, this is my friend Cody. He's been from Chicago. He's going to stay with us for a while. Goodbye. And then stuff just keeps coming in. these
You
boxes.
just walked out rather than explain yourself. You
I
just was
mumbled
like,
something, but I was really tired. I had sat on a train for 3 days.
and then you got yelled at by
Yeah.
Corey.
Yeah.
when you walked
And then I
in.
threatened to call the cops on him.
Oh my god!
I mean, it was a
and then
reasonable
Braden's like,
reaction
by
on
the
Corey's
way,
Yeah.
this is my friend.
Hashtag
Okay.
your future husband.
So funny. That's funny.
And so he
Right.
lived on our sofa for 2 weeks, and my really significant long-term relationship had exploded around then. So I was like, all men are assholes. I'm never gonna date again.
And I'm just like, yeah, guys suck.
And so
yeah. You're like, oh, the dicks, huh?
yeah, and so he got one of the rooms, and then my friend and I just shared the room that my boyfriend and I had because we're like, fuck it, we'll make room for him. Rent will stay the same. Everybody wins. So he had a room, and then I was sharing a room with our mutual friend, and then we started going thrift shopping together, and he started coming to art walks and doing gallery stuff with me, and we just kind of sort of started hanging out. And it was like, hey, do you want a better job than your shitty costume job? Because like we need woodworkers, and you're theater tech, so you should totally come work with me. And he's like, yeah, okay.
This seems like a great idea.
This seems like a great idea.
And it was.
It was a great idea.
So we
I
have
did
the
it.
worst dating advice ever.
But it worked. That'll just
did.
show you that sometimes it fucking works. You guys beat the odds. You were the exception to the rule, which is so cool.
It was super fun.
I
We had a lot of
remember
fun.
when you guys first met too. Like
Yeah.
I remember her. You were telling me it was before you went out and had the first date with him.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy's really fucking cool, but I don't want to like any guys, but I kind of like this guy. I don't know. I'm going on a date. And I'm like, okay. You don't sound very excited. You're like, I am excited. I'm just very nervous. Like, you were really intense about it. And I was like, okay, go enjoy yourself. Be open to it. Let me know afterwards. And afterwards, you're like, I really like him. You got soft. You were all like, "Brrr," beforehand. And then afterwards, your tone totally changed. I like him. He's really
so
nice.
precious,
He's
though.
really sweet. And I was like,
He's
all right,
so
you're in.
great.
Yeah.
He's like the best. He's the best. In fact, I was doing a
I
gig
was
out
playing
here.
it so cool, like I always do.
Oh man, I was
Not
like, "Are we
being
dating?"
Another
And he's
way
like, "I
to
don't
not like, oh,
know. You were not smooth."
Oh, Roxy's crying.
Aw,
On
thanks.
9 out of
Yes.
10 podcasts, Roxy cries.
Yes.
And there's always one moment where it just gets her so emotional. So we know that today was a good show
Is
when
there-
Roxy's crying.
Is there a Roxy crying
did
emoji?
You know what? We
There
need a
should be
Roxy crying emoji.
Dusty, get on that.
Dude, you're so right. She actually has her own little emoji from her. Actually, I might put it in the chat.
I wanna
She's not
see.
crying. Roxy, you should make a crying one on yours because you have more emoji slots.
Gonna hurt from the cuteness. Yes, Roxy.
Oh, you changed her hair color before her hair was red, and she changed her hair, so now she's got the
Nice.
rose gold hair.
Love
That's
that.
so cute. You're so cute with your big doe
Your
eyes.
emoji is so cute.
It's your emoji, and she's so cute in real life too. She's so cute.
So yeah, and that's how I married the man who broke into my house.
She's gonna hurl from the cuteness. Okay, so then what the fuck? You were like, I'm gonna go to this rocket club, and now I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
build rockets. Like we need
there's
to talk about this because
Yeah,
this
we
is
do.
a big.
It was a big
deal.
jump.
This is a huge shift. One of the things that really changed my life was we weren't making a ton of money, but we were splitting a house with people, and that's how we did the Europe trip. And that was the first time that I had done something that felt huge to me like that. Like moving across the country, like I had moved all over as a kid, so that was kind of a given. But to do this thing that I think like, okay, only people who are special go to Europe. Like I'm not capable of this, and we got that offer of a free trip. And we realized like, okay, we need to like save money so that we can go. And it was like a 2-week plan trip that we were
Yeah,
gonna
we were
do
gonna go for
just
2
to
weeks.
like the UK. And we thought like, okay, we can do that. This is doable. And when the rug got pulled out from under us, we scrambled and decided to go for it anyway. And we still did the night, Scott.
Can I see Scott? Mwah. We love you.
So we decided to just go for it. And having that work out and spending 4 months just traveling, and after just doing retail for so long, having that time to kind of rebound and figure out like, oh, I can do stuff if I just try for it.
Fucking
I had a chance
awesome.
to
Yeah.
That's amazing.
that changed my life entirely. Like it proved to me that I was capable of doing things. It taught me like if I just work on my self-esteem and my knowledge on a subject, I can go and do it. And it's been amazing. And so in this case, I decided I really wanted to become a drafter, and I wanted to design these pieces that we were making for museums. I had actually built things, so I knew what gravity was, which some of our designers
Did not.
And so they would
Nothing is
build things that you had
crazier.
to like. They would have to retrofit other stuff to secretly be inside of it so that it would have some way of attaching to the ceiling or the floor.
Nothing is crazier than getting a cut sheet that says that the finished product is supposed to hover an eighth of an inch off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, it weighs 900 pounds.
Really? That
Yeah.
people
Yeah, you
didn't
get a
add
bunch of
any
stuff
more
like that.
information? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
It would just
Yeah.
like there just would be an
wow.
explanation of how it would separate.
It was
but
just like
specifically
gap
had
of
to.
1/8. And you're like,
Just turn off the gravity. Got it. Cool.
That's the dumbest shit. I've
What are you
ever heard in
doing?
my
I'm building a
fucking life.
gravity machine.
Talk to the aliens. They'll help you with anti-gravity.
yeah.
Can you
They are
levitate
available
this?
for-
Great.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that.
Oh,
For
yes,
Roxy
yes.
crying.
Yes.
Please make a counter for Roxy crying. That's
Have a
my
stretch
favorite
goal.
thing ever. Yes.
Museums
At
in
this
space,
point,
yeah.
I feel like we're up to at least 32. That's so cute. It's so cute.
Anyway.
Hey, I love Uncle Scar. I'm glad you are here.
Hi.
Welcome.
Gotta do the princess one. Wait.
Yes.
Get in shot.
Hello, I love Uncle Scar. Okay, so
So, I went back to school for that, and I took
This
just
is
the
so
super.
exciting. I have to go pee.
ah,
I took the. Should we pause?
No, go. I know this story. I know what happens at the end.
You don't know this part. You were there.
whatever, it's fine.
So I went back to school, and I started taking classes for SolidWorks and for AutoCAD and BIM. They're these architecturally based, usually, in mechanical drawing software. And so I got my 3D printer too. So I'm using like this SolidWorks program to make different pieces and then 3D printing those and figuring out how all this stuff works. And I started talking with the drafters more in the back, and I started talking with one of them who was developing their 3D scanning and 3D printing department, and started helping a little bit with it and just learning everything I could, because they were playing with every type of 3D printer that does plastics. So you have ones that
cool.
do epoxy resin. So it is a plate in a bath of epoxy, and so it's down at the bottom, and this light flashes on the bottom in the shape of a layer, and then it lifts up and sets back down. It flashes again, and it flashes a silhouette of each layer, and that hardens the epoxy. And so as it comes up, it like demolition mans the part out of the liquid.
Wow.
And so it's just this thing like
cool.
growing out of the liquid as it goes along. And
Sick.
so you get these beautiful, they look like crystal almost, and you can make these really crazy shapes. Oh.
Hold on, yeah.
Oh.
By the way, I've been
I'm a
lurking,
dirty
and I want to
thespian.
thank Cody for being the unsung hero of theater. As a thespian, our shows wouldn't work without those behind-the-scenes guys helping us get naked and dressed in 30 seconds.
Truth.
Fucking rock on. High five. There
Yes!
you go.
That's a
Yes.
solid high
It's-
five.
Yeah. No, it is very true. You got to give credit to the people behind the scenes that make the shit work.
My favorite was with actors without technicians would just be naked people in the dark emoting.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that fucking
And I've definitely
true,
been to
man?
that show. It was good. So I was learning all of that, and I was learning about the 3D printing that I do that's gantry style, so it deposits the plastic onto the bed, and then that goes up. And now I'm doing metal 3D printing, because through that I learned a bunch. And while I was there, they had a rocketry club, and so after my first year being there, I decided like I need to check this out. And I met my friend Alex, and we both got really into that, and they were taking a bunch of robotics classes.
They're
And
also super amazing, and if you
Yeah.
ever want to interview somebody from NASA, you should totally talk to them.
Of course they
They're-
do.
Sweet.
Since
Yes,
I met
please.
them, they went from like, I kind of want to learn how robots work, to I'm working with NASA for this experiment where we're sending mushrooms into space to grow mushrooms
On the
as like
ISS.
on the ISS.
Yeah.
And like They want to make
Yes.
the idea is to make an organic compound that doesn't break down very easily, but will be a really good insulator. And so you can grow train these mushrooms to grow in weird spaces.
So you can just grow your insulation.
Motherfucker,
Right?
that's so smart.
They're so cool.
Okay, well, I definitely want to get in touch with this person.
They
That sounds
also, forget having a
fantastic.
green thumb, they just are green. They can grow anything
Yeah,
anywhere.
they're just
They're
like
so cool.
I need some
the green
tips then.
person.
Yeah, me too.
That's amazing.
So I started hanging out with them. I took a really cool anthropology class from the person who taught the Rocketry Club, and we started building a design that one of the students had come up with. We were working on an 8-foot tall rocket that's like 6 inches around, and it's taller than I am. And so I got to do a bunch of the 3D modeling for that because I was taking the 3D modeling classes and was working on as their main fabricator because I had the tools available and could take stuff apart. And like some of the people from our metal shop would make little pieces for me if I drew them out for them because it was just like little simple things. And then COVID struck and it totally derailed the project. We were supposed to go, we were working with a team from Amherst, Russia on the far eastern Siberia. Like they were just across the river from China. That's how far east they were.
Yeah, yeah.
And it gets cold in the winter. They would send us pictures of like the
You're not
really
wrong,
quickly flash freezing the boiling water. So like you
Oh, yeah.
throw it in the
Yeah.
air and it turns into
Yes.
smoke. And
Oh, man.
so we were talking about that, and we were gonna go on this trip there, and we had built our L1 rockets, which are like 3-inch by what 4 feet.
Yeah, about 4
And
feet
so
tall.
we built those, and they came in a kit, so it gives you a chance to learn about them and how the processes work and the motors. And then we were building this L3 rocket that is supposed to go to 10,000 feet. It sounds like a missile going off. The only difference between it and a missile legally is that we weren't allowed to control it once it was in the air. It had to have automatic stuff to have it drop, because otherwise we're breaking a bunch of ITAR regulations that make it a weapon. Yeah, and we're just in the basement, like the old theater shop of this college. Like we're building a missile.
The day he's supposed to go get on a plane
yeah.
to go on this trip was March 20th of 2020.
Like right
The
when
day.
Right after the fucking shit got
Yeah.
all crazy. Oh,
Yeah.
we
So
were playing it by ear. Like we were gonna go, and if I had gone, I would have been stuck in either quarantined in Japan or in Russia.
I still probably wouldn't have him back.
It's possible.
Oh my god.
Because there's a few people that are still trapped around the world because they can't fly back
Oh
yet.
my
Yeah.
goodness. I mean, you know, trapped in Japan wouldn't have been the worst thing ever because
Right.
it's pretty awesome.
But for him, it might be a little
Siberia,
difficult.
Russia, maybe not. So
I just
good.
think it would have been cool. Just like, okay, I guess I work here now.
Yeah. It would have been an
gonna go
interesting
build a Gundam.
life change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like that was probably good timing that you did not have to do that. It sucks because that would have been a really cool and unique experience that you got to go
Right?
go
And
to
get
Russia
trapped in Russia.
making the rockets. It's crazy. Okay, so then when did you start going to school for this? When
was-
did you initially?
About 6 months after we started at the museum shop.
Okay.
Because I realized like I don't really want to necessarily work as on the floor. Like I don't want to stomp around on concrete and lift up heavy things unless I'm doing it for me.
Yeah.
And I love doing a lot of the technical work, and what I love about all of the jobs I've had is all the ones I loved have been problem solving. They've always been building something from nothing and coming up with a solution and helping people enjoy something. And I'd still get to do that through a virtual realm by doing these technical drawings. And I would get to like come up with the design of this crazy, like if we were doing a Dr. Seuss museum, I would get to do a Seussian style design. And it was like building sets because they didn't have to move or anything. They just had to capture the world that you're trying to bring people into. But these ones were a little more interesting than a theater set for me because they had to also be interacted with. Like it had to be
It had to
actual
be
cabinetry,
within universal standard regulations.
following
to
a
be
lot of ADA and
Yeah.
universal design protocols, which are amazing. I got to learn a lot about those. And it's just about making the world adaptable and available for everyone.
Yeah.
Like not just what
So
we were
cool.
talking after the show on Monday about doing that video cast.
Yes.
Like both of us wearing cameras on our foreheads and then just doing all the same things, so you can see like this is the perspective shift. Of
That would
just
be really
normal
cool.
people.
You guys should definitely do
Oh my
this.
god, we,
Right?
we had a really long talk and we have a whole plan. By the way, Chris, we talked about having you edit a project video that we're gonna do. So we're hiring you at some point.
It's gonna be cool.
Once we do this. He's 6'5.5", I'm 4'11", and we thought we would strap on GoPros onto our heads and then go do a bunch of stuff and then have it edited so you can see what it looks like from my perspective and his perspective. It would be just
That'd
so
be
fucking
so cool.
because it's a totally different world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, carry on.
So we were learning about all that, and about that time is when I got into drafting. I started playing with these programs, and I found like free programs online to start learning to get a grasp of what can be done in 3D printing and like just getting the basics down before I even went back to school. And then school really accelerated that, and because I was a woodworker, it's a job in decline, and so there's a program called Workforce, and because I didn't have my bachelor's, I could get into this program, and they've just been paying for school as long as I keep a good GPA.
Sweet.
And so my whole job with that has just like keep my good GPA and learn as much as possible.
That's
and it's up
amazing.
through my associates, and then when I'm planning to transfer for engineering now because I got the associates for drafting. And it made me realize I wanted to learn even more about engineering and really getting into the nitty gritty of how the materials work and just
It's
dive
addictive.
in. It's hard.
It's
It's hard,
addictive.
and it makes you want to cry sometimes. But like learning about every little material thing and wanting to build these huge structures and learning how to scientifically explain how they're going to work, it's so cool. And so that's the next goal now
awesome.
is finishing school for engineering. This winter I'm going back for my math class. I've got calculus next, which feels a little silly because I've been doing all this very complicated stuff, and I know practically how to do a lot of the things. I gather a lot of the stuff, but I don't know calculus. Like I've been doing non-calculus measurements for everything we do, even when I'm taking stress tests for something I'm building.
Yes, like why do you need it? But at the
I
same time,
definitely
Oh,
need it.
definitely need it.
but if you've been able to
Absolutely,
do a
definitely.
lot of the things without needing it at this point, so you're like, okay, well, I haven't needed it up to this point, but to move to the next level
Well, it's
and do all
been-
that engineering,
yeah.
then you're gonna need it.
Yeah. It's been a lot of like complicated trigonometry.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely on par with.
Like you can
it's
take
just,
some of the cheat sheets from calculus and
Yeah.
apply them. Or
He's
like,
got alphabet. He doesn't have sentence structure.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, are you excited about
I'm
it? About
stoked.
oh, good.
I'm so excited. I'm trying to find something that'll let me still design stuff and not just get stuck as a person who measures how strong the dirt is, or the person who measures like one stick of metal over and over again. Like that sounds really boring, but to build like rockets would be really cool. So once we got laid off, we moved to Port Townsend, and Corey was working on her job, and I got to kind of take a summer off and sort stuff out and just go to school, which was really needed at the time. And I was working on school stuff, and I had heard that there were 3D printing jobs available, and we were starting to need me to be looking for work. And so I applied to this aerospace company, and they needed metal 3D printers, like 3D printing operators. So now I'm an integration engineering technician, which really just means I go in and like clean the machines and push buttons and help. The cool part is that I get to solve problems still. I get to help figure out how the next process is going to develop, because they're kind of on the bleeding edge of the technology. They have a couple of the machines are machine 1 and 2 from different 3D printing companies, so they weren't sure how it was going to work. They knew they worked, and they didn't know how they were going to get full builds, so we're trying to figure out how to expand on that, and digging into like all this really interesting tight technical work. And so since I started there, I've learned like 10 different machine types, or material, like if you count material types across machines, because they all need different things, and we're working on expanding all of that. It's crazy.
Wow.
Isn't he so cool?
You're so cool,
It's-
Right?
Shucks.
Can we get some claps in the chat for this fucking guy?
This awesome human being.
I just like doing stuff. I like
Yes.
solving problems, and I applied to a thing, and they're like, "Sweet, come hang out."
And they're like, so you want to build some rocket ships?
Yeah.
Like,
And so it's always the in general with metal 3D printing, it's more, it takes resources to build it because you have to have the plates and junk, but you also have to, it's expensive enough that it needs to have the kelp.
Oh,
Kelp.
Yes!
Logan!
Yay!
We were just talking about Logan just earlier, the sick pythons.
Yes!
Sick pythons.
Sick pythons.
Yes! Logan!
So good.
That's awesome. I'm happy to see you. That's fucking fantastic.
But they,
Anyway.
these parts have to be sufficiently complex to make it make sense not to just make them out of tubes and weld. Because they're literally being made out of this bed, and like you have a bed and then lasers that fire at this layer of metal, and then it lowers a little bit and has a new layer and shoots it again. So it's like the inverse of the light one for the epoxy resin ones. So you have the resin builds that raise up, and these ones lower down into a build, and so you suck out all the metal upwards.
That's so cool.
That's so
It's really
cool.
neat.
Metal and lasers.
Yeah.
So I fire
Get to
lasers
play with metal and
every time.
lasers.
5-year-old me is like, hee, push the button.
That's so
Push the
fucking
big red
cool,
button.
It is a big
dude.
red button too.
Wow, that is awesome. So it seems like things just like organically started to evolve for you. Like you had all these interests, and it's just like this web that has woven, and now you kind of are pretty clear on where it is that you
I think
want to
so.
go and what you want to do. And
Like,
that might change in the future. Who knows?
Yeah.
You might end up doing something completely different. You might be like a fucking brain surgeon by 10 years from now. Who knows? You just keep changing shit up.
That was the other thing that Buckaroo Bonsai was.
Shoot. I mean,
Now you gotta be a brain surgeon.
I can do brain surgery.
Once.
Well,
All you
I'm
need
pretty
to
sure
do
that
is-
I can do it multiple times. In person, I probably can't redo it on. Like, you don't really get do-overs with brain surgery.
No.
But I'm pretty sure I could do a brain surgery.
Honestly, you have so much technical experience and ability.
I got a
I would
drill.
not be surprised.
I got pliers.
And you know what? And you're going to learn calculus, so you might decide to be an astronomer at some point, and
Right.
then we're just going to hump your legs.
Yeah, we're just
We're
gonna hang out at the
totally-
Or you
telescope.
get one leg, I'll
Yeah.
get the other leg. We'll just double
Go to
team.
town.
Walking around like, I gotta go to work.
We're coming with you.
See, now there's incentive for you to be
Yeah.
a astronomer also.
Total non sequitur side note. So amazing rocketry Alex that we were talking about. Super cool human with the mushrooms and everything.
Space mushroom Alex.
Space mushroom
But not
Alex.
in the way you think.
It's fucking fantastic.
They gave me this really great patch that's like a little Earth with a little moon. It says, "I come from space, CUM."
I
And now I have
love
to find a really cool place to
Oh,
put
it's
it.
fucking great. Oh, I love it. That's so great. Ah,
Right?
this is so fun. This is so fun that you guys have so many shared interests, and you guys have done a lot of the same things, but you're also dividing and going towards your own specific passions. But you
That's what's
guys
been so great.
both support exactly what the other one's doing. It's so
Yeah.
cool.
We
Fucking cool.
we complement each other really well.
Your
So our
eyes are
mutual-
just so pretty.
You have the best hair.
You have the best smile.
You have the best nose.
What?
I love your nose. It's so cute.
What? You
Isn't
can't
it
just pick
cute?
something
You see
arbitrary
that
like
nose?
that.
I didn't choose arbitrary things. I love your nose.
You're just
Super
like,
cute.
what's the thing that I see right now in front of me? This.
I bet
like-
Roxy's crying again. Roxy,
like
crying.
this.
I guarantee you.
So this
Gosh, darn
guy,
it.
he's amazing. He works on really new stuff. I work on really old stuff. It's pretty cool.
That has been really fun.
Yeah.
Like
That's a-
preserving the future through space flight and preserving the past through museums.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That's a super awesome, valid point that I just didn't really think of that. That's wow, you're covering all ends of bases of humanity. You're like from the beginning of humanity in my hands. And you're like, we're going to fucking space, bitch.
I want to build colonies on the moon, and I don't know. I'm kind of
And we'll fill him with art.
50-50 about like
Yes,
space
yes,
mining. That's kind of it's the whole thing.
Ooh,
But-
I have so many thoughts on
Yeah.
that. We won't get into that.
Like asteroid mining?
yeah.
because I think it's the only way to build starships. But I can't.
But you are playing a really dangerous
whole
game
thing, yeah.
with changing trajectories in ways that you can't comprehend.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to do it.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
someone
that's
way smarter than me.
Yeah, can you imagine having a multi-million-dollar thing? And
Billion.
You're like, yeah,
multi-billion
We're just
dollar
gonna shoot it that way, and we hope that the person did the math good.
Yep.
Because if they did not do the math good,
There's a lot
it's
of
just
that.
going out forever.
That's why NASA is so important as an institution, is because there is so much cross-checking, cross-referencing, quadruple, like, did we do this? Which is why it takes so long to get a flagship mission, right? So you're like, great, I am really in support of this mission. Like Europa Clipper. I have been waiting for Europa Clipper since I was 8 years old. They have finally pushed it to phase 3, so it's going to be built in the 2030s.
What is the Europa Clipper?
Stop it.
I should know this.
Oh my god! So, Europa, the icy
Yes.
moon, that has interior thermal vents.
Yes.
And has been proven to have a saline solution liquid body.
Yes.
It's getting a rocket ship to go and see what the fuck is under the ice.
To bore under the ice.
Yes!
Because I know about Enceladus, they're sending the thing out to go and fly through the jets of Enceladus.
Yeah, they took
to
that from
take
Europa Clipper.
Interesting, but this is going to land on Europa and bore in and pull
And get
pores out.
samples.
Oh my god.
It's gonna go sailing on the
Fuck
high
yes.
seas of Europa!
Oh my god, that's
I am
so cool.
stoked. Actually, Dragonfly, which is where the Enceladus project came from, was a group of all women astronomers who were like, we want to make this. And NASA went, yeah, okay, but we're gonna send it over here because everybody's really excited about this since of all the Cassini stuff, so we're going there, not here. And I've been like, come on, I've been waiting for Europa Clipper since I was 8! We gotta get on this so I don't die!
Really, they've been talking about it since you were that young.
I remember reading about it in a Scientific American because my mom subscribed to it because she was a paleoanthropologist before she went into escrow.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah! She was one of the first people to get to study Australopithecine afarensis. Lucy?
I did.
Yeah.
I've seen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I did not know
Really?
your mother.
Corey comes
was
from a
one of
family of
these
nerds.
guys.
I come from a huge
Wow.
family of nerds.
Wow. Okay. So the apple doesn't fall too far.
I mean,
it
it
falls
definitely
pretty
rolled away
But-
and then kind of came back.
But at least similar type of interest. That's very, very cool. Wow.
I spent a
did
lot
not
of time at museums as a kid.
That's awesome. So what's your favorite museum that you've ever been to as a patron? Look at that.
Are you ready for this?
I'm so ready. I'm so
I'm
excited.
gonna blow your mind. Okay, so there was
I'm
a
ready.
museum in Lyon, France, that was built in 2016, and it's called the Musée des Confluents. And it is at the point where two rivers meet, and it's like right at the spit of land that comes to where these two rivers meet.
Ooh.
And it is a giant natural history museum in France, but it was designed by these Dutch architectures. So when you go inside, you don't feel like, oh, there's door number 1 and door number 2. You just start wandering, and there's like animals everywhere, and everything's painted black. So you don't have, you'd think it was kind of difficult to see, but there's like all these geometric shapes, and animals are like perched in all various angles, but they're at such locations you can't just reach out and touch them. So they're kind of like away, but there's not that barrier. So you feel like you're walking
Interesting.
through this zoo, and it's only 500 lumens of light, but because there's not the white to bounce everything, it's all very directional. So you can have the objects there in perpetuity because you don't get the same kind of light damage. And because it's dark, your pupils are allowed to dilate, so that 500 lumens is taken in much easier.
Interesting.
So it's like walking through a room with a 100-watt light bulb on, but it's actually 500 lumens, so it's like half that. But you can see just fine. And so you're moving through this beautiful museum, and there's all kinds of displays and just really great design. And it's 3 floors. And at the very, very top, they have the skeleton of a blue whale.
Wow.
It's so
blue
cool.
whale skeleton.
And then you go left at the blue whale, and there's this awesome little cafe. And you get French food at this cafe, and you can sit outside on this deck and look at the confluence of this amazing country, and all you see is this beautiful
Louis the 14th expanse of architecture on this giant river, and it just makes you want to cry.
Wow.
It's
Tell
incredible.
me the name of it again.
The Musée de Confluence.
That sounds amazing.
It is the coolest museum I've ever been to. The second coolest would be the Furniture Museum in Vienna.
Oh yeah, that was amazing.
Furniture Museum.
Furniture Museum. So
Do tell.
Vienna has this quirky, it's like this tall, narrow building. It's about 5 stories. And it's really, really old. It used to be like a coach tower for coaches to go through.
Okay.
And when you go to the top, it's the whole collection is furniture owned by the royal family for the last 500 years.
Oh, wow.
And so you go to the top.
Fanciest shit you've ever fucking seen
Yes,
in your life.
and so the top is all the old stuff, like old, really old thrones and like 4-poster beds and uber gothic. And then as you come down the stairs to the next floor, it's like the next 100 years. And then the next floor is like about 300 years ago, and then 200 years ago, and then 100 years ago in modern. And then the basement is where the magic happens, because they've got the basement's this huge. Oh, you just posted that.
Yeah, that
Great.
was me.
I was going to be like, oh, hey, there's a place. Sorry.
If you want a whale skeleton, you can get it from that website, skullsunlimited.com.
Yeah.
They
They do all the replicas for museums.
so they just
I
have
want one.
Yeah.
you can have dinosaur skulls. You can get like a lot of the parts too, but they're meant to be the ones that go on display in museums, so they're not real. They're a mimicked.
They're a
bone.
resin.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're a resin copy, but they're really high quality.
Me and Dusty always said that, like, if we, like, won the lottery or something ridiculous happened, that one of the first things we would do is buy a fucking dinosaur
Okay.
replica skeleton.
I
Right?
hear
That's
you.
literally one of the first
I
things.
hear you, but I want to counter that. So, do you know how much it is to fund?
They take PayPal.
They do. Do you know how much it is to fund an archaeology expedition? To fund it
Absolutely not.
for the entire program, the entire season, to be the patron, whatever they find, they name whatever you want.
Oh yeah,
Do you know how much that is?
No.
10 grand.
we thought about doing that instead of the wedding.
Yeah, we seriously thought about funding a dig instead of having a wedding, so we could have like some sort of crazy Codicoriasaurus.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Right. You could have a Sammy-saurus.
You could have a legit Sammysaurus.
We're going to have to talk in detail about this. It's only $10,000.
Give or take.
Wow.
Like
But that includes helicoptering in all the plaster to take the molds of the stuff.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. We're going to have to, yeah, Dusty's
Yes.
in. Dusty's in. He's in.
Have you ever wanted your own dinosaur?
Yes,
Well, that
I
being
want a
said, maybe we
Stegosaurus
go
so
as a
bad.
fucking team.
Shit.
As the 4 of us.
Yes.
that'd be dope.
Shit, yes.
I would be
Anybody
totally
in
into
chat
that.
want in on this, because that could be pretty awesome.
We can fund a dinosaur dig.
There's some show that my mom was showing me when I was out visiting her called, what was it, Dino Hunters or something?
What?
And I'm not a fan of the, like, any kind of reality type of shows or whatever. I don't have cable. I have no idea what's going on. My mom's like, I know you don't like that kind of stuff, but this is like I think it was a Discovery Channel show. And she's like, this is about these people, just like regular old people that are digging in Montana in different various spots. And I think actually maybe Utah as well. They have different teams, but they're just digging, looking for dinosaurs. And they're finding dinosaurs. So the whole season is like about them, you know, like figuring out the spots. And then some spots are a bust. And then some spots they've pulled out some crazy shit. So I was out there with her. I just watched like 2 episodes with her, but it was actually really fucking cool.
Nice.
And to see what they came up with. I mean, I don't know what the conclusion was by the end of the season, but I was like, you know, you're right, Ma. This is a pretty cool show. The only part of it that got me was like, the narration makes it sound so intense. And I'm like, can you just talk like a normal fucking person? We're just looking for dinosaurs. Like,
we
don't try to make
can't.
it dramatic. Just looking
Dusty?
for dinosaurs.
Dusty,
Found
that
a
is
rock and it felt pretty
Rocky.
like a rock. But then we licked it and it was a bone.
Pretty much like that. I was like, oh my god, you're killing me with this like over pronunciation.
Way
shit.
over the top.
Dusty, that is the best dinosaur name I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm in.
yep.
Bye, Bethany.
Oh,
We'll
bye,
see you
Bethany.
later.
Good night,
Good night.
Bethany.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Have fun at
and
work.
joining us. Appreciate ya.
But
But
this
yes, that's really cool.
this is like you go to a university and you say, I would like to support and sponsor a dig, please. And they're like, great, one dinosaur dig. So
And then you get to keep whatever they get, like it's your, or,
No,
or
it
you
goes-
get the dibs on the naming or
yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, so they get the artifacts to go to whatever museum or research or things like that. So you are giving them the money to find the stuff to figure out how do. But then you get to pick the names, you get to go to the digs, you get to go.
When it's in the museum, does it say your name, like funded by said
Yeah,
group?
you can
of
totally
people?
have it say that. As long as it's in the paperwork that the motherfucker in the room is writing down for the
It
provenance.
just says, like, all it says is Sammy Skullcrusher Rocketsaurus. And nothing else.
in capital letters. That's
All
that's
caps.
fucking awesome.
Ooh, okay, so the dangerous thing with that, though. So here's where museum stuff gets really sticky. So if the provenance... Yeah, minimum.
Yes.
So if the provenance is not correctly documented, shit will just sit in drawers and they'll be like, I don't know where this came from. I don't even know where to begin researching it. Why is this important? Which is why
Right.
when
Ah,
things
that
get
sucks.
stolen from museums, it sucks that they're gone, but the real kicker is that it's separated from that information.
Yeah. Yeah, that really sucks. And there's just this like total mystery
gap.
surrounding it, and nobody
And no way to
knows.
find it. It's a bit like that headstone from Monday Night's Show. Where the
Oh my
fuck did
gosh,
this come
yeah.
from?
Yes.
How did she get this? Welcome to every museum worker's life. What the fuck is this and where did it come from and why?
Why is there fudge on it?
But see, that's an important part of provenance. Because
Yeah,
that
yeah,
now
yeah.
adds a whole other layer to this headstone. Which is why it's important to have the 4
true.
pages minimum.
Yes.
Only go into
Yes,
museum
yes.
industry if you really like writing essays.
Do people get like fired if they fail to give the correct information? Is it like that fucking serious?
Yep, there's tons of stuff that we'll never see because someone didn't write their paperwork right, or
Yep.
there just isn't interest. And if you're really lucky and you're really nice, they might take you on a tour and show you stuff. But you gotta like sweet talk someone who works there.
Yeah,
that
you gotta
is
know
allowed to-
someone.
I wish there was like a museum section that's like Hall of Mysteries.
That'd be dope.
This is like
That's
the,
a really
like
good
the land of misfit
idea.
toys or whatever, and use your imagination, and you get to try to figure it out because we don't know, but you should still be able to see it.
We should. Okay, so I know the program director for the Historical Society out in Jefferson County, and I think that's something she would be really interested in.
Really?
Doing. Yeah. They'd have to convince the archivist to do it. And that might be a little
Like,
bit
put it
more
together.
difficult.
I mean, if it's seriously just sitting there collecting dust, and you make it
So much dust
a
all the
special
time.
thing that it's like, no, we want to bring these things to the light, but we don't have any more information, so it's up to
Well,
you.
a lot
to,
of
like, figure it out.
times. Okay, so again, with the sticky wicket stuff, copyright. Because if you don't know what the provenance is, you don't know if it's under copyright, which is why you need more researchers to look at all the stuff to be like, is this something we can put in the public domain? Because just because you have a photograph doesn't mean you have the license for that photograph. So, like the Kellogg collection at JCHS, there is an entire collection of photographs from the guy who had the only darkroom in town who would expose everybody's photographs. And then he bound them all up in a book and left them to the research center when he died. But a lot of those are from published authors where those photographs are in actual books. And so he doesn't have the copyright to them. We can't show them, but people will constantly ask to use them as reference photographs because they're in the public domain, but they're not allowed to. So now you've got somebody who has to sit down and say, right, what photographs can we show? What photographs can't we show? And you have to go through every single image and do everything we just talked about in this research. So every single image is a month of research,
to figure out where the fuck it came from, who owns the copyright, what is the story, how did we acquire it? Don't know? Well, let's look at everything else.
Wow.
Who has the copyright to this image? So there's a lot of stuff that doesn't come out, and a lot of times we can't just be like, look at this weird thing, what do you think it is? Because we don't know what we're allowed to show or not.
So I don't remember exactly what it is, but there was something where there's this rule that you have to put in the newspaper for a certain amount of time, and if people don't respond, then it's fair game.
Okay.
Is that a thing?
That is a thing. So if somebody, say, leaves a box of random shit on your front doorstep at a museum, and it just says to museum, and you come in and there's this box of shit, and you're like, okay, you have to say, hey, we don't actually know where this is from. We don't actually know if we're allowed to own this.
Roxy, absolutely.
Yeah.
Literal history sitting in a drawer because someone didn't do an I.
Didn't dot an I. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's in fucking tense. So then the museum has to say, okay, right, we have these objects. These were when they were delivered. Here is a brief description. Are you the owner? And they have to publish it 3 times within the span of 6 months and be like, hey, anybody know anything about this? Anybody at all? We have this thing. Original owner. Come pick it up. Hey. And then if it doesn't get claimed, they have to do more research and get more in depth and be like, okay, whose shit is this really? Like, who is in these photographs? What is in this quilt? Why is there a box of stuff that says Jefferson County Historical Society that's coming back to the Jefferson County Historical Society but never actually left, and we have no documentation of what is this?
Weird.
Stuff like that happens all the time, and usually it's somebody saw somebody throw something in a dumpster and they went, this belongs in a museum, and brought it back to a museum, but it had gone through all of the process of being deaccessioned, which is the reverse of all the process to get it accessioned. So you have to do all that paperwork in reverse to say, yes, we really don't want this anymore. And most of the time it has to be destroyed. So things like if you take a scan for if you take a really high-res scan for an exhibit because you can't display the piece because it's too fragile, that happens a lot. But you already have a backup copy. So now you have 2 copies. You have the original and the backup copy. Okay, you've got that. But now you have this 3rd copy for an event because you can't really use the other 2, but you still want to incorporate it. Great. So then you throw that away because you're like, cool, exhibit's done. We have no space. We're going to destroy this replica that we made because we don't own the copyright. And then somebody puts it in a box and puts it on your doorstep. And it's like, great, thanks for being helpy. We really appreciate it.
Where did they find them from?
I don't know.
Like, what the fuck? Well, what is your protocol on how to destroy things? Is it just literally go in a dumpster?
It's literally tear it up, get rid of it, make it unusable, destroy it. Things get a little bit more awkward when you have 12 organs and you're trying to figure out how to make it 11 organs, and you have this one that was gifted by an anonymous donor in the 70s that's on indefinite loan, but you want to find out who it belonged to because that loan needs to go back to them because you really don't have any more space now, thank you, because somebody just gave you a Victorian hearse that you now have to fit in a 5-foot section of space.
A Victorian hearse?
Yeah. Which is way cooler than the 12th organ. So you really want this hearse?
I want to see a photo of this hearse.
You can go see this hearse. It's on display. Where? In the fire hall at the Jefferson County Art and History Museum.
Oh my.
It's really cool. It's got
really
like
cool.
big black feathers and shit on top. It's so cool.
Please and thank you. Yes, I'm coming.
Cool.
I'm coming out. I will
It'll be so
come
great.
out.
I love it. Let's do it.
I will do
I've been
it.
wanting to
out.
go see it. I didn't see it when it went in.
Oh, man.
Because they have been open.
Oh man. Okay, when it's open, we will go.
This
And
is
it's
why.
open It's open now?
Yeah.
Sick. Okay.
This
You
is
want to see
why.
Victorian hearses, Jefferson County Historical Society.
Have a Victorian hearse. They are thinking about taking it off display because it's
fuck
been
that
on
shit.
display for 20 years.
Oh, I did see
Because
it then.
it's that awesome.
Yeah, you've seen it.
I thought there was one that they just moved in last year.
No, we were trying to move it last year, and then we realized
Oh.
that we couldn't because it's falling apart because it's been on display for 20 years.
Oh my goodness.
Leave it in place. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, leave it be. That's amazing. Wow.
But it also takes up most of the display hall, so if you want to do other rotating museum exhibits, you kind of need that space. It's a big footprint. It's like 5 foot by 10 foot. It's huge. And it weighs a metric ton. Not
Well-
actually, but
Sure.
a lot.
So
A
if they
metaphorical term.
did remove that, let's say, for example, okay, we're going to move it out, we're going to make space for new things, then what would be the correct protocol upon that?
That's another sticky wicket. So normally what you would do is you would say, right, we have to move this artifact. Cool. We need to get the curator and the collections manager looped in because they're both in charge of this object. If something happens to it, it comes back on them. And then you would find a reputable, licensed, bonded art handler. That can be up to $100 million in insurance coverage in case of emergency. Yeah, some museums require you to have $100 million in insurance before you can handle their shit. Yeah, it's insane. So there are very few art handlers and very few art handling organizations. Seattle's very lucky. We have one of the best in the country.
Really?
Yes, and they're
Awesome.
not cheap at all. At all. Like,
Have you thought about doing this job?
I have applied there so many times.
Do you have to have like specific like licensing, schooling, or whatever? Like, do you have those?
I have
Prerequisites?
I have some of that schooling. Don't have all of it. Still working on the master's in museology. But anyway, so you would hire this company to come in an ideal situation. You would hire this company. They would come say, "Hello, yes, I would like this moved from here to here. You are licensed and insured. Yes, you shake hands. Okay, great. You decide on a deadline. They make sure that you have the route you need that is facilitated to take it from point A to point B, and then the art handlers move it to the place, which is its whole other amazing craft.
How do you move a 10x5 fucking Victorian hearse? What?
We'll get into that. So we're still not there yet.
Okay.
So-
Holy shit.
Step one.
The worst part is you don't even get to roll it.
No, you can't, because it will fall apart. So, step one is call somebody who does this shit. Have them come do it. Ding! Great, everybody wins. You fill out the paperwork from when it left. This was the condition it was in. When it arrived, this was the condition it was in. This is another 4-page essay on
Right,
how to
okay.
do. And then you got all of that. Like, okay, right, we have this information. We know it looks like this. This is how it's packed. Here are all the photographs of it looking like this. Here's all the damage that we know that exists. Great. Now we pack it in the crate. We pack it on the truck. Pack the crate off the truck. Empty it at the new place. And then somebody goes through meticulously and is all right, this is exactly what I see. Compare it to when it left. And they either give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Like, okay, great. And then it gets cleaned, and then it gets reprocessed, and then it gets checked against its accession number to make sure that there was no weird switcheroo in the middle of the night. Or you can have the curator and the exhibit or the collections manager say, okay, right, we don't have the money to hire A because they're fucking expensive and we live on handouts. So we'll get together, we will crate it, we will get our art handlers and docents to come in and we'll do the process ourselves. That's step B. Some places that are working on a shoestring that I have seen, they go, right, these two guys up the road, they got a truck. We're gonna have them load it and then get it there. And that ends in things getting smashed.
Oh no.
And it is dreadful. But then it goes into the record as provenance, like, and then this shit happened. Crazy. Here's the
Oh, the
damage report.
provenance.
And now it's part of the story.
Wow.
Yes, air pillows. Oh, that was Cody.
Yeah,
I was like, who
it
the
was
fuck's moving
me.
artifacts? This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's these, like,
these air shims. You can buy them at the hardware
Marshmallows are
store.
So cute,
They
Rose.
But there's these things called air shims, and you can buy them at the hardware store, and they kind of look like the little blood pressure pumps, right? So it's a piece of plastic that's completely flat with like one of those little pumps on it, and then you slide it underneath the thing in all of your spots, and then you can squeeze it and pump it up, and then it lifts it up, and you can get things underneath it like blankets or skids or whatever, and it lifts it up in a hydraulic manner, so you can just, or sorry, a pneumatic manner. You were right. Good guess. Ding, ding, ding. Gold star.
Yay!
So you can lift it up in a pneumatic manner and kind of start working it up like reverse Jenga from there.
Okay,
But
that's a toughie.
you have to figure out what kind of material it's made out of so you can make sure that you don't use something that's going to interact negatively with the material that's on the object that you are trying to move. So let's say you're trying to move a 5,000-pound safe. Let's just theoretically say that's what you're moving.
Okay.
Hypothetically.
Full of theoretical
toughie.
This is
asbestos.
full of theoretical asbestos and also designed specifically to fall when moved because that was a safety feature of these safes made in the
Really?
1830s. Is they're top heavy on one side, so if you try and roll it on its casters, it crushes you to death.
What the
Let's
fuck?
theoretically
steal it.
say that this is a thing you have to move.
Okay. Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready. What are we doing?
And
Marshmallows?
somebody says,
Marshmallows.
move this safe without scratching it to another location. What do you do? By the way, it's an artifact. So yes, a very hard mouth problem. How many marshmallows does it take to move 5,000 pounds? I expect your papers by the end of this term.
Can I fire the marshmallows infinitely hard?
No, because you can't dent the thing.
Damn it. Look at Cody. He's like, shit.
Can I
Also,
fire the marshmallows at it?
no.
Okay.
You
Because-
can gently pat
No.
the marshmallows.
No, you can't.
You can't pat it?
You can't pat it. You can't touch it with mallow. Because mallow is made of sugar and enamel will react with corrosive sugar.
Oh, really?
Yes. I mean, over time,
Yeah.
like the residue of it that's on it will start to eat through the paint.
Okay.
That's
So,
what's happened to all of my safes that I keep my marshmallows in. I've been wondering for years.
Why? Why have they been getting holes in them? Jesus, now we know. You gotta keep
Mystery
them in the bag,
solved.
Dusty
Cody.
said, what's the square root of a marshmallow again?
Root of a marshmallow.
I believe that's somewhere around pi, but it might be cotton candy.
Oh.
So how would you move this object without really touching it?
Air. Sand in the air. Blasting. air.
Well, polypropylene is non-reactive with metal or paint surfaces, so polypropylene would be a good place to start. What's made out of polypropylene? Ethafoam. Ethafoam is made out of polypropylene. Great. So, in order to lift this object, how much strength do we need to lift this object? Well, engineer.
Wait.
If we're lifting
lever.
5,000 pounds, what should be our capacity for the thing to lift the weight?
Oh, that times 6.
There you go. So we need something that can lift 6 of those in order to make sure that it doesn't fail. Great.
Because if you like lift it up and then lower it a little bit, every inch that you drop it is going to add pounds to that pressure as it stops. That's
So,
what safety factor's for.
if you can't get something that does it 6 times, what's the maximum you can lift it with twice the weight?
Twice that plus 6.
So,
I don't do math this time.
let's say you can get
Far too late for math.
let's say you can get a floor jack that can lift 10,000 pounds. Let's say, hypothetically, that you're moving this fake safe, which totally doesn't exist. And you have to move it from point A to point B. So we know that we have to get something that can lift 10,000 pounds, because at least twice, if we're only going to lift it 1 inch off the ground. Let's just say 1 inch. That's all we need to get it going, right? So we know we need polypropylene in order to not react, and we know we need it to lift 10,000 pounds, and we know it can't go up more than 1 inch.
So now we're getting somewhere, right? We're getting traction with this problem.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but if we lift it, it's going to fall over and crush everything. So how do we counterbalance it? By putting in a counterbalance. So, okay, right, we need to not touch
I was gonna
this
say
thing.
marshmallows under the polypropylene, but okay.
We need to
Counterbalance,
lift
sounds
this
good.
thing by adding more weight without touching it with anything that can react with it.
Can you feel the inside?
Yes.
So 10,000 pounds of marshmallows inside it to counterbalance the 5,000 pound weight on top.
Yes.
Or, in lieu of that, some bags of concrete wrapped in plastic again on a plastic liner that is made out of polypropylene. Or sand. Sand is even better.
I agree with Roxy. It is a lost cause.
Throw it in the trash. It's fucking bullshit.
It's too late.
Well, you still have to move it! Okay, great. So we have to move this fucking safe. So we now know that we can add more weight in a safe manner. Because
A safe manner.
and we
Combo
know
move.
that we can finish him. We know that we can lift it 1 inch, and we know that we can get it with 1 inch of height moved from point A to point B, provided we put more weight in the bottom. So now we know that we need a low profile floor jack that can lift 10,000 pounds with narrow forks, because the maximum width we can get is what's between the wheels of this safe.
Wow, there's a lot of
So how much weight is in the top of this
Problem
safe that we have to add to counterbalance it? So then you start looking up safe manufacturing specs, which when you go that far back is really difficult. So then you have to
Sure.
start referencing your research library on manuals from these safes that were written in the mid-1800s. So now you're doing an additional research project. And then you find out that this hypothetical safe that totally doesn't exist has a 300-pound counterweight that's in the upper left-hand corner. So if you put 300 pounds in the lower right-hand corner, or 350 if you can hash it, then you can get the 10,000-pound floor jack to lift this object 1 inch off the floor, as long as you've wrapped everything in polypropylene and soaped the wheels, because by this point, friction is your enemy. Because at 10,000 pounds, rubber doesn't roll.
Dang it, you're so right.
So
Ah.
suddenly the floor jack now doesn't want to move.
It doesn't
when you
move at
lift it.
all. So now you have an object that you have to very gently, carefully move without wiggling it, because you still don't want it to fall over and kill itself.
This is really frustrating shit that you do.
Oh, and there's a bump in the floor.
Oh, and there's a giant ass bump in the floor. Good luck, motherfucker.
Oh, man.
So that's when you start crying and you call somebody, right?
Rox is
Seriously.
seriously stressing over this hypothetical thing.
Welcome to my whole world. To fuck off forever.
Seriously. That's why I was thinking you take a marshmallow and you just get as close to infinitely fast as you can, like as close to light speed as possible, and fire it at the safe. And it'll obliterate the safe.
It'll just go through the safe at that point, though.
If you hit it hard enough,
It
it'll
becomes a
collapse the
projectile.
safe. Yeah, but if you hit it with like close to light speed forces, it's going to annihilate the safe.
And then you die of mesothelioma because they're all lined with asbestos.
It'll annihilate that too. If you have dealt with an old safe like this, you might be entitled to compensation for mesothelioma.
This is so awesome. I'm loving this theoretical safe conversation right now. I'm seriously
15
learning a lot,
marshmallows,
because you're like,
boom, done.
okay, here's this problem. This is the levels of shit that you have to do every time to solve these problems. And there's no room for fucking error.
None.
Nope.
Because the only other safe that exists that is like this safe is currently on display in Minneapolis, but it totally doesn't exist. Wow. So, at this point, you're crying into your cup of noodle because you've been staring at this for 5 hours and you just can't. So then you go, who moves heavy shit? Right, these people over here who do things like run a foundry or have the matching safe. And you say, hey, people who totally don't exist because this thing has never happened before, how do? And they say, oh yeah, did you remember to use soap? Because this theoretical floor jack isn't going anywhere under this theoretical safe because I have now bonded the rubber on a molecular level to the concrete on the floor.
I'm wondering how theoretical this is.
Totally made up off the top of my head, random happenstance.
I'm sure. I can't imagine that anything like this could ever in real life
Really
actually
occur.
happen.
So... So that's how you spend $750 on a floor jack that you only use for one specific thing.
One time.
So theoretically, did the safe get moved?
Yes.
Roxy, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
It is still just sitting there because nobody can get it out of the fucking building.
Not without touching it.
Because, oh yeah, guess what? In this hypothetical space that totally doesn't exist, nobody built a leveler plate on the loading dock.
What, really?
So you can't get these objects in and out of the building. Winner, winner, chicken dinner!
How do I get it in the building?
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh, that's a story I'm not allowed to tell on anything that's recorded.
Okay.
Now I want to know.
Because then it adds provenance.
Ah.
Oh, shit. Wow.
But say, hypothetically, that you want to remove this safe that doesn't exist and install an anchor that totally never exists. And totally doesn't have a manila fucking folder with one typewritten note from a guy in 1952 that says, yeah, this anchor was dredged up here or whatever, I guess.
Oh, yeah?
And you're just like, why? And it's been sitting on a beach completely exposed to the elements for the last 50 years, but now suddenly they want to save it. What do you do then?
Fire marshmallows at it.
Obviously.
That's it. A sufficient number of marshmallows will
And
solve the
then,
problems.
and then when you reach out to a local historical reenactment group who happens to know the provenance of said weird-ass thing sitting on the beach, they're like, you can't move that or we're going to picket you because that is public and we want access to it. And I'm like, right, but it's fucking destroying itself. Why are you mad at me?
Weird. Oh.
Yeah, he was horrible at his job. Didn't even dot his fucking eyes. He had a typewriter. How do you
didn't
not
have
dot your
eyes.
Yeah, yeah, you guys, like, in unison, we're like, more marshmallows?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it
So-
doesn't exist.
So none of this actually
yeah.
exists. None of this has ever happened.
Wow.
Because museum people have their shit together.
I promise.
Swear to God.
So theoretically, where is the safe now in this imaginary scenario?
3 inches from where it started.
No, it's 30 feet from where it started,
30
okay?
feet.
30 feet.
Because it had to be moved so they could do some work and then move it back, theoretically.
But you know what? It looked really good in that new location.
Okay, that's good.
But that was 2 more pages of paperwork.
For 30 feet, all of that.
All of that for
For
30
30
feet.
Uh-huh.
And 2 pages of paperwork.
Why? Why did it need to move 30 feet?
Because the wall behind it needed to be accessed for construction, renovation, and new electrical.
Wow. Wow.
Museums! You never ever think of this shit until
Nope,
somebody
never.
says, hey,
We
can
need
you
this
do
move.
this?
Can you do that? You can just do that, right? Can you just...
Can you just?
So interesting.
Oh man, by midway through this project, everybody on this project is just like, this is fucking so much. This is so much Tetris. This is Tetris on a level that we never ever wanted to do. And people would come in and go, oh, just blank. Just put it on the jack. Just move it 30 feet.
Like as if you didn't think about all of these things already.
So we
Jesus
all
Christ.
decided that J was a 4-letter word, and we started a fucking swear jar for the J word, and we bought so many snacks.
Roxy, a hypothetical person worked hypothetically hard to move that safe that doesn't exist and non-existent 30 feet, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So it could not be on display for you because some asshole didn't file the necessary paperwork.
Now you don't even get to see the
Now you
fake
don't even
safe
get to
that
see
doesn't
it.
Exist.
Motherfucker.
Right? All that.
What the
All that for something that
hell?
can't be used for anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, it is stuff that you never think about.
No.
You know, you pay whatever, $15, you go into a museum, you walk around,
And you
you're
go,
like,
oh,
wow,
wow.
wowee, that's so
And you
neat.
don't think of the amount of paperwork that it took to get that object there today.
No, but you know what? I learned a lot. I learned a lot, and I have so much more appreciation from forevermore. I think chat would probably agree that, like, I will never see museum artifacts in the same way, and museum displays.
Oh man, so much thought goes into
Because
it.
you
so
create that
much
shit,
of it.
and it has to be
It's
very
just
specific. You got her all amped up.
I
She's
gotta-
amped
Oh
up.
man.
Do I got a swear jar emoji?
Oh, I'm telling you, ain't no party like a museum party, because a museum party never stops.
Ever.
We need to go to a museum together.
Yes, yes.
super
Let's
fun.
go in a museum.
I would love it.
It's
I
so
really
much
want
fun
to
to
go. I mean, I want to go to
Corey look at
museums
stuff.
anyway, but I especially would like to go with you. So you're like, see that thing they fucked up? Nope. Wrong. Or like, wow, look at the craftsmanship. This is fantastic. This is good. Like, I would like to see it through your eyes, because I'm seriously learning a bunch of shit that I did not have any idea about before. And now, like, my perspective is always different. So, but I want to go with you. I want you to point it out. I did.
Roxy, don't let your dreams be dreams. Museum work is so much fun, and it's
is
so
amazing.
fucking weird. And you find the oddest people who've been like buried in a basement with these 30 birds for the last 50 years, and they want to tell you all about feather structure. It's so cool.
That part is super cool.
It is so cool.
That is really cool to dedicate that much time and knowledge, like, to a very specific.
Oh man, it's
thing.
like, okay, so the Natural History Museum in London, right? The big
British Museum.
British Museum,
Oh yeah.
right?
I've been
Right?
like 3 times. It's the fucking best.
So there is now an entire field of museum study just studying the shit that's left in drawers in museums, because they discovered at the British Museum, they discovered something like 75 new species of birds, because they were doing, every 6 months you're supposed to go through with a conservator and do meticulous cleaning, check for frass of millions of objects. Every photo, every journal, every
No.
object. Everything.
Shut the fuck up.
Everything. Most places don't have the funding to do that. But there's now an entire field of research that is just like going to really big museums to go back through and check all these things. And there were all these species of birds discovered because these objects, these birds that had been sitting stuffed in these drawers as specimens, that they were just like blackbird donated in 1730 with the label that said Blackbird, Grandpappy's Dick Pickle Jar, 1730. And that's the only provenance. And they're going through these birds and they're like, wait a minute, these look like other species. And so they're going through the cleaning and they discover that all the birds in this are just covered in soot from the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution. So all these birds are actually different, now extinct species that were just put in as blackbirds because they were black.
Really?
Yeah, it's a whole thing.
That one's my favorite museum fact right now.
Wow. That's so cool.
Oh, Dusty, there is a great thing that you can just fall into a hole of. It's called egging, but it's Victorian egging, and there are eggers,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
go hunting for bird eggs, and there are so many people who have died falling out of trees trying to find endangered bird eggs that they would then poke a hole in the top and bottom, blow out all the stuff, and keep the shell. And they were eggers, and they would steal egg specimens from museums to add to their collections as eggers, and people were getting put in jail and dying, and it was a whole crazy Victorian fad.
Bloody eggers.
Right? So
That's
now
a band name right there. The Bloody,
Bloody
eggers.
Eggers.
Roxy, write it down. Band name list. The Bloody Eggers.
Dusty, please make this dick pickle jar emoji. I want it.
Roxy, I love how every time Corey starts to explain the appropriate protocols the museum work starts with, well, you're supposed to.
What
It's
the hell?
Well, theoretically, if people did it like this, it wouldn't
So
be
now
Cool,
you
she's
have all of these eggs that have been donated to museums
Under
as
lock and key.
under lock and key that have been like, oh, from the collection of this person, and then they'll
receive it, start doing the intake reports for like, okay, this is the condition report, this is when we got it, this is the person, this is the provenance, and then they'll put it over and find one of their own fucking numbers on it because that person stole it from the museum like 50 years ago.
Yes.
And then they'll be like, oh, that's where it went, and then they can attach it back to its number.
Holy shit.
But that's only if it's donated back to the same museum, because remember, all museums have a different numbering system.
Mother of God.
Mm-hmm.
Who steals eggs from... How do you even steal
Victorian eggers
But
from
how
the
do you-
1800s,
how do you
okay?
steal it from museums?
Well,
Like,
because
how
they
does
didn't
security
used to
is
have
lower.
everything under lock and key. They would
could
just
go
be
and touch
out.
stuff. And so they just
And they'd
like
be like-
pocket it.
Yeah,
Like,
they just put shit in their pants.
give me these dinosaur bones.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
And that's how
People
you
are
get a
terrible.
Stegosaurus one bite at a time.
museums are amazing until you add patrons.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there's so many people. Everything we had to build, everything that you build for a museum, you have to build for the person who's going to put their kid over the glass.
Yep,
And like,
because somebody will
worst
do that.
case scenario.
No,
pretty
people do
much.
that all the time. They just
that's
fucking do it.
constant.
It's
But, yeah,
constant.
you have to assume that someone adult is going to climb it and push it as hard as they can.
Yep.
And
People
like
do that?
yeah.
Yeah.
People go nuts. Like
Yeah.
they run
That should
amok.
be like a fucking federal offense. Like
It
a
should
fucking
be.
felony.
It should absolutely be.
What?
And especially because most of these things...
Dusty. What? They probably don't even know how many marshmallows needed to move.
Right? Because you can't fucking touch it, but you have to move it. It sure makes the make it float an eighth inch off the ground. You go, got it.
Like I can do
Sure,
that.
I got this.
I have sufficient marshmallows.
Yeah, felony. Like seriously, like fucking around with shit like that. That's not okay. People take their children and put them over museum cases. Why would you
Because
do that?
it'll be so cute to get a picture of little Timmy with this dinosaur skull. All of my hate. When I see people go up and like touching the oil paintings, and I'm like, get your fucking hands off that!
Yeah, they
See,
totally
then I
do
think
that.
they should have the lasers where it's like, burr, burr, burr,
They
asshole,
do now.
asshole, or just
They
like,
do
starts
now,
like-
but that's only for museums who can afford it. Which is why most smaller museums don't get really big exhibits of really highbrow shit, is because they can't afford the insurance
Right.
to get it there.
Right. Damn. And security. I mean, there's so many rooms usually in these museums.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to have somebody watching everybody at all times.
Because now you're paying more docents who have to be appropriately trained. And then you have to pay for the insurance bonding to be able to have that object there. And for shit like the Monet exhibit, oh, I know what company they called to move that stuff. So, because there's only one.
Really?
There is one fucking company that does that.
That's actually capable
That level.
of doing Monet shit.
Mhm.
What is the name of that company?
This is how kids get bitten by saber-toothed tigers.
Yes,
This is true.
it's so true. No, they didn't have those people. They don't fucking have those parents. Those parents are just like, sure, little Timmy, it'll be so cute. I'll put it on my TikTok. That's what we got right now.
I'm just trying to find enough skull and
Back
other
in my day.
emojis.
Oh, okay. What kind of emojis are you
I
looking for?
wanted like skulls and other like white orbital ones, so I could just make a ton of them.
Like marshmallow. Damn it! We need more emojis. That's an emergency.
Marshmallow emojis.
Emergency.
How many emojis are you guys allowed to have for this? Because I think Dick Pickle Jar is totally...
So it depends on the amount of like what tier level that you're at, basically. So when you're just an affiliate, which is what we are, you get 5.
Aw.
Once you turn into a partner, which is like a whole other thing, you have to have an average of 75 viewers for like
Those are
ever.
pretty good, Dusty.
Then you can get a bunch more. Then you get
Got
one.
it.
I know. So we had only 5, and it was really hard because we're like, okay, we only have 5 options of things to say. Like, what do we need to say? We need to really think about it. So I drew out a bunch of shit, and we kind of hashed out like what is the most important stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, even in my own chat or whatever, when I'm on other people's, I'm always like, yes, and I'm always typing yes, and I'm like, we need one that says yes. And
I
we
do
put a
like the
rainbow
yes with
on
the
it,
rainbow.
and it's so
Makes way
fucking
more
cute.
fun.
Yep.
And then we
Oh,
talk
and it's
about
your
so
little
much gross shit.
thundercloud. It's
Yeah.
your little thundercloud
Yeah.
going nope.
Yeah.
Oh, Sammy, it's my favorite.
You love my art.
I do.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you so much. This human being is the most amazing little fey creature on the planet. Oh my god. Can we just take a moment to be like, Sammy, Sammy, Sammy?
You're so sweet.
You're so
Thank
sweet.
you.
I fucking love you, man.
I fucking love you. I'm so glad you're here in my house.
So happy to be here.
It is awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna say in the realm of Spooktober, since it is October, and originally I was like, oh, we're gonna have all spooky podcasts. We're gonna do spooky podcasts. And you guys were here, and I was like, no, this is so important. I want to have you guys totally.
Aw,
So
thank you.
I would like to know, do you have any spooky stories? Do you have any ghosty stories? Do you have any Sasquatchy stories, perhaps, that you'd like to share, Cody? Sasquatch
Corey, do you have
stories.
any good ghosty stories?
No.
No?
I'm a very rational human being.
Not even the ghost that haunted the shop
No.
that Mr. Pig got into?
Oh! No, we just thought that was somebody stealing beer from my dad's shop. The trail of beer cans was a dead giveaway. The drunk pig under the back porch was the other dead giveaway.
I love Mr. Pig so much.
If y'all ever want, like, really good farm animal stories... Anyway, Cody has...
Dusty's like, come on, we want Bigfoot.
Cody's
So,
got some good stories.
I
Okay.
thought I saw Bigfoot once, and it was coming down the first year I learned to ski. I was driving down from Mount Baker, and it's this windy road, and it was like kind of a murky day. Like the clouds had rolled in. It's getting dark, and it's just coming in. And as I'm coming around one corner, I see like the Harry and the Hendersons Bigfoot, like the Sasquatch. And it's coming around this corner, and I like slammed on the brakes, and I looked again, because it was this big like triangular head, and the arms are out like this, and it just has this mean look on his face. And I look again, and it's actually just a tree that had gotten a bunch of snow on it. So mine was a bust.
Damn it. But you do believe in Sasquatches, or you entertain the idea of that.
I prefer to entertain it. Like,
There you
I don't see why we can't have Bigfoot. Like, why can't we have Sasquatch? It's way more entertaining, and a lot of the stories are really interesting that come out of it.
I agree. And if I was a creature that was smart enough to recognize that humans are a bunch of fucking assholes and there's a lot of nature, I would fuck off away from the humans, and I would hide the fuck away and not want to deal with any of it. So it does make sense with this much remote areas that we have. I would not be surprised if there was some kind of species that just is smart enough to stay the fuck away.
Yeah, there are entire species of other animals that have lived in remote areas that we haven't seen for decades, and we think that they've gone extinct, and then one of them just shows up on camera.
Like, hey guys.
Yeah, just like the snow leopards. We thought they went extinct
Yes.
like 6 times.
Because we can't check out everything everywhere, you know, like we don't have eyes on everything in the cities and the populated areas we do, but there's so much remote nature that to say that we know exactly what the fuck's going on out there would be ridiculous. And with this, like, I would say it's not something that I would say I necessarily, like, I believe wholeheartedly that this exists, but I do really give a lot of possible, like, potential to these things existing. It could be.
I actually am more inclined to agree with Dusty's interpretation of how things exist.
About shape-shifting?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a way more legit explanation for what Cody saw.
I'm not comfortable talking about shapeshifters.
That's so funny.
That was a good one, Dusty.
Yeah, that's solid.
That's pretty good. So maybe.
Why not? We know there's other dimensions. There's at least 5.
7.
I know a couple people that swear they've seen a Sasquatch. One particularly is a no-nonsense kind of person. That was pretty intriguing.
You see, like, a lot of the stories. There's a website, I think it's called BFRO. It's the Bigfoot Research Center near Rainier. And a lot of these stories are like, yeah, I heard this story, and it's from someone who never makes things up. Or, like, someone who's been around the woods a lot and takes this very seriously or didn't believe until they had this experience. Like a lot of those stories come from that.
There's some really credible people that have seen things that are inexplainable, at least at this point in time. You know, like all the Mothman sightings in fucking Point Pleasant. So many people. Like, these are good, solid, good Christian people, you know, who have never told a lie or
They
whatever.
absolutely believe in an imaginary human.
But the fact that a lot of these people were very trustworthy individuals that wouldn't just make up a lie as far as to, you know, get in the newspaper or whatever. But there's a lot of sightings over a period of time, and then they just fucking cease to exist. So, you know, it is interesting. There's a lot of weird shit out there that I think if we ever sat here and said that we are pretty sure that we know every single thing that exists, that would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous, you know? So there are things that are confusing and mysterious and defy what we would consider logic sometimes, but we can't discredit any of it. We can't. And it's not that we should just go ahead and believe wholeheartedly in all of it, but I think it's worthy of keeping an open mind because you never fucking know what actually is out there. I mean, we keep finding new shit all the time.
Right? That's the best part about science, too. It's the art of not knowing things and finding them out.
Yes. And I love that. I love it. The deep sea creatures, they're like,
right?
what
They're
the
so
fuck
cool.
is this? New weird blob fish,
Right, but
whatever, you know?
The structure of them to handle those kinds of pressures and their chemical makeup and how different it is, and it's so fucking cool.
It's like my favorite creatures on the planet are the deep sea creatures. That's my favorite kind of earthbound creature is deep sea
My
creatures
favorite
because they defy
creature
so much
is
shit.
not earthbound.
Ooh.
My favorite creature is a tardigrade.
I fucking knew you were going to say it. I knew you were going to say it. I should have said it first, but that's awesome. That's awesome.
I mean, we have sort of proved out the what was that? The theory
Panspermia.
That, panspermia, at least a version of panspermia, by having taken bacteria to other planets with our spacecraft.
Inadvertently. And
Like,
being like, oops.
Anything that's on the planet has bacteria on it, and so if it made it to the ground, like there is life on Mars that we brought there,
Right.
Because there's
right.
bacteria,
Yeah.
and there's probably tardigrades. There's probably like these extremophiles that can handle that kind of environment, and it's just crazy that we've sort of proved out that, like, yeah, of course there's life on other planets. It's probably really small.
I'm positive that when Europa Clipper gets there, they're going to find motherfucking tardigrades and be like,
Right.
aliens were among us all along.
I want them to find a Nessie so bad. I don't know why plesiosaurs is what I think they're going to find in that ocean, but that's it.
Dude, I mean,
want megafauna.
who the fuck knows? There could be something to that. There fucking could. I went to Loch Ness and I had to sign a waiver when I got on the fucking boat tour that said, in case of the event that you actually photograph anything, we get 30% or whatever it is from the things. I had to sign it.
Oh my god.
And I was like, ho, and they're like, we're serious, you have to sign it. And I was like, okay, fine, if I can sign it.
No, I'm taking
But-
pictures.
Just in case, you never know. And that's Roxy's favorite is Nessie. That's her like favorite.
Sorry, Roxy. My favorite creature is not earthbound, and that is the tardigrade. And they are
The water bear.
so cool.
Actually,
They can be launched into space and desiccated and exposed to all of the cancer, and then you add water and they go bloop and then go on living their lives. They're so cool.
Oh, do you have a...
I painted
What?
these tardigrades.
Oh, that's cute.
I love it.
I had them in a group art show, and I bequeath them to you.
What? No
They're your
way.
favorite. They're
No
your favorite.
way.
They're your favorite. You should have it.
Thank you so much.
If you like it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we did it. There was like a group drop show at the Statics Gallery or something like that. I remember. I know, it was really
Oh my
cute.
god.
Yeah, and they made these drops, and they said everybody paint whatever you want on the drops.
Oh my
and I did a
God.
galaxy on one, and I did the little tardigrades. So, like, since you love them, they should live at your house or your boat or whatever.
Oh, they're totally. I'm gonna make a frame for them so that way they can live on the boat, and they're totally gonna live on the boat.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
awesome.
fucking stoked, man.
That's awesome. Yay! I know.
Rocks
Actually, you know what's funny? So, Rob had picked them up for me from the show because he had stuff in the show too, and I'm like, thanks, just hold on to them for me. And he put them up on his walls for a while, and he's like, I gotta get your art back, and I'm like, whatever, just one day bring it back, it's fine. And I was like, do you like them? Like, are you digging the art? Because, like, I feel bad. You've had them for this long. And he's like, I'll be honest with you. I love the galaxy. I have it on my wall. I love it. He's
Aw.
like, these things look like little buttholes, and I just can't look at them. I just can't look at them on my wall. They look like little puckered buttholes. And I was like,
They
how about
are.
you give
They
me the
are
buttholes
kind
back
of
if you're not
buttholes.
appreciating them? And
Just give me the buttholes. It's
No.
fine.
we did an art trade. He really wanted the galaxy, which was pretty cool because it's like
Yeah.
a real like round thing. And he made a little art piece. I was like, just make me a little fun thing. Just make me a little thing. Doesn't have to
Yeah.
be a super like in depth thing, but like make me a thing. You can keep those and give me these back.
I
So
love
now
Give
now
me
they
back my
belong to you.
buttholes.
Yeah, look at this little butthole face. Apparently.
So the tardigrades will be, the water bears will be living on the water, and I think that's pretty fitting.
Yes, they will. That's so funny.
What'd you name it?
Do you have the
Water
provenance?
bears. The other one was Parallel Universe. But yeah, water bears.
Nice.
Yep.
Corey has to make a provenance
sounds
paper
so cute.
for it.
I do. I have to be like, this was bequeathed
Onboarding.
unto me.
Yes. Fill out 4 pages
Yeah,
minimum.
4 pages. I'll put it in a teeny tiny bottle and roll it up and put it right in there.
Yes.
And then the provenance will live with the thing in a bottle.
Perfect. There you go. You win. So that's your favorite. That's your favorite creature,
Yes.
Cody. Favorite creature.
Favorite creature.
Also, everybody in the chat, I want you to tell me what
Yeah.
your favorite creature is. Also.
Captain Tardigrade? No.
No.
Oh, yeah.
we
Oh,
will
yeah.
soon.
What?
Oh, you have to watch it.
Okay.
It's
okay.
like short videos. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's super funny.
Okay, Cody.
What's my favorite
They
creature?
are
They
microscopic.
are. They're tiny. They're like a
Yeah,
millimeter.
While you think,
Sorry.
real quick, tell
You
Okay.
two talk
tell
about-
her about tardigrades while you like really just think about your creature and real quick give us a rundown.
Tardigrades are majestic creatures. Oh my god, they're so fucking incredible. They are.
Cutest person I've ever met
Right?
in my life.
I get this all day, every day, and it's the best. Every time I'm gone for any amount of time, like, what'd you do today? Tell me everything.
fucking safe. That doesn't exist. So tardigrades are really amazing. They're these teeny tiny creatures. They can be anywhere from like 0.5 millimeter to some species are even 3 and 4 millimeters long. So they get pretty big, actually. Yeah.
Really?
In fact, there was a new species of tardigrade that was just discovered in amber
Front door.
from like millions of years ago.
No way.
Yes. Okay, so they're these tiny little creatures, and they live in water droplets, which is why they're called water bears. And they're so cute. They look like tiny little buttholes with 6 legs. And sometimes, no, 8 legs. 8 legs? 6 legs. 8 legs? They have some
6.
legs.
6.
But they just go around living their little tardigrade life, and they
They can exist in the vacuum of space. They were brought to the fucking moon.
Yep.
They have been frozen for thousands of
They
years
have been
or whatever,
shot
and
out of
thawed
a
out.
gun. There was
Yeah.
a scientist who wanted to see if they could survive re-entry, and he loaded a bunch of tardigrades in a bullet and shot them out of a gun, and half of them survived.
Wow. Yeah, they're like indestructible.
They are. They
creatures.
are indestructible, mighty tiny water bears. And thank you, Dusty.
Oh, is it
Appreciate
8
it.
legs?
8 legs. So you were right. 8 legs.
I thought there were 6. I thought it was a 6er.
But you painted them with 8. I thought there were 6 too, and then I saw your painting, and I was like, oh shit, is it 8?
I don't know. Okay.
They're
yeah.
tiny. You can't see their little legs.
Ooh.
And they're so fascinating because we don't know how long they live, because they can just desiccate, and then you add water, and then they go right back to metabolizing sugar, which is what they live off of. So they live in water, generally around mossy, planty areas, because they'll eat the little sugars out of plant things. But we don't know if they exist exclusively on sugars, or if they can live on salts, or if they can live on some other thing. So what we know, they can exist in water indefinitely, they can be desiccated, and they can be shot out of a gun and survive re-entry, and also
And the literal vacuum of space,
survive the
like
vacuum
out
of space.
in space.
So
which is-
we're pretty
that's
much
a toughie.
positive that if we find life on another planet, if it's not a tardigrade, it's gonna be close.
Yeah, some kind of extremophile, like those
Yeah.
worms that live in lava tubes.
Yeah, those little flatworms.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Those
yeah,
are
yeah.
awesome.
The Vesuvius worms.
Yeah.
Or whatever is the little nickname
Yeah.
for them. Yeah, yeah.
Have you seen the
That's
volcano
fucking cool.
slugs? No. Or snails, volcano snails. So they like clam up like a little clam, but they're a snail, and they've got these like ugly little ripply feet at the bottom, and they live down in volcano vents in the sea,
that's
and then they can
awesome.
clamp up if there's some sort of volcanic eruption, and then survive, and then they go beep,
Interesting.
and then go on
Right.
living their lives.
So they're just like part of the hydrothermal colonies
Yeah.
down there. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, Cody,
Yeah.
favorite creature.
I'm going with the Puget Sound sea slugs, just because they're so cool.
Yeah, the little nudie broncs.
Like these guys, yeah.
I love
Oh
nudibranchs.
my
They're
god.
so pretty.
They
They're
are
like-
so
They are
cool.
seriously that's
these
the best.
Nudibranchs are amazing. They're a species of sea slug that has thousands.
Oh my god, and they're seriously like the cutest things
There's
of all
so
time.
Yeah.
many shapes.
But they have thousands of different what's genus?
good
No,
one.
genus is the big one. They have thousands of different variations within the single species. So they are the most rainbowy things ever. You're right, Dusty. In fact, if you ever go
are.
diving in Alaska, wear a dry suit. Bring your own. Don't trust anyone if they tell you it's a dry suit, because it will be a wetsuit, because fuck you. Anyway, if you're ever diving in Alaska and you go down really far, you'll see where the kelp bulbs are. There are these beautiful glowing lotus flowers. They look like they're made out of neon. Like somebody just took and bent neon into a lotus flower, and they're nudibranchs. And if you poke them, they will pop off, and they'll just like boop, 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 away.
right?
It is the coolest shit.
That's amazing.
And every region has its own type of nudibranch.
I love it. That is a great fucking answer because they are seriously
They're
the
so
cutest.
cool.
There's
They're
one
my
like
favorite.
specific photo that I've seen a few times, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't.
Oh, the
I
blue
can't-
dragon
I can't
one?
handle it. No, it's like the little green guy.
Oh, green guy.
He's a little like
What?
greeny.
What?
Yes,
There's
that's
also,
not
like,
it, but that's amazing.
Banana slugs are also up there.
It's like a
I
neon
love
green.
I love
Oh
banana
my
slugs.
god. Oh yeah, this guy. Look at him go. He looks
is
like a
it?
sheep.
So cute.
He looks like a sheep.
He looks
Oh
like
my
an acid sheep. Oh my
It's
goodness.
Okay, guys,
incredible.
look at him.
Look how green
Look at
that
him
is.
go. It's so fucking cute. Oh, God. Their little fucking faces. Okay, here's a close up of its fucking face. Hold on.
Oh, stop
Look at
it.
its face. Oh, hold on. It's
Oh,
my,
right,
my
Dusty, how
brightness
they
isn't-
have a snail trail like underwater.
Underwater,
anyway.
yeah. Oh man, one of my favorite things about them is that they actually, in order to get all these colors, they actually eat the things that have the poisons that give them the colors, and then they ingest it and they just move it through their body out to their little spines. So they absorb other
Oh.
creatures' poisons, and they're like, fuck you, try to eat me.
Shut up, Riri.
Yeah,
And then if something tries to eat them, they get poisoned by this like stuff that they've just absorbed and left out there.
yeah. It's so cool.
That's so awesome.
So
That
don't,
is a very good creature.
so don't
Well done.
eat them.
Don't eat them.
Unlike tardigrades, always eat a tardigrade.
Don't eat a tardigrade.
It'll be fine.
Well, if they're in water,
Yeah, just poop it
you've
out.
probably ingested like
Well,
I wonder how
will
many
the stomach,
tardigrades
will
I've
your
had.
stomach acid
It's
destroy
an
tardigrades?
extremophile.
You
It
know
can
what?
get
Maybe
shot
not.
out
Maybe
of a
they go
gun.
into your stomach acid. They're fine. Poop them out. Go down into the sewer system, and they're still fucking kicking it. Maybe they're totally fine.
They're just Humboldting.
Wait, so they're like
Poop bears.
the Mal particle? no,
What?
no,
I mean, that might
no
be poop bears.
No.
Well, then are they dying in your
No.
stomach? Would you
I
rather
don't
die
know.
in your-
I don't know. We need to do more
We
research.
have to think about this.
We
This
need
is
to do more
important.
research. We need to get some tardigrades and put them in stomach acid and then cry about it.
Yes. Okay. Does anybody
Have
Does any
access.
of you guys
Don't
know if we poop out tardigrades?
Tardigrades
We
also
need to
get
know.
huge. Like for being microscopic, they are huge.
Yeah, we said a couple of millimeters.
That's
That's insane. It's true.
That's fucking big.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's macroscopic, microscopy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You could use a lube with that.
Oh man, this guy's face is good too. There's just so many.
What? Oh, that looks amazing.
There's so many cool ones. It does. Here, you guys need to see that one too. Look at it. Go.
Looks like a Muppet.
It
God,
does look
seriously,
like a Muppet.
like Google nudie Bronx if you guys want to see the most majestic creatures ever. That was that was a really good answer. I really liked
Yeah,
that
it was a
answer.
really good one. If you want really good information that you can also laugh at, Z Frank does such amazing videos.
It's the
And
true facts.
True facts about the blah.
Oh,
He does
my
one
god,
for
it's
Nudie
my
Bronx.
favorite shit ever.
He does one for Nudie Bronx,
There's
and
some new
he does one
ones.
for tardigrades.
Roxy, have you seen the True Facts? I would imagine she has to
It's
have, but
so
that
fucking
would
good.
be her favorite thing. If you have not seen it, it's emergency.
True facts.
Dude,
Like,
the cuttlefish,
whatever
because the
you're doing right
cuttlefish
now,
is like my
go watch
favorite
it.
creature. That's my
Yes.
favorite creature.
That
That's
is
my
a
favorite.
great
That's
creature.
my fucking favorite.
Cuttle-
And the True Facts version of it is real fucking funny.
Right.
Okay,
Would
okay,
kill the
good.
tardigrade.
Woo!
Okay, thanks, Google.
Google says your stomach and immune system together would kill it.
Okay,
Oh.
Okay,
that's a shame.
that's
Poor
a damn
tardigrade.
shame.
And that's how an owl do. One of our favorites. Okay, so one of the things that Cody and I constantly quote is smooth brain, no thinky thinky.
Usually when we're in
Koalas
traffic.
in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given.
We got her to sing on camera.
Yes!
That's good on YouTube.
Shit. No, it's
Make
not.
a clip.
You can edit it
Dusty,
out.
make a
You
clip.
can edit it out.
We gotta, make a clip and then we'll at Z Frank about it.
Yes. Clip it. Clip it.
Ooh.
Ants are crazy.
Ants are crazy. I have so many follow-up questions to that.
Do you have a favorite ant? Because I just gained a favorite ant. And it's not my Aunt Bonnie. It's this other ant.
That would be an aunt.
There's an ant that
Thank
sucks
you,
up
Roxy.
stuff. It sucks all the liquids into its little butt and then regurgitates them for use at the hive. And so I saw a video of them eating this like green liquid candy or blue liquid candy, and their
Oh.
butts turn blue, and there's just these
Oh.
little stripes of blue all
I
over them.
have seen the
It
photo
was so
of that.
fucking cute.
Yes.
It
But
was
that's your
really-
favorite ant.
That's my favorite this week.
Okay.
I like bugs.
I
He
got
does
to
like
see
bugs.
the leafcutter ants when I was in Costa Rica.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it was neat because the guide picked it up and he took his beanie hat
That's Paris.
and the fucking ant was holding the fucking beanie hat, which is like heavy for a fucking ant. Yeah.
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 Whoa.
Yeah, and we were having to be really careful. This one was a night hike. So like
Oh,
you know,
snakes
we're all
and
looking
shit?
around.
Yeah.
I mean, just in general there was crazy shit. And he was like in front of us and he would be like, okay, we have the leaf cutters are crossing, so make sure you step over them. Like he was being really mindful of that kind of stuff. Because obviously
Good.
we didn't want to like smoosh them, but he picked
Yeah.
one up and like showed us how strong they were, and it was fucking crazy.
Whoa.
And then we saw sloths. I love how David Attenborough calls them sloths. It's so cute. It's so fucking cute. Every time he says sloths, me and Tavia are like, oh, we love him. It's just so cute. And we saw the sloths, and we saw, I saw a stick bug that was like that fucking big.
Shut
Like a giant.
up.
It was so fucking big that
What?
when the guy was like, check it out, this stick bug is on this bush. And I'm like looking and I'm expecting to see like a smaller thing.
Yeah.
So my eyes weren't doing the scale, and I was like, I don't see it. And he's like, dude, it's like right here. And I'm like, but I don't see it. And he's like, no, here. And I was
here.
like, oh my God. Like it was the craziest thing. It was like a foot fucking long, dude. It was crazy.
That's so
that was
cool.
really, really neat. Yeah.
We need to go on a
was
night
good.
hike in Costa Rica.
Okay.
Okay.
But whatever you do, don't wear a fucking headlamp for the love of Christ.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yes. These girls that were on the tour with us were wearing headlamps. And they kept being like, oh, the bugs are flying into my eye. I don't know why they're just flying in my eye. Why do they keep attacking me?
It's like they're
And
attracted.
it's
to
like
light
they're
or
attracted
something.
to
I
the
kind
light.
of like let it be for a second because I was like,
Thank you,
maybe they'll
Dusty.
figure it out. And they did not.
Koalas in the
That's great.
rain.
That's great.
Yeah. Now we're gonna make an
yeah.
NFT of that and sell the
No.
original NFT of the video.
Yeah.
This will be the official clip.
Yes. That's
Should
the
have
one.
got a fucking army of ants to move that safe. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes. Problem
shit.
solving.
Oh, Insect
Insect
House
What?
on Instagram.
I'm doing that right now.
Oh,
my God.
Insect
That sounds
House.
great.
That sounds awesome.
Oh my gosh, it's so bright.
Hey, brightness is awesome. And then, okay, cool. Roxy, did we hear your favorite animal? We've talked about. I know what your favorite animal is, but you can share with the
You
class
didn't
if
say
want to.
animal. You said creature. What's
Yeah.
your favorite
Creature.
Creator.
It's
Are you sure? Is that your final answer? Would you like to phone a friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Frogs.
She hates frogs.
Oh.
Dusty is definitely fun on
Got
her
it.
now, real hard. What? Beluga. It's coming. Oh yeah, actually, I was at a.
Oh, mantises are so.
Oh, manatees. Okay.
Oh, manatees.
Okay,
Sorry.
we're manatee.
I read mantis.
Mantis. Mantis
like,
is
yeah!
cool too.
So awesome.
I painted her a manatee for her birthday.
Oh.
It's a pink glitter manatee.
Little sea bear.
It's a
Or a sea cow.
manatee.
Sea cow? Little sea cow.
Whoa, this is a really cool Instagram.
What?
He's like just got bugs on his face.
Oh, okay.
They're really cool bugs.
They are really cool bugs. Look at that one.
Look at that one.
What?
Oh,
This
fun.
is
I'll
a
have to check
sweet
that out.
page. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna sit on that page and be like, Corey, look at that one.
And then you guys are gonna get on bad tax.
Corey!
It's gonna be the same fucking thing all
Yeah.
over again. Good lord.
Yeah.
Well, guys, this has been a
Mantises.
really fun night. Do you guys have anything else that either you guys want to add, or a fun story, or do you have anything else you want to put out there to the world? I mean,
Man, I do have my grandpa's the story my grandpa told about seeing Sasquatch.
please.
Yeah, we didn't get it. We
Oh,
got
yeah.
onto all this other fun
Okay,
stuff.
we got sidetracked. You're right. Okay.
Okay.
Manatee. Oh.
So
that's
back in the, it would be back in the 70s, and he's driving around in his T-Bird because of course he had one, and they're driving around at night out in Bellingham and out in the county, and they see this shape that's slightly bigger than a man, but not like running like a bear, but just big furry dark shape runs over the road, like out of a ditch across the road and back down, like off into the woods. And they're like, oh shit. So they stopped the car, and they said it just smelled like hot garbage, like hot wet garbage. And it wafted and followed this creature, and it kind of went away as they went away, and they like stopped the car and they got out.
Why would you get out?
They got out because he was the kind of guy who rode motorcycles down into ditches to jump them. And they got out of the car and they're like following it, and they saw that it had gone like out behind this big wood pile. And so they walk into the woods, and they like are kind of following the smell and the broken branches and stuff, because it took off. It was bat out of hell. And they got to this wood pile, and they said the stink from it was just horrible. It was the weirdest, like they hadn't smelled anything like that, like hot garbage and just musky animal smell.
Yeah, if you had like grody fur forever and you
Yeah.
never bathed, or very seldomly, like I could see that smelling pretty bad. I never
Right.
thought about how Bigfoot smells. But
Right.
It's probably not good.
It's not good. Apparently it's terrible. And they said they heard this like keening sound come from behind that, and that's like a warning noise, and they thought like, okay, we should leave, and like backed away from it. But they said it didn't sound like any animal they had ever heard. It didn't sound like anything that either of them grew up hearing in the woods, because they grew up around the Cascades and just going into the woods. And it was just out in the county, out near where the real forest started before you get into the mountains that in that area. And they didn't see anything except for that shape go across the road, and it just, the keening noise scared the hell out of them, and they got back to the truck and or the car, and slammed the doors and locked them and left.
Interesting. Like, what kind of noise is that?
It was he kind of described it. I was a little younger when he told that story the first time I heard it, and it was just this like guttural growling and then into a high pitch screaming sound.
Yeah.
Like,
Holy shit.
kind of like the monkeys in South America, how they kind of do that. But it was
It's pretty
it
good.
was,
Yeah.
like if you lengthen that out a little bit, it was pretty eerie when he told it, because he wasn't someone to really, he would tell an entertaining story, but he usually wouldn't tell just an outright lie.
Sure.
That was what was so weird about it. It's like that made me want to believe
that's
them.
interesting. Speaking of the noises, the Bigfoot noises, there is a documentary. I don't remember if it's Netflix or Hulu or what it is, but I think it's called Missing 411. Have you heard of it or seen it? It is a pretty long documentary that is talking about a bunch of different hikers or hunters or whatever that went out into the wilderness, whether it be in a group of people or solo or whatever, that were never found, that mysteriously disappeared. And this documentary, most of it is just like true crime kind of thing, where it's like these people went out and did this thing. This person was gone. Nothing was found. We sent search parties. We don't fucking know. As this documentary progresses, it gets weirder and fucking weirder. We're like, okay, well, this guy's boots were found 14 miles away or whatever, and he'd only been missing for this amount of time, so there wasn't really, like, how could he have been found with just his legs in boots that far away? Like, there was, like, weird anomalous shit that didn't make any fucking sense. So we're watching this documentary, and it keeps getting, like, weirder and weirder, and we're like, what the fuck? The most profound one is there's this cabin type of thing that's, like, way out in an undisclosed location that these guys are like, we've been coming here since the 70s. It's like our bro down, basically. Like, we'll come out here. It's like a really, I think they said 26-mile hiking or something like that. It's like a really long thing. But this is where we've always hung out and we've done our thing, but there's nobody around at all.
Yeah.
And they fucking record this sound, these voices, essentially, where it scared the fucking shit out of these guys.
Aww.
And you could hear it in the documentary, and they're like, listen, we don't know what the fuck this was, but it absolutely sounded like something was aware that we were there. And it sounded like it was a conversation between two different ones. Like, there was almost like one sounded maybe like a higher pitch, so maybe it was a younger one or whatever communicating with the other one. And it was like really eerie. I can play it for you later. We can scroll past it.
What's the name of the documentary?
I think it's called Missing 411. I'm pretty sure Missing 411. It was fucking bizarre, and it really creeped me and Dusty out. Like, just hearing it, we were like, we need to go back and hear that. And we're like, hold on, rewind, and we're like, what the fuck? And then Tavia comes home, like, right after we watched it. We're like, Tavia, it's Bigfoot noises, and she's like, what? And we're like, you have to come upstairs. You have to come hear
listen to
Bigfoot
these
noises.
noises.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it was really crazy. It's really intense. And then after that, it is an even, like, more bizarre story, but it's not like a paranormal documentary. It's just like, sometimes people are fucking missing, and we don't know any fucking answers about that. And then it just gets into, like, the deep nature. And then there was this one. It's really a weird one. It's a really fucking weird one. But hearing it, like, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, that is no animal that I've ever fucking heard make that noise. And they actually had it analyzed, like the video of it analyzed, and they're like, okay, we can tell that this wasn't added like post-production or something like that, and it's not like human vocal cords. We can't tell you what it is, but we can tell you that it's not, and we do not believe that it is faked, and we do not believe that it is human, whatever that means. So that's fucked up. And the guys were like, yeah, it's like, we're out in the middle of nowhere. Like, if something like that is out there, I wouldn't be surprised. But whatever it was wasn't trying to be aggressive or anything like that. It didn't seem like it was trying to start shit. It was just aware. Like, okay, there's some people, that's weird, you know? And then they're like, there's a potential Sasquatch, that's also weird. And everyone's just kind of sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? It's crazy. Oh, it's a book.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, you would really like it, Rox. It's pretty neat. But the Sasquatch thing is towards the end, and there's like, I feel like, for some reason, in my recollection, I feel like it was like a pretty long documentary. Like, I was like, man, I feel like this documentary is going on for a long, not in a bad way, but just
Maybe
I
it was
felt
a
like
film
there was
series.
so many stories. Where I was like,
Yeah.
wow, But yeah, there we go.
Cool.
Yeah, Missing 411, The
nice.
Hunted. Yeah, it's weird because some of these stories, like, people just straight up were fucking missing. These guys are like, we've gone hunting in these woods a million times, and, you know, like, whatever, Joe Bob went off on his own, like whatever. And then we just never, ever saw him again. And none of his shit was found. And we have no idea. There was no, like, blood that looked like something attacked him or what. They're like, literally nobody fucking knows. So it's kind of weird that people just disappear with, who the fuck knows?
1 hour, 37 minutes. The longest thing in the world, Sammy.
It felt so much longer to me. I guess a lot of documentaries these days are usually in the like hour mark or something like that, like David Attenborough stuff. They're usually in the like 50 minutes. So
I mean, whenever it's David Attenborough, I always hope it's going to be
I
like
always hope it's going to be 4 hours. Yeah.
I know. I want it to be longer. Like I want that to be. Okay, fuck both of you. It just felt like, I guess, because there was so much ground it covered. It had so many stories, and I was like, wow, just like keep going with the stories. But anyway, check it out. It's pretty great. It's pretty fucking great. So, there's that. Anyway, mic drop.
Yeah.
Cool. Fucking hey, you guys are awesome. This was so fun having
fun.
you guys on. It's so fun. And I'm glad you took a nappy nap.
I did, so I could stay up like a real boy.
Yes. And then we're going to have strawberry shortcake, angel food cake.
Yeah.
Guys, we gotta go.
We love you all very much.
End transmission. No, this was really, really awesome. I'm really glad that you guys came out. I feel like we learned like so much shit.
Oh, thanks.
We learned a lot of
I
shit.
had a lot of fun getting all that off my chest. Thank you.
The friendship.
Because I genuinely really wanted to know. Like, I really am so interested in hearing so much of the details of stuff that, like, normally you're not really going to go into that much detail about it, Yeah, that was so fucking awesome. Roxy, okay, bye. Roxy, if you were here, I would also make you strawberry shortcake. I'd make it for you. I'll send you some in the mail.
The real safes were the friends we made along the way.
Aww. Are you friends now?
Yeah, I hope so.
Good. I'm so glad. Yeah, you guys would have a lot of fun meeting each other in real life. So if you ever go to Vegas, you have to look these guys up for sure.
We got a list of people in Vegas that we need to meet, actually.
We got a list of people. Yeah, we got to go see who live there.
Yes.
I think Kent's still there.
Maybe we'll go sometime.
Yeah. That would be
Yeah,
super
definitely
fun.
learned a lot. Now I'm going to give the finger to every safe I see in a museum. That's great. That's fucking great.
I'll get started.
Marshmallow Moving Company. Yes. Well, if there's
love
very limited resources of people that move this shit properly, maybe you could start your own fucking thing and move that shit fucking properly.
Right?
The insurance is the issue.
It is an issue.
It's a big issue.
Mm-hmm.
Because where am I going to get $3 million in insurance?
That company in England that'll insure anything.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew.
Should call it the Marshmallow Moving Company, though.
Yes.
I think more people would hire us.
Yes, because it sounds delicious. You get a free marshmallow with every purchase, covered in chocolate.
We can make little
It's going to be insane.
That's fucking awesome. Oh my goodness.
Like
Yes.
we do a little bit of advertising, but really it's just marshmallows. That's where our budget goes.
Oh man. Well, you know what? This is pretty awesome because we always try to figure out who to raid and we always see who's on. Right now, Erin Shea rocks. Cue up Erin Shea. She's on right now. And this chick fucking reminds me of you every time I see her performing. She does. You guys would either be the bestest of friends or you would destroy each other. Because it's too much awesome in one room. She is so fucking fun. She wears like fucking weird unicorn shit on her head all the time. And she is just like the funnest. She's so fucking fun. She lives in Australia.
Cool.
And I actually found out about her because of Roxy.
Nice.
Roxy is like, they all know each other in the Twitch world, and everybody raids everybody and this and that, and she is just like way fucking fun. So we're gonna raid her, and I'm gonna totally. Oh, it's a charity stream. Yeah, it says Action Against Cancer, right? That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
I'm into it.
Fuck
Yeah, we'll just like
cancer.
put it up on the TV, cast it up, so you get to check her out for a little bit, and
Sweet.
I
That
think
sounds
she'll be happy to get the raid of all two of us. But whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
it
there's
5 of us right
1,
now?
2, 3, and then
4,
2
5.
mods.
Yeah, but as far as the numbers go, it's going to be like rating for the party of 4 people. But you know what? 4 people is better than
And no people.
no people.
Yeah.
So I think it's great. But I just want to thank everybody out there that is still listening. If you are still there, Murdered Monk, thank you for coming in. It looks like you're still on the list, and I just want to thank you for coming in if you are still there. I really appreciate it.
Really appreciate you listening to me scream about safes for a couple hours.
It was great. It was really fun. It was really, really fun. I'm really grateful. Seriously, you guys just gave us like so much awesome information.
Oh,
It's so fucking fun. And you're 2 of the most wonderful people ever.
You're
This
so
was a
sweet.
ton of
Cody's
fun.
This was so
I'm still here.
much
Yay!
fun. Thank
Well,
you.
anytime you guys come out, we can just fucking do this again and we can talk about more weird shit. More stories. Always
That'd
down
be
for
great.
stories.
Yeah.
It's so fun. And if you guys decide to get your podcast going, I will fucking watch your shit.
Sweet. Thank you.
That'd be super
That'd
fun.
be super fun. I like
You
that.
could do a material stream.
I do want to do a
Would you
material
be a
stream
material girl?
in a material world. I want to call it complete fabrication because I think
like
I'm
that.
hilarious.
That's really funny. I love it. I love it.
Love,
You guys are the
love.
best
Thank
mods
you,
out there.
Love between 2 months.
I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks, Rox. Thanks for being here. Love you long time. And we're going to go see Aaron, and it's going to be so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
That'd be rad.
Well, thanks, guys. We'll see you guys on Monday for more weird news.
Hasta luego.
Otherwise, goodbye.
Bye. Or not goodbye.
No, it's goodbye.
That's the mystery.